Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back to the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season. It's been a while, ladies and gentlemen. We had a little bit of a break, but we're back to finally conclude the group stages for the fall season. Mika Fabs back here with Otlus and Osiris to break down all of the action for you guys. And of course, thank you so much to all of our sponsors without whom the Sea Icon Series PH wouldn't be possible. Thank you so much to Mineski Philippines and to Riot Games, and of course to Globe Telecom. You can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and more. You can get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And of course, thank you as well to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
Syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive padded pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
And you can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do to get in on all that action is to download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And again, it's been a while. We had a little bit of a break here at the Icon Series, so it'd be nice to catch up, check in with our players, find out what they've been up to, what they've been doing. Fortunately, we do have a special guest joining us for our pre-show. I do believe we have Gospel from DR Esports coming in to join us. Gospel, are you there? Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello po. Hello po sa inyo.
Hi! Good afternoon. Now, we know you have a pretty important match to get to, so we will keep this short and sweet. First up, what did you guys do during the break? And do you think it's an advantage that you guys had, 2-3 weeks to regroup?
Wala po. Same routine lang po kami. Nagpa-practice lang po kami ng... Siguro po yung nakapag-prepare kami na mas maayos.
Using all of that vacation time to definitely put in some work and to maybe experiment with some new strategies. Of course, we won't preempt that. We'll just let you guys handle the show later on. Adelise, what about you? Do you have a question for Gospel over
That's scary, actually, knowing that they went on a perfect record, right? But Gospel, Adelise here, huge fan, by the way. I just wanted to know what's the reason behind the change of IGN from Zensho, which I believe, almost everyone is familiar with, to Gospel.
Ano lang po yun, parang bagong career sa Wild Rift. Kaya nag-cut ng pangalan.
Well,
fresh beginnings.
Yeah, but same old strengths, especially in the Dragon lane. Thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, so as for me, Gospel, we know that Zensha, a staple name from League of Legends PC, and you have transferred to Wild Rift. How's the feeling? What's different? Can you share us the ride from PC going into mobile?
Same lang kasi nakapag-competitive din naman ako sa PC, so mas prepared na ako kung ano man yung mangyari sa mobile.
Nice. So all of that experience from League of Legends PC is definitely transferring into the mobile version, into Wild Rift. And of course, we can see it, as Otlus mentioned, pretty much a perfect streak over here for DR Esports. So definitely expecting great things from the first match of the day. Now, before you go, Gospel, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give, maybe to all of the supporters of DR Esports?
Shoutout ko po yung PPGL and Riot Games. Tsaka yung mga sumusuporta po sa DR Esports, sana pagpatuloy nyo kaming supportan. Manalo matalo. And happy birthday po sa boss namin, kay Boss Dance. Yun lang po.
Aw. Happy birthday! Oh, I guess you guys, maybe in store for a double celebration over there. So hopefully, again, happy birthday, of course, to the boss of DR Esports and Gospel. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your match against Omega Esports.
Thank you.
All right, that was Gospel, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, I agree with Otilus. They said that, like, okay, it's the usual routine. You're just practicing throughout the 3 weeks of, no Icon Series or no Group C and D, rather. And yeah, it could be pretty scary. I mean, knowing DR Esports, that amount of, time to sort of like think, re-strategize. Oh, I wonder what form they're going to be in today. Now, I feel like, we did talk DR Esports. We need a little bit of a recap with our groups for today, Groups C and D. And let's actually check out the groups or the series highlights, rather, from our previous week with Group C and D. And, first up, Group C. We do have Leonite Esports, Lakan Esports, Mermo Esports, and our only summer season graduate in this group, Fennel Adversity. We saw Lakan do really, really well. Do you guys think that they can keep up the lead over here, especially, with that tie with Fennel Adversity?
I believe so. Again, when we are talking about Group C, we have a 1A, 1B here because there is a tie between Lakan and Fennel Adversity. Actually, anything can happen. This is a full weekend, and anyone that can just pop off and have a good weekend. And Group C is definitely very unpredictable at this point in time. Although, yeah, you're right. Fennel and Lakan are actually showing strong so far in this group.
Yeah, and there's so many surprises that we might expect as we have the ties, we have this surprises of the picks, a change of wind in terms of the strategy. And so far, what we saw from last week with groups A and B, it was all barn burners. And this time around, it's going to be C and D just showing it off with their best because remember, this is the last chance or the last ticket going into playoffs.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, anything can happen here at the Icon Series. We saw that last week, as we just saw, of course, that moral victory from Action PH, and we had that very, very tense, one condition for Bren Esports and Liab Esports. It will be going to Bren Esports, however, that second slot going into the playoffs for Group A. And yeah, so just goes to show every series matters and anything can really happen. I mean, who knows? What if Jamie's Esports unlocked something in the 3-week break and suddenly they win everything? I mean, it could happen, guys. Now, we also have some newcomers entering the Rift. This time around, in the form of some new champions, we have Akshan and Thresh. How do you think this is going to affect our teams today, and which team do you think is most likely to pick up either of these champions?
Well, this is a very hard question, Mika, but Akshan by himself is, let's just say it's a totally new mechanic in League of Legends. Even in League of Legends PC, there is no such thing as a revive mechanic. It used to be a summoner spell. It was erased off of the game for the right reasons, right? And on the other hand, we have Thresh, a very solid support. I saw a post yesterday by League of Legends Wild Rift Philippines, a guide by Hex on the Thresh. So I'm expecting, the Filipino Thresh to really just pop off.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Trash, we know that the kit is looking good, and one of the mechanics that has been instilled to Wild Rift is the delay, the 1 second delay. You can punch in a small flash or even a rocket belt just to have the surprise effect of the death sentence that has been removed because of Mad Life. So this time around, we're going to see it onto the mobile being brought back, and there's so many trick shot coming in from Trash, and at this point, even Akshan can be seen can be flexed all across roles.
Well, I have to say, Thresh has been super consistent in my rankings lately. Like he's always there. He's always there if he's not banned. So we'll see. We'll see which team will be able to pick him up. Let's take a look at our group standings right now as they are. And yes, we do have, of course, groups A and B have already wrapped up, and we did see RRQ. Yes, Otlus teasing that Thresh. We might see that in the playoffs from RRQ and Bren Esports from Group A, and we have Team Secret and UCFC from Group B. Who's it going to be from Group C and Group D? Again, you know what? After the week that we had last time, I'm really, I feel like I don't want to say anything. I mean, currently, yes, we do have Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity, that little rivalry over there, which, by the way, will come to a head today if you check out our schedule a little later. And we have DR Esports and Omega Esports. Omega Esports, of course, they were our alumni from the summer, but DR Esports are looking really, really good. I mean, what do you guys think of our standings?
I feel like DR Esports is poised to really run away with things in Group D, as well as Omega Esports. They have, and let's just say there is a 99% chance that they are going to, to the playoffs, because the numbers show 3-0, 2-1, and most of their wins against the lower teams like Chasing Dreams and James Esports have been very dominant. For Group C, however, this is a totally different group. Again, anything can happen. 2-1s and 1-2. That's, mathematically, it's still possible for Mirmooo Esports or Leonite Esports to really come out on top.
Yeah, and at this point, there's so many surprises that we are seeing. I mean, from Group A and B, even the last day, we saw different picks. So this time around, we are looking at Group C and D, one of the groups that also got this kind of flexibility or versatility in terms of their champion pools. You have a DR that got all the time of their life because they are ahead. They can just go for a limit testing, and we are running a best of 3, so they can just run it back once something didn't work. So at this point, DR Esports is still on top, while Leonite is, I believe, they have something that might surprise us from Group C. Fennel and Lakan and Mermo might shake up things also.
Oh, do you know something we don't know, Osiris? Honestly, do you have anything to add to this?
Run it back, right? A la Doctor Strange, a la Doctor Esports. That's really to anyone. Anyway.
Well, yes, indeed. And you know what? Take a look at our schedule for today. We have DR Esports and Omega Esports, and that battles for supremacy over in Group D is going to come to a head in our very first match alone. Moving over to match number 4, we have another battle for supremacy for Group C this time with Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. I mean, what do you guys think about our matches for today, and how is it going to impact our standings?
I believe we have, the match 1 and match 4 as really the main card or the main events of this of today, because the DR Esports and Omega Esports, we remember how it ended last week, right? It was off of a base race. No one was really, everyone was really on their toes. Meanwhile, Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity currently 1A and 1B. So far, the winning record is going towards Fennel Adversity because they have, the head-to-head. But I believe Lakan Esports has what it takes to really challenge Fennel Adversity this time.
Yeah, and I want to go with, of course, let's say Dr. Esports, because it's pretty strange that they are opening a lot of multiverse that's showing that they can play really different champions. And at this point, they are the one who's looking good, and I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to finish this with an undefeated streak.
Oh, do not get me started on the multiverse over there. You guys are opening up a can of worms that I won't be able to stop. But of course, in that multiverse, we might have different winners coming in, and those winners might actually be you. Because everybody watching from home, you can actually get a chance to win some amazing prizes from PPGL. You might win some wild cards into your account, or you might win a Secret Lab gaming chair. Osiris, what are the details for those wild cards?
Of course, we know you love to share your fearless forecast with us. And now, it's your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Second, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SISPH playoffs, #CIconSeriesPH, and #PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat And of course, the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
And for the grand prize, of course, this is...
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Are you the biggest PPGL fan? You could be one of us and have your very own Secret Lab gaming chair. Just follow the mechanics. Number one, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Lab's official Facebook pages. Number two, like and share the live stream with the hashtags that you currently are seeing on your screen. Number three, before the end of each broadcast week, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat or the Discord server of PPGL community, which you need to answer. This will count as your raffle entry. The raffle will be done on the end of the fall season PH playoffs that will happen on August 29, 2021.
That is right. That date is growing closer and closer indeed. And, these are what you guys can win, of course. Meanwhile, for our teams, we have a total prize pool of 5 million Globe Cup points on the line for the fall season. And, well, we've got all the Globe Cup points. We've got the prize pool. We've got the chance to represent the region as well in the upcoming SEA Championship. And, luckily, we have this video to explain everything to you guys. Check this out.
The Rift is open yet again this fall season with a new format, new teams, and new stakes for another exciting and action-packed season. This is the Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Philippines Fall Season 2021. Instead of last season's regional format, teams from all over the country were able to take their shot in the tournament's open qualifiers. The top 3 teams from each qualifier advanced to the fall season group stages. For the group stages, 12 teams from the open qualifiers are shuffled and split into 4 different groups, with 3 teams seeded from the summer season's playoffs, along with another team from the last chance qualifiers. Teams are awarded with Globe Cup points for every series won in their tournament run. 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. Globe Cup points up for grabs in the group stages is as big as 3.6 million points. Teams are awarded 75,000 Globe Cup points for every series won. The prize pool for the playoffs is 1.4 million Globe Cup points. We kick off the action with the playoffs upper bracket quarterfinals, where the first seed teams will go up against the second seed teams from a different group in a best-of-3 series. Teams that win their matches advance to the upper bracket semifinals and receive 75,000 Globe Cup points. The teams that lose will be knocked down to the lower bracket, where they will fight to remain in the tournament in a best-of-1 matchup. The victorious teams advance to the lower bracket's quarterfinals and also receive 25,000 Globe Cup points in the process. The top 4 teams will battle it out in the upper bracket semifinals in a best-of-3 series, where the victors can earn a spot at the finals and receive 100,000 Globe Cup points each. The defeated teams will move down to the lower bracket quarterfinals for another best-of-3 series. The winners from those series move on to the lower bracket semifinals and bag 50,000 Globe Cup points. The team that makes it out of the upper bracket finals takes the first grand final spot and 200,000 Globe Cup points. The other team gets knocked down to the lower bracket finals, where they still have a chance to secure the second grand final spot. The winner of the lower bracket semifinals proceeds to the bracket's finals and earns 100,000 Globe Cup points. For the lower bracket finals, the defeated teams gets placed third, while the winner naps the second grand final spot and picks up 150,000 Globe Cup points. The last 2 teams go head-to-head in the grand finals, and the winner takes home the fall season championship and grand prize of 300,000 Globe Cup points. A new champion will be crowned, and new legends will be made.
First match of the day, and this will be between DR Esports versus Omega Esports. Now, checking out the lineup once again of DR Esports, including Gospel, who we chatted with earlier. The reason why I am so sad actually that we don't have our player cams at the moment is because, DR Esports, they made those post-game celebrations really, really interesting.
Yeah.
So I feel like, that's a slight loss on the, I guess, post-game entertainment. But, no shortage of entertainment at all when DR Esports are in the Rift. I do think that they're one of the only teams that can stand up to Omega right now, though. So this match is going to be really, really interesting. Again, it is the battle for Group D supremacy over here. And once again, checking out the lineup of DR Esports, Otlus, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this team.
Well-oiled machine. That is DR Esports in a nutshell, right? In week number 2, they just showed supremacy, as you would say. Number 1 in first bloods per game. Number 2 in dragons per game. A perfect 6-0 game record. 3-0 in terms of series record. And number 1 in post-game celebrations.
Yeah, and they don't surprise us at all with how they play because Omega, we saw them. I mean, DR Esports, we saw them on how convincingly they can just dominate the Rift, that they can play on the early game and then a snowball to avalanche type of approach. And at that point, they can just snag the game. And of course, I wanted to put the solo player highlight to Rox, which is the support. And fun fact about Rox is he is one of the Trash Prince at League of Legends BC, who has been hailed under the banner of Archangel. And this guy is currently sitting on a 11.75 KDA and a kill participation of 87%. So you can see that he is well-rounded, can play a tank, can play a conservative support, and Rox. I'm excited to see his trash.
Yeah, you just said Thresh. Are you saying he's like the Thresh Prince of Bel Air? Oh my God!
Oh.
I'm carbon dating myself. Please don't, Mika. I'm carbon dating myself over here. But yes, indeed, and Rox over here. He, I believe, is everybody on the team is rallying around him, especially as one of the first content creators over here for Wild Rift in the Philippine scene. And from the very beginning that the game launched, he was already there. He was creating all this content and gathering all of these players to jump into the Rift. So definitely expecting a lot of good things from DR Esports. Not to mention that clean streak that they do have, indeed. Dr. Esports doing very, very well over here. But of course, they will be up against Omega Esports. Now, Autolus, I know you have some interesting thoughts over here on Omega Esports. Now, I still think that they're one of the strongest teams here in the Icon series. They were one of the strongest during summer. They're still looking pretty good in the fall, especially with the addition of Arise and Blade Sox as coach. But you might have some different ideas.
Yeah, again, when talking about Omega Esports, we have a strong addition in Horizon. But the question really is he really a good fit to this Omega Esports squad? Feels to me that, there are so many maps to feed and the resources are just so much. Even though they have secured the most dragons and the most heralds per game, second first bloods per game, their game record is just at a measly 4-3, and their standing so far against DR Esports is 0-2. I expect them to bounce back though. I just hope that they have practice in the past couple of days, because if I'm not mistaken, Arise just got sick.
Yeah, and of course for the solo player highlight, we got Stronger, who is sticking his guns mostly to those supports, mostly onto the utilities, Janna, Nami, but this time around we are seeing a Galio and the Senna that puts him in a surprisingly a good 5-man stun that stopped the early game of the opposing team. KDA 7.58 and a kill participation of 74%. So we might expect a really good fight on the Dragon Lane, as both of the supports are big highlights.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, what Autolus mentioned about, we all know that these players individually are really, really good. But the question remains about, the team chemistry. And, Omega Esports, we definitely have seen better chemistry from them in, better days over here. But again, we're coming fresh from a 3-week break. There could be some things that they worked out, and we could see Omega Esports rise again, especially with this Globe key player clash that we have over here in the mid lane. Guys, what are your thoughts on EDAF and Arise?
Yeah, Daf and Arise. Again, Arise had to sacrifice a couple of resources and even, the damage percentage since the arrival of Horizon. And you can see the numbers, right? 6.38 to 3.30, and the damage percentage, damage share of 29% to 19%. The only beacon of hope for Arise is that a Daf's Fizz just got nerfed. So maybe that is already out of the way.
Yeah, but you still know that the champion pool of EDF is there, but we are running on a feast or famine type of lineup if Horizon is going to play alongside with Arise, so the distribution of resources will be an issue, but I know that they can pull it off, so let's see how they're going to do it.
Not to mention, I think this is going to be a challenge for the casters as well. You now have Horizon on the same team. So I hope you guys are ready for that. And I hope you guys are ready as well to share your comments, your thoughts on this match and all the matches to come. You can just head on over to Twitter and use two simple hashtags, hashtag #CIConSeries and hashtag Dominate the Rift, and you could be our, special guest, fourth panelist, as a, manner of saying over here. But guys, panelists, I want to know your predictions for this matchup. Is it going to be DR Esports or is it going to be Omega Esports?
No need to run it back. This is going to be DR Esports securing another win for themselves. Although it's going to be more difficult, it's a 2-1 record in favor of DR Esports.
Yeah, I also believe in the DR supremacy, as we saw them really in good style. As for Omega, they have this kind of there are times that they are offline or they're having a hard time, so DR all the way.
You know what? I probably would have said Omega Esports at some other point, but Nautilus, you did make a very good point. The chemistry, I feel like, is more in favor of DR Esports at this point in time. Omega Esports still needs some chinks, to work out, especially since they have new additions. And as we know here in the CICon series, building that team chemistry is so crucial. Omega Esports, yes, they do have that summer season buff, but this wasn't the same Omega that we saw from over there.
Yep.
So it's going to be really interesting indeed to see what form of Omega and what form of DR Esports we have over here. Now we have two tweets, I believe, two guest fourth panelists over here on our to be featured. And if we can bring our two tweets up, and you guys can get in on the action as well, and on Twitter, just using hashtag #CIConSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. You can also head on over to the PPGL community Discord server. We can check out, hang out, and watch the matches together. Comments and let us know your thoughts while the match is actually happening. We'll watch it together. And I think we do have two tweets coming on up, but before we do, that was a little bit of surprise. I don't know if you saw the
yeah, that's just a reminder for them to hop on to their phones and subscribe to Riot Go, because you can enjoy Mika with the spiel.
Indeed. You guys can get champion skill baubles, emotes, and a whole lot more with Riot Go. So I hope you guys do subscribe onto that promo. It's really great, actually. And you get all of the champions free, too. I mean, come on. We do have over here, oh my gosh, a newcomer to Twitter, I do believe. A newcomer to Twitter. Guys,
yeah.
Check out at PPGL_GG over there. Give that a follow and comment. Lods, follow kayo dyan. Wink. Hashtag SISPH, hashtag CIConSeriesPH, and all of the other hashtags indeed. Yes, guys, PPGL is now on Twitter. Please do give them a follow for the latest updates on the CICon series and all of the other events that PPGL has in store for you guys. And yes, with the wink over there, Lods, pa-follow nyo naman. And yes, indeed, we will definitely follow PPGL. Have you guys followed PPGL? I just looked to my side as if you guys were actually there. Have you guys followed PPGL on Twitter?
Yeah. He followed
Done. I'm the first follower. I'm just flexing that. The number, the first one.
Well, congratulations to you, Osiris. PPGL,
you so much.
did you follow us? PPGL followed me. PPGL followed me. I know that. I do believe we have a second tweet coming over here, so let's just pull that up and see what other surprises we have here from our audience. And again, guys, this is the final week of our group stages. The playoffs are getting closer and closer, and even further on the horizon is the C Championship. I do believe that was the end of our tweets. I think PPGL counts for 2. PPGL counts
Yeah.
for two, because that's how great they are. If you want to see your tweets featured over here, just like we did earlier, just head on over to Twitter. And again, 2 simple hashtags is all it takes. Hashtag dominate the rift and hashtag SeeIconSeriesPH. I guess there's nothing left to do except to Riot go over to our first match of the day. This is going to be DR Esports, Dr. Esports versus Omega Esports. Casters, take us into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
To honor the best, expect the best from every one of us. Speaking of the best, right off the gates, we are given a great, if not the best, matchup of the group stages. DR Esports versus Omega Esports. And if those names don't hype you up, if those names hype you up, then you've been paying attention. This will be a battle, and we are the lucky ones to cast this for you. I'm York, and with me is the ever so lovely Rico. Rico, how's your day so far?
Yeah, it's been great. Very excited to be back here again in the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines. And what a way to open this week 3, or rather week 4 of our Icon Series fall season. Omega versus DR Esports. For some reason, the panel calling a little bit back to 2 weeks ago with the DR Esports, Dr. Esports rather. But yeah, this matchup is going to be very spicy just because of how DR Esports were able to get that 2-0 against Omega. They're still undefeated. And before we even arrived in this week, there has been a lot of changes, a lot of different patch changes, more importantly. So maybe the meta has shifted, and we'll see how both of these teams have adjusted.
Yeah, I believe so. I've been watching a few pro games lately with the new patch 2.4a, and there are a few meta champions that have fallen off, specifically what do you call this, the ADCs with some debuffs. That is very, very important. We'll see that in the picks later on. Very timely that everyone is calling them Dr. Esports. A few days ago, the Spider-Man trailer came out, and everyone's hyped up. And that's why I love the Dr. Esports name right now. But then again, this is very interesting. Remembering the very first meetup from these two, DR Esports dominated the match. If you're talking about the changes, maybe the changes will be favoring Omega Esports this time.
Yeah, when we talk about the 2.3a changes, there's a lot. I think it was Otoluz or Osiris that brought it up. It was Fizz. And Edaf did an amazing job on that Fizz with all the max range Chum the Waters. But there has been a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of nerf towards Fizz, mainly directed towards the Fizz jungle primarily. So perhaps we get to see it again, since Edaf had a phenomenal performance in that champion. Something that I really look forward to still is the Lucian. Despite the nerfs, I feel like once paired with something that has a lot of peel, like a Janna or a Nami, I feel like the nerfs on his cooldowns, at least for the dash, is still doable. Is still something that Lucian players will find still comfortable.
Yeah, actually, the nerf is good, right? It's still doable, but it's better than being broken. The last time Lucian was really just the pick for sure. Even time-lapse on Mega Esports is a good Lucian player. But at the very least, that nerf will make him not that broken, and will make the competition much better. Let's see how Omega Esports will be bringing the Lucian, if they do so and still pick the Lucian.
Yeah, I feel like it's still going to be the same. The full crit insane cooldown just to keep dashing in. So maybe the early game of Lucian is what's gonna hurt with these nerfs, but at the end of the day, once you build all these CDR reduction and as well as ability haste, then I feel like Lucian is still gonna be a pretty strong pick. Especially, you mentioned we're looking at time lapse, we're looking at Gospel, who did an amazing job on that pick 3 weeks ago.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, with that nerf on the Lucian, it really brought the shine once again on the Corki, on the Kaisa pick. And you know that ER Esports, they have a very good Corki team lineup. So this is going to be very interesting. Looking forward in game number 1. We will see those adjustments pretty soon if ever they are able to do so. They had 2 weeks of rest. So they should, maybe not 3 weeks, right? So they should be able to adjust just in time.
Yeah, there are going to be a ton of adjustments for sure. They had, what, 2 weeks of adjustment just to see if they can get the scrims down, experiment on the picks that they want to utilize. Especially, all of these teams are looking towards getting into the playoffs. I mean, we've already seen Group A and B locking the top 4 teams, so there's only 4 more left to see who will fill those last slots, taking it into the playoffs. Imagine we're this close. We are already down to our last 2 weeks of the fall season, and it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and with that, let's Riot go into the champion selection screen. The bans are already starting. We have Olaf as our first ban. Then we have Camille. I love that Camille. I'm not really sure about the Olaf. What do you think about this?
Yeah, the Olaf ban, they just don't want to risk it. They don't want to play around it. They don't want to play against it and draft an anti-Olaf comp or something of that sort. But looking at the Zed, it is going to be a target ban against Arise. But all of these bans drag us out, meaning this is going to be a Senna Open. GR Esports, will they pick up the Riven? Will we see a Xin Zhao perhaps? No, this is still pretty strong. Big early game on that Lee Sin. You keep on that pressure at top side and possibly propel Devil J on this Riven.
Yes, definitely. Is this a Senna Nasus game? Not really sure. But love the Riven. That's why they banned out Zed, because most probably they can flex the Riven onto the mid. But we will know for sure later on, as Rengar is the jungler, the response onto that Lee Sin, Ari, and then Corki once again for DR Esports.
Yeah, Ari is, again, Ari's really nicely paired with a Rengar, just really strong skirmish, I suppose, when level 3 and when level 5 comes. DR Esports, we've seen this composition before in the Origin series, the Corki and the Varus. Corki will be in mid lane, and Gospel will act as the support AD carry. Basically, he's going to build Cyrildas, most likely, and then be a Varus, and an Ashe at the same time with the slows. But looking at Omega's composition now, finishing it with a Fiora, and as well as with the Nasus. This is something that we haven't seen in a while in the fall season, and I'm excited to see this work, especially at Horizon. Wait, hold on. I want to see where this is going. Okay, I feel like this is going to be... Okay, hold that thought. We have received a word from production. It is not going to be a Nasus, it is going to be Thresh, and I like it.
It's still
the
Nasus.
Tristana is Thresh. Okay.
Right. I was laughing earlier. Yes, we will not be seeing after game shenanigans from the DR Esports team. But I saw Rox trolling with the Teemo pick earlier. But then again, they are gonna go for the Thresh, and oh my god, first time Thresh will be showing up in the tournament. This is gonna be very interesting.
I see it now. I see it's really interesting because I feel like this is a different iteration of the Senna bot lane plus melee. Senna Galio, Senna Singe. I feel like this is a Senna Nasus bot lane, and I'm excited to see this work out in this first game of the day.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift. The fight is already on. Pretty safe early game for both sides. Just clearing out the mid waves, and then everyone is going to their respective lanes. But Lee Sin is going to start on the Raptors, so pretty interesting right here.
It's going to start on the Raptors. Going to see how the level 3 is going to go, because when we look at the level 3s of Omega, very strong. Arise, getting the charm. Horizon, full kit with a riposte with all the dashes as well. And Rengar as well. Of course, we'll see how the Rift Scuttler fights will proceed. And meanwhile, for the dual lane, this is good news for time lapse and stronger. At least they do have some form of sustain. Nasus for sure as well,
Right.
by itself. But we'll see though where Rox will use his roaming, because this is the debut of a Thresh, and Gospel has the necessary wave clear at least to buy time for Rox to move around the map. And Lee Sin and Thresh is one of the strongest support and jungle pairs, even back in League PC. So
Right.
I'm expecting Rox to roam around the map, especially early game.
Yes, that's the best player to run the Thresh for the first time. We're going to be seeing it in this tournament, so it's going to be very interesting. Not really a fan of Thresh right now. It feels like he's very squishy, but the rotation on the top side. Devil J's in a lot of trouble right now. Sickest situation right here. Charm is going to connect. Devil J surviving for a bit right there, but First Blood is still completed. Courtesy of Ari, that's your First Blood moment, but on the bottom side, cross map action as there is going to be a dive onto the Thresh hook. It's gonna connect, and Nasus goes down. Well played, 1-for-1 each. Omega and DR Esports.
Omega wins that one in the bag just because of First Blood, extra gold. DR Esports, again, wanted to take advantage of how low Mobile Stronger is on the Nasus and see if they can propel Gospel with Rox, and especially Etaf as well on this Lee Sin. They're able to at least get a kill off of that. Omega, in the meantime, is happy about that top lane gank. We talked about this before. Level 3 is incredibly strong, and they're able to take advantage of that. Look at the tower at top side. It's very close to falling, therefore, Omega most likely doesn't even need Rift Herald to get First Blood Tower.
True, definitely. That's going to be very interesting later on. That was courtesy of the rotation on the top side. Our DR Esports will have a dent on their laning phase. They will have to focus more on protecting this one and denying First Blood turret onto the economy of Omega Esports. Let's see how they're going to be doing that, as in the next 50 seconds of the game, the first Dragon and the Rift Herald is going to be spawning.
And that's going to be an Ocean Drake as well. So I feel like both of these teams can let that simmer a little bit. Focus a little bit more on that Rift Herald. And we'll see whether or not if DR Esports, Etaf, and Devil J will find the opportunity along with Rox, because it's very important to get that pick first before they enter into these 4v5 or 5v5 scenarios, rather, these skirmishes. Omega, they have the same formula. They have a lot in their kit, a lot of single target. They can burst someone down easily and make it into a 4v5.
Yeah, if you were Omega Esports, which will you take first? Will you get the Rift Herald, or will you get the first Dragon, knowing that you have a good chance of taking the first turret already?
I feel like it is definitely going to be a Rift Herald. They do want that bonus. Imagine getting First Blood Tower and then dropping the Rift Herald somewhere else, either mid or at bot. So it has a lot of value, and the results is seemingly like you have a Ziggs on your squad with the map state right now where they have. Looking at Omega's movements though, it's seemingly like they are opting to get the Ocean.
Oh, that thought there's gonna be a fight right here. Tresh sends out the ultimate courtesy of Rox, but Senna's already down. This is bad for Mega Esports. This is 5v4 as Riven is gonna be coming here. Package, beautiful. Drop in front of everyone. DR Esports are winning this fight so far. Omega Esports will have to back away, but the Dragon is still available at this point. No take just yet. At the top side, though, the turret will not have the same fate, and it goes down. Omega Esports gets the First Blood turret. Riven, Devil J is gonna go for the hunt. Is he gonna get it? The stun is gonna connect. No, it is going to be a Ryzen safe under the turret. We'll be able to go back home. Still 1-2 on the board. DR Esports still in favor.
Yeah, it was a little bit lacking. The dash coming from Horizon to proc the last grand challenge, to proc the heal. I felt like it could have been in favor of Horizon, but Devil J played that duel so well. And looking at the map right now, Omega gonna get another tower open, another map open. Meanwhile, DR Esports will be happy about getting this Rift Herald. It will help them equalize the map state. And with that, they're currently happy, I suppose, because again, Edaf, Gospel, Edaf is looking to his third item. We're talking about Essence Reaver, Solari Charge Blade, and then Infinity Edge. But look at this. They're pushing to the second tier tower, Omega rather.
DR Esports was not expecting that at all. They traded the top turret, yes, for the bottom turret. But Omega Esports season opening goes for the second turn, and because of that, they're now up 1K. Remember, Rift Herald did go to the DR Esports side, so they can still use that to even things up. But that was a well-played moment by Omega, getting 2 turrets on the bottom side.
Yeah, it is going to be DR Esports pressure to open up the map in the bot lane because the next dragon is Infernal, and that is extremely important. Again, one of the best buffs in the game to be able to get more of that damage output. Looking at the items though, we're seeing a Black Cleaver in the hands of Edaf. We're not looking at the usual build that we usually see. And now Omega on the hunt.
All right, let's see if they're going to be catching someone right here. They will be able to. Rox is already very low at this point, but will stay surviving in this fight. There are 2 champions that onto Omega Esports. Arise goes down next. Impressive is already out of the fight. Varus sends out the Q, and it is painful. DR Esports with an ace, and they are headed towards the mid part of the map to take the mid turret as their reward.
Yeah, what a fight there from DR Esports. It was Omega wanting to start that fight. They weren't prepared. They didn't get to burst down their focus target, and it cost them so much. And now, again, this composition, they don't have disengage. This is an all-out comp. If they go in, there is no way out. And they have to pay for it because all the kills went over to Edaf, one of the carries in the DR Esports composition. Now we get to see how they're going to maneuver around this Infernal Drake later on. Again, Omega Strength, they want to get a pick, but DR Esports, they can get one too.
I think they are. They're already on the hunt right here, but that ward is going to be spotting them. But then again, DR Esports just got a 5 for nothing special. And now they're marching onto the bottom turret. Right here, Rift Herald is going to be casted. Gospel is already there in the area. I don't think there is much they can do for this turret, and as it is being beaten down right here. But the fight is on. There it is. Fiora will start off with his ultimate. But Edaf already very low will go down. So that's Jungler down, shut down, given onto Arise. Well played so far. Also Arise and gets a kill of his own. So that's 2 gems that on DR Esports side, and one this time. Omega Esports is winning this somehow. Only our Edaf left, but there it is. An ace also to respond from the ace earlier, and Omega Esports got this one. 6-9 on the board, 8 minutes 40 seconds in.
Yeah, this is what they want. This is how they work with their composition. They were able to burst down Etaf right away, and it was just perfect. 4v5 situation, and then the Infernal Drake is about to spawn in a few seconds. DR Esports, all they wanted to do was basically clear some space, increase and even out the map score. Look at Etaf.
There it is. Good job by Adam right there. But there are 2 champions there, my friend, and he regrets his decision immediately. He survives, though. That was clutch right there with the shield, and they will take down Senna. Adam is already out of the fight right here. Impressive, though. It's in too deep, and he goes down. Dragon is next on the menu here for DR Esports. Omega don't want to give this one out for free, so they are going to go for the fight. Are you sure about this, knowing that your HP bars mean your numbers are down at this point? Gospel is already very low, but Dragon 1K at 700 done, and with the smite, that will finish things off. Here it goes in. Stronger goes in with the ultimate. He is not going to be able to get anyone out of that, and the fight is over. DR Esports with another win in their hands.
Rock's the MVP in that skirmish, in that fight. That clutch lantern saved Etaf's life. Therefore, Jungler is alive for DR Esports. Therefore, they secure this Infernal Drake for themselves. Now, Omega wants to even out the score, at least, with the absence of their jungler, open up the mid lane, and even out the map score. As DR Esports, this is a very close game. Look at the gold. And now the biggest question is, because Edaf is huge in this fight so far, even carrying a death stance. So we're looking into what? Aggressive package usage, as in getting in the middle of the fight and then Valkyrieing out. So I really, really like this approach. It is definitely something that DR Esports are ready for. Now we get to see Gospel. We're manifully stacked as well. So the piercing arrows are going to pierce and hurt a lot more.
Yes, and this is definitely favoring DR Esports. Remember, Omega Esports has the Fiora and Horizon, and that split push is not working as of this point of the game, and I don't think it is going to go online in the later part. So if that is going to happen, it will favor DR Esports. If you're a Fiora joining the team fight, your impact is not that much compared to a real bruiser champion. So far so good. DR Esports are dragging this, even if the gold lead there is no gold lead on their side. Being able to even things out at this point of the game is going to fall into their favor. Let's see, there's Omega rotation right here, but they're going to be spotted and will back away. We'll just opt for a blue buff take, but DR Esports will not allow that. And let's see who will go in. No one is brave enough to start the fight at this point.
It's really, really dangerous to go that way without any vision. Let's see though if Edap will able to start a fight.
There it is. Edap this time is fearless, and they take down Ari, and there is no further deaths after that, as Omega Esports will just back away. They know they are already down, and they will go back. And this is DR Esports going for the Baron, and I think this one is for free.
Yeah, Etaf right now very, very low. Look at Omega. They want to contest this one.
Let's see if the contest is going to be
That's so low.
Successful right here. Oh, the Baron. That was a big steal right there by our Omega team. Well played, impressive with the steal. But here comes the punish as Nasus goes down. Stronger is already out of the fight. Next target is going to be Time Lapse, and he's going down. Horizon, with the split push, is going to be successful. Takes down the bottom turret, and despite the losses in their champions onto that fight, it's still 6-15 on the board. Pretty even on the gold at this point.
Yeah, this is an insane series. It's looking like the same energy, the same intensity as when they first met 3 weeks ago. And now, you mentioned, gold lead is pretty much even, but the base of DRE's, again, Etaf!
Oh, big kick right there, and our Ari is down. Arise will regret that decision right away, getting in the bush. But let's see if ever DR Esports will capitalize on this lead and this skill that they have onto the mid lane.
DR Esports, they have to be careful here. They cannot spend a lot of time doing the Dragon Dance, doing the sieging, because Omega is right there, or rather, Horizon is right there doing the split push. But Horizon is with Impressive here, so Devil J should be careful.
Yes, definitely, but that is numbers onto the top side, so mid is going to take a pounding right here. Despite not having the Baron buff, they were able to take the mid turret at the top side though. Oh, Nasus is going to go down. Stronger is already out of the fight, but the top turret inhibitor, this is what I'm talking about. If ever Fiora will be able to get online on the split push, they will have a good chance in this game, and they're just doing that. Omega Esports are back in this game.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been a different scenario if it's a 1v1 situation, but Impressive was nearby. Impressive was there to set up for a 1v2, bait out Devil J into a position that he's not prepared for. Now that the Mountain Drake has spawned, this puts DR Esports in a very awkward spot. They cannot take their time here because of the minion wave, especially at bot side building.
Let's see. Oh, no, the steal is not going to connect right there. Good attempt right there by Etap, but it is going to fall short. Here comes the fight right here. Etap is already down.
Impressive pushing. Impressive pushing.
Right here, but there it is. Impressive is going to go onto the bottom side of the map. Oh, no, the fight is still on right here. The blue team will go down. Nasus rampage onto the Riven, but your Nexus is taking a lot of damage. TPs are going to be coming in. Are they going to do it? Omega Esports, they do! And they steal game number 1 here against DR Esports. Well played, Omega.
What a finish! What a game! The goal lead was incredibly even. The map, though, is a different story. And Omega opened up bot and top so early that DR Esports had a hard time finding these opportunities, despite finding the picks for them to take off in this game.
Yes, they do lose a lot of champions right there for the Dragon fight, but like the Thief in the Night, Rengar goes in for the Nexus, and they were successful. I think that was just a mismanagement, miscalculation onto the DR side. But then again, well played by Omega Esports, stealing that win away from DR Esports.
Yeah, impressive. Again, he still is very consistent with the title of being the Phantom Thief. He was able to steal that Baron at the end of again that Baron take, and it was just so. I'm sure that was very discouraging for DR Esports. Looking at these, it's 21, 9 to 21. DR Esports had the most kill. Edoff was absolutely insane. So Omega said, okay, we obviously can't fight with you. Fire with fire. We're just gonna try to split the map with our 1-3-1, and it worked out so well.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that just shows you that it's not about clashes. It's not really about getting kills. It's about your macro game and game IQ. And Omega Esports just gave us one of the best games in this group stage so far. Well played by Omega Esports. Our master of the match, there he is. Impressive. John Lloyd Cruz, De La Cruz, is our player of the match on that Rengar. KDA 2.67 only, but kill participation is 89%. That's big right there for a jungler.
Yeah, impressive was basically everywhere. He was assisting. He was assisting Ryzen in his split push duties to make sure that the 1v1 is not going to be there. It's going to be a 1v2, and Impressive is going to sneak around. And the steal. He is the Phantom Thief himself. From summer season, he has been stealing dragons and barons like it's nothing. And he's still doing it in the fall season. And it's just very, very impressive.
Yeah, that steal really, I think, was the pivot of the game. Big time play from big time players. Impressive. Very impressive this time in that play. There it is. What a game one so far. And it was a roller coaster ride for game number one. You don't really know for sure who will win that at the later parts of the game. Even during the last clash, it's still a question mark. And if Omega did not do that, it would have been a very scary game for them still.
Yeah, I feel like in the early game, the two tower takes from the inner to the outer rather to the inner tower at the bot lane really hurt DR Esports map control, and Omega just really took advantage of that. Just used Ryzen constantly for the 4-1 split push, maybe even the 1-3-1 as well. And again, Impressive really assisted to that. Despite DR Esports finding picks on Arise constantly, it still wasn't enough. It's still them losing the towers at the end of the day, and really, really impressive showing. Again, that Baron could have been something that DR Esports needed to regain map control, but that impressive steal from the Rengar was just that game-ending move.
Yes, definitely. Kudos to Omega Esports, definitely. They showed the composure of a champion right there, sticking with their win condition, which is the Fiora split push. They still hanged on to that even if they were already losing team fights. Usually the tendency is you are going to be, as a Fiora, you are going to be forced to really join team fights because your team will definitely lose team fights. But the Fiora was there split pushing still, even if they were losing bodies, and they won because of that. Well played again by Omega Esports.
Yeah, Omega Esports played that map really well. I want to take a look at the draft here. These are answers to 4-1 split push or 1-3-1s. You remove the Twisted Fate, you remove the Galio. It also denies any sort of potential for Devil J to snowball. If ever, if you unlock level 5 and then you either visit the side lanes. This is really nicely done. Coming from Omega, as well as removing the Olaf just to deny any sort of that big skirmish potential, forcing basically Etaf to go over to this Lee Sin. He had a phenomenal game actually. He did really, really good catching off Arise, but the space, they didn't have enough space. Their base was basically open. So DR Esports, they didn't have the time. They didn't have the luxury to linger around in the map just to, set up death brushes, just to set up picks.
Yes, definitely. So, are you a fan of the Nasus and Senna?
Yes, I'm a big fan of this because what Nasus did, I feel like what Stronger did rather. I think his first item build was the Rylai, so big HP. I think he was just there to be a big bothersome soaker to basically Edaf and as well as Gospel. And again, Gospel is a pretty low mobile champion. Usually Varus is usually paired with a Nami to compensate to how low mobile he is with the movement speed, with the passive of the Nami. But he's now paired with a Thresh. So it's only the Lantern that can basically assist you, and that can only be used, well, once in a span of a few seconds before it's up again. So it's so different from the constant movement speed that every single skill that Nami can dish out on the table. So I like this coming from the side of Omega, stronger on Anasis. I am looking forward to other combinations to the Senna plus melee, Senna Galio, Senna Singed, and now Senna Nasus. I really like it.
Yes, and the late game potential of a Senna and a Nasus, you know that they scale very strong in the late game. So I see the potential of this lineup now, especially with their split push game plan. Nasus was there really tagging up for everyone, so he slows down the fight while their Fiora is going for a split push, and they won the game because of that. So very impressive right here from Omega Esports. Nasus and Senna still is very, very good. We saw this played by China teams in the LCK versus LPL, and Filipino teams are now starting to adopt this kind of strategy. It's working out so well so far for Mega Esports.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see this more, definitely. I mean, looking at the picks as well from DR Esports, Lee Sin, Thresh. This is, again, one of the best combos we've seen back in League PC. Early roaming, skill shots, basically. Sonic Wave into the Death Sentence or vice versa. And it's an easy kill, basically. But we never got to see that just because of the lane, the dual lane of DR Esports. Never really got to see priority whatsoever. It was very risky to leave out Gospel in his own devices. So I felt like that was what held back the Thresh, and that is the reason why we didn't get to see any sort of amazing plays coming from Rox. Only maybe just one, the clutch Lantern in that dragon that saved Etaf's life. But at the same time, he didn't get to roam, and I feel like the composition of DR Esports, if they got to roam, it could have been a better play, a better game, and better map control.
Sure. And that's the reason why I'm still a doubter of the current Thresh. We saw a lot of times that Rox was caught, and really his HP bars were already very low for the clash, because he's still very squishy as a champion, and I that's why I'm not really a fan of him still. Just if you have a trash opponent, just focus on him. He's already out of the fight, and you are already in a very good situation. And that's what Omega Esports tried to do during the team fights. They tried to really take trash away from the fight, and they were able to prolong the fights because of that. Enough for their Fiora to really to be effective in the split pushes.
Yeah, Omega didn't have any answer. I mean, they did have Devil J here on the Riven, but at the same time, it was a 1v2, and DR Esports can't really afford to send an extra person over because they needed Etaf to be there for the setup, because this is a double 80 carry composition that will be reliant on Rox and Etaf for the death sentences, the killer kicks that we just saw from the Lee Sin. So that is the reason why, Devil J unfortunately had to be on his own, and impressive. Just did a good job splitting the map, making sure that the 1v1 will not happen. It's going to be instantly a 1v2.
Right. Devil J is scary on a Camille. They had to ban the Camille because they were on the first pick of this game. It's going to be very risky if you open up the Camille for Omega. So maybe they're going to be adjusting to get that pick later on. He's been very effective on a Camille. That's something that I want to see in game number 2. What sort of adjustments do you want to see more from DR Esports?
I think if they're going to get a Lee Sin, I feel like Renekton, Lee Sin is a very good red side, a very strong red side pick. Perhaps maybe Pantheon. I don't know. Pantheon has been very popular in the Origin series, and so far Omega has been banning all of these semi-global ults that can instantly make it into a 2v2 scenario, because all of their setups in that previous game was 1v2s against Devil J. So maybe if they add in a Pantheon into the equation, then they have something that can answer to that approach that Omega has been doing. So yeah, Pantheon jungle, perhaps maybe Pantheon mid. I think that could be a possibility.
True, and the point-click stun of Pantheon is still very strong. There was a nerf on the Pantheon, so that's why somehow Pantheon did fall off after the patch. So that's going to be very interesting if they are going to go for it once again. Definitely Pantheon will have very good matchups. If ever, most probably they see maybe a ranged Baron laner this time, a Pantheon is going to be very good against that. But we'll know for sure. Your esports will have to adjust for game number 2 if they want to keep their scores still perfect for all of the group stages. Definitely.
Yeah, DR Esports, they were on their way to an almost undefeated game streak. But so far, at least if they still win the series, they can still opt for the undefeated series-wise streak. So Omega, of course, they want to take it back. They want revenge after the first round robin against DR Esports because they got 0-2'd. And it could have been a game number 3 after that base race defense. And it's pretty intense. So far, this has been our closest matchup. If even when we take into account Group A and B, basically all of the groups, Omega and DR Esports so far has been the spiciest rivalry I've seen in the fall season.
Yes, and respecting another banger of game number 2. Hopefully DR Esports will be able to adjust. Omega Esports did put a dent on the win streak that DR Esports is running right now. Then again, this is still the group stage. There's no pressure for DR Esports at this point, but you will really want to get this win still. That 75,000 Globe Cup points is still very juicy. So you really want to get that still.
Yeah, it's super duper huge. You want to rack up as much points as you can, Globe Cup points as much as you can as well. Aside from, having your goals set onto the playoffs.
And with that, let's go into the champion selection screen. Omega Esports is still on the blue side. This time, DR Esports will just go for a response pick as they go to the red.
Yeah, looks like Omega is going to be picking or banning the same picks for DR Esports. What will they adjust this time around? Because the Fiora, the Senna are still very key picks from what we saw in Omega Esports' game in the first game. Camille, yes. Although it looks to be going for the similar route. Omega will be picking Senna first again. And DR Esports, do they pick Renekton and then Lee Sin on this rotation? That is the question.
Very interesting right here. So this is the adjustment time. Similar picks. Oh, they're going to go for the Riven still on the first pick. Another Lee Sin. Round 2?
Yeah, Etaf had an amazing game on the Lee Sin. Devil J as well. It was just that the way that the map has opened really soon for them to try and catch up. So Omega, of course, do not fix what is not broken, and they will eventually get to their similar picks. DR Esports, though, they have the chance to deviate rather. Double 80 carry, again, they could pick up a Corki, and as well, I really like this, the Janna pick instead of the Thresh. They know that Rox didn't get to roam earlier, and therefore it's okay to just get the Janna, get the Varus, and see what Edaf rather will play in the mid lane to adjust and see what Omega will build this time around.
So the adjustments right here for DR Esports is they changed the support. They got the Corki once again. Another Senna Nasus lineup for Omega Esports. Rox, I think if ever Varus is still there, are they going to go for the Varus again this time? Not really sure. Lucian is available, so that could be a pick.
There we go.
Kali. All right.
Yes, Edaf had again when he saw him back on the Fizz, he had an amazing performance. But of course, don't forget about Devil J Sakali as well. He had an amazing game in the first round robin. So I really like this pick. The fact that there is no threat to the Akali at all in this composition. There's no Galio in there. There's no Braum in there. There's no Gragas. So this is just a perfect scenario for an Akali to thrive.
Yeah, no Twisted Fate too, to add on to that. Twisted Fate is one of the best champions to really counter an Akali. So without TF available right here, I love the Akali pick. Who are you favoring basing on the picks right now?
For me, I really love DR Esports' composition just because of the adjustments that they made. You know, not going for the double 80 carry composition, them, you know, sort of figuring out that, hey, Rox didn't get to use the Thresh because he didn't get to roam. Might as well just pick up a Janna.
True. And yeah, DR Esports, we already know what you have right now from Omega Esports. So they did the adjustments. I love the adjustments right here. Omega Esports will be able to do the same kind of game number 1 or improve on it even. This is going to be very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift. Game number 2, Omega Esports versus DR Esports. This is a win or go home situation. Not really go home, but this is a must-win for DR Esports if they want to keep their streak clean. And Omega Esports, will they be able to complete the revenge in this game number 2? We'll know about that for sure as we go in the fights.
For DR Esports' composition, the movements will solely based on Devil J, Etaf, and Edaf. Gospel and Rox, they're just gonna chill. They're just gonna wait for the 2-3 item power spike. We'll see what Gospel decides to pick up on his build. If I'm guessing, maybe Essence Reaver, Solari, and then possibly Infinity Edge, but we'll check that out.
Oh, here is Gospel dealing a lot of damage. Timelapse is gonna be caught right here, but they're both gonna be okay. The top side though is very interesting. There is level gap already starting. Arison's already level 3. Oh, there's a dive right here. Tasos will be okay. Timelapse, good poke right there, but Etaf will be okay. Will be able to escape. Good attempt right here though for DR Esports, but so far still 0-0, pretty even still on the gold.
Yeah, there's still no first blood. This is a complete turnaround from the game 1. Double J is fine.
Right. Cross map action right here as Arisen is gonna go. Impressive is gonna go for the rotation, but Rox is already here, so they're gonna be able to defend it. Here comes the pincer maneuver. Good stun right there on the 2 champions. Impressive, in lots of trouble right now, and he goes down. First blood goes onto the side of DR Esports, and that's your Globe first blood moment.
Wow, DR Esports just turned that around. Rox just basically backed away after the engage in the bottom lane. Really good read from DR Esports because, again, it is a bit of a repeat from what we saw from the game number 1. Omega going to dive in towards Devil J, getting first blood possibly, and then chunking down the tower and getting first blood tower as well. That was the formula in game number 1. DR Esports read that well. Okay, let's adjust. Send Rox down up top. Down up top, that doesn't make sense. But get that counter engage at top lane. Really nicely done by DR Esports.
I love the urgency. They were getting into action on the bottom side of the map earlier, and just like that, with a snap of a finger, they're already at the top side. And there it is. Good kick right here by Edaf on the side of that. Horizon will go down once again, and that's 2-0 DR Esports, and they're going in for the push. Janna is also here, and let's see if they're going to be able to. This is first turret of the game being threatened right now. Impressive is going to spot Janna right there. Janna will have to force flash away, and that will foil the fun of DR Esports. Good defense by Omega Esports with that rotation.
Yeah, I really love how Rox is able to roam around the map. Not worry too much about Gospel. It's not going to be a Varus in the bot lane. It's a Corki. They have safety. They have that big wave clear with the rockets and the phosphorus bomb. So this is where Rox will definitely shine as well with the team. This could be third time around in the visit at top lane.
Round 2, here we go. That's Impressive is caught up once again. Will take a lot of damage right there. Sonic it's not gonna connect right there, but nonetheless, he still goes down, courtesy of Devil J, and 3-0. DR Esports is starting to gain control of the game. The fight's not done yet. Horizon will want to look for a pick right here as Edaf is already here. This one is sniffed out by Omega. Good job by them backing away, but DR Esports are winning it in the early game.
I gotta say, Rox, it was low-key, but it was a really, really good Howling Gale, a double knock-up. They're able to get impressive. And now, Omega, though, starting this Rift Herald. DR Esports now nearby. Left to see who this Rift Herald, where it's going to go.
Let's see, a storm is brewing right here in the pit. But Omega Esports will try to disengage. That Twin Shadow is going to spot them. So that's, the charm is going to connect onto Edaf. And that is really bad, but he will be able to go home. But there it is. Lee Sin is already half HP down. And with the jungler chunk this is a good opening for Omega Esports. Let's see what they are gonna do.
Yeah, so far, it's still pretty much even. Wards are invested a lot on the Rift Herald, so Omega has to be a little bit worried here if they want to overcommit this. The Rift Scholar is not in their favor, but the thing is, no one from DR Esports are nearby to slow this down. It is just Edaf.
All right, definitely. And they're not even trading this for the Dragon. Instead, they want to go onto the bottom lane. If you get Rift Herald, we are going to still get the first turret of the game. And DR Esports is successful on the top side. Omega Esports will get one turret of their own. Dragon is still available, being started right now by Etaf already. Let's see if Omega Esports can do something about this.
They are focusing more on the gold allocation directly funneled into Devil J. We've seen how Akalis can just snowball out of control, especially when we take a look at mid to late game. And now for Omega, missed the opportunity to get that first blood tower because of what DR Esports decided to do. And DR Esports also managing to get that first dragon of the game. So the shields are going to be very important. It's a really good deny as well, because Gospel has a lot of pokes. Omega will have to suffer from all the rockets in the hands of Gospel.
Yes, definitely. On the bottom side, Horizon gets priority right here, but there is no objective available, so this is just going to be evened out. At this point of the game, 3-0 DR Esports, knowing that they have the Lee Sin, they will have to try to push the pace. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Rift Scuttler is being targeted right here. There are 4 champions to set up for this. That's great communication right here. Twin Shadows going to be casted. Edaf is going to be dove on most probably, but Jana is going to be here. Let's see. Edaf is going to go for the chase right here. Grand Challenge is going to be casted, but will not be followed up this time. Rox is going to rotate onto the mid part of the map. This is a busy Rox right here, and is doing a lot for the team, saving everyone here and there. Edaf is in a good spot. Good right there on the side of that, and just like that, set ice down. And that's time lapse already out. Let's see if they can get more from DR Esports. No, I don't think so, but what a good pickoff right there. They're just going to settle on the top turret, and that should go down in a bit.
Edaf! Oh, it's not over.
It's not over. This is what I'm talking about. They have to push the pace of the game. DR Esports firing in all cylinders right now. They will not get a kill from that rotation, but still, the rotations are good.
Edaf, he has been so consistent in this Lee Sin for this series so far, and I'm sure it definitely has to be feared. I feel like Omega could potentially try and ban this out, I feel like. But looking at the items now, rather the gold lead, we see that Devil J has been constantly split pushing, has been constantly being funneled all the gold. And he is 1k ahead of his counterpart there, Horizon. Having the Lich Bane already, having the Arm Guard as well, to survive against Impressive and Horizon. He definitely has sensed what is going to be the potential scenario from game number 1. And now,
Horizon, you need to get out of town, buddy, but the exit is cut, and Horizon, once again, will try to survive with the stasis, but still, will be able to run a bit. He's sticking down. Is he alive? Etap is going to be...
Tower. Yeah,
but it is still going to be a kill onto the Riven.
Mid lane?
On the mid, another action here and there. Arise connects onto the charm of Devil J, but Devil J is still A-okay. Rockets are going to be on point this time. Jana sends out the Monsoon to try to save the Riven. Riven still goes down. They get a shutdown onto Edaf, but still it is looking like a DR Esports game. Here comes Edaf, and the Rengar is trapped under the turret, and they are hunting the cat down. Impressive. Will Stasis try to survive, but it will delay the inevitable, and it is Impressive going down, and they take the mid turret as their bonus.
That was a really good decision coming from DR Esports, or rather the way that they managed that situation, getting a pick onto Horizon while DR Esports weren't able to deny the tower take in mid lane. They were still able to rack up these kills. As we can see now, Gospel opting for the usual standard that we're seeing in the Corki. Now another fight potentially.
All right, Edap is going to be fronting the fight right here at the back lines, though. Charm is not going to connect, but Arise is in trouble right now, and he will be forced to use the stasis, but he still goes down. DR Esports is on the hunt, and here is the pain train, and it's running over Omega right now. 3 champ is dead. Uh-oh, Arise will survive with the flash right there, but it is another DR Esports win, and they will take the Cloud Drake as their dessert. Well played.
What was that fight from DR Esports? Again, Etaf is insane on this Lee Sin. He is unstoppable. He just keeps finding Arise time and time again. No Arise means no Charm, meaning that time lapse will be the secondary engage for Omega Esports, and it is going to be very, very awkward. Looking at DR Esports with their items right now, it looks really good. 304, 313, 305 for all the important carries. Solari Charge Blade for Gospel. So the crits are definitely going to start to be more apparent in these fights. So Omega has to be careful. They can't get clumped up together, or else they're going to get a lot of crits to the face.
All right, and kudos to Rox, right? Really, this investment on the Twin Shadow has paid them dividends already, spotting out the rotations. And Rox is all over the map. There was a rotation for their bottom side of the turret, but because Rox was there, it foiled the fun for Mega Esports. And because of that, they are now on top of this game. 1-11 on the board, and the gold has now ballooned to 6K. This is looking like DR Esports game at this point.
Yeah, the Rox is Jana. The way he roamed around the map constantly is, very effective. And that's what we're seeing right now. The results of his roams is definitely what we're seeing right now. They're trying to find another kick.
I think there it is, and it's going to connect onto Stronger. Run, my friend! He is going to be tanky for a tad bit, but the Rockets are there to make sure he goes down, and that's a kill onto
Devil J!
Esports. Devil J very low. Akali and Arise is going to be there, and is going to be able to take down Akali, but though
the stun miss!
Fox is still going down. 3 champions dead on Omega Esports. Only 1 on the side of DR Esports. The mid turret is going to be taking a pounding right here. The stun is going to connect right there for the Senna, but only 2 champions right here to defend this one. DR Esports will go for the Baron as they have won that fight.
And look at that, 8 seconds, still impressive spawns. We'll see if they're going to be buying the teleports to just come in and join the fight.
I don't think so. It's a that bit too late, and there it is. It is DR Esports, courtesy of Etap, who takes that Baron. Etap and Ryzen right here for 1v1 battle. Both will not want any piece of the fight, and they just disengage. DR Esports now has the Baron buff. Let's see what kind of damage they can do with this.
They will continue to siege. They are going to form this scary 1-3-1 with Devil J at top, as well as Edaf at bot, unless they want to just create this 4-man, considering that they need Edaf for the stuns. They don't really have enough CC, so they're just going to do a 1-4. Look at the damage coming from Gospel.
Yes, there it is. That mid turret is just going to be left by Omega Esports. Sonic Wave is not going to connect right here. Oh, so far, DR Esports are already happy with taking 1 turret. They are going to be sliding onto the bottom side. There is a gang up right here. Etap spots that one. The charm is not going to connect. Good job by Etap, basically baiting that one out. But so far, so good. DR Esports they're still pushing the matters. Akali is left alone at the top side, so this is going to be a good take at the top. Bottom turret is going to go down, so much money, so much gold is injected into the economy of DR Esports right now, and they're not even done yet. Let's see if they want more, as the Infernal Drake will be spawning in a bit. Bottom side, there it is. Edap went in, and that was bad right there, and the charm is not going to connect right here, so that's good for Edap. Mid inhibitor is already down. Everyone is sliding on the bottom. Even Akali is bringing down the turret on the top side. The base is in shambles for Omega Esports. Let's see if the right part will break out. And there it is. It did go in. That Akali. But right there, it is already DR Esports game. Edap down, Arise down, 1 for 1, but the Nexus is being targeted. Let's see if they can brute force their way for a win. This is playing with fire. DR Esports, I don't like this, and they will just back away. I love that call to get back home.
yeah, this is just the best call. They've lost Etaf already. There's just so much. There's just a bunch of wave clear coming from time lapse. It's a little bit too risky to keep overstaying. So this is very smart from DR Esports. They know that they're in a humongous lead anyway, so it's just fine to take that reset, buy some items, get the Infernal Drake as a big bonus, and then pursue and siege towards the Nexus.
Right, definitely. Infernal Drake is already available for sure. DR Esports have that Death Drake in their sights. They're already marching towards that area. Omega Esports will wanna try to contest this, but they should not be. It's gonna be very risky. Let's see. There's a fight. Champion is gonna connect right here, but the follow-up is just not there. As a rise and time lapse is already out of the fight before they can do a damn thing, and they're going down one by one. Only impressive left right here to mourn for the team as they get obliterated by DR Esports. DR Esports smelling blood, and they're gonna go for the juggler. Nexus is next in the target. 1K 500 done. DR Esports are going to game number 3.
What a series we're having tonight. What a way to open up and welcome back the PPGL Icon Series fall season. DR Esports, that was a more cleaner, a more definitive approach to the game. They were able to read that, okay, Omega, same composition, you're probably going to do the same things. And we were just going to take a step back, see what you guys did in game number 1, and then have the remedy prepared. And DR Esports did a phenomenal job in the second game.
Definitely. Good adjustment right here by DR Esports. Love the Janna pick. And on that rocks, Janna was very pivotal for their team fights. Just all over the map. I don't think he will get MVP. But I'm a support player. I look at I look at support players, how they play, how they impact games. It's not really shown on the scorecards. But this game, man, Rox really played his art out, and I love that. There it is, MVP Gospel 5-0-11, and we mentioned about this in the early parts of this series. Gospel's Corki is really very strong, and we were able to see that this time in game number 2.
It's an absolutely crazy game. DR Esports, they played to their strengths with their adjustments in the composition. They decided, okay, hey, we're going to wait for Gospel to reach his 3-item power spike on top of the Infinity Edge, rather. And then Rox is just going to roam, and then basically enable Devil J, Etaf, and Edaf to just do what they do best. Especially Edaf can easily go crazy at the early to mid game, and that's exactly what we saw. What a game that we have here as we take a look at Gospel being our master of the match here as the Corki.
Smile, my friend. You deserve this one. KDA of 16, 84% kill participation. The itemization is there, but he was just phenomenal in this fight, dishing out the damage needed to really take control of the game. Well-deserved master of the match tag right here.
Yeah, Gospel, his positioning was great. He was very confident when he knew that he had basically Essence, Reaver, Solari, Charge Blade, and Infinity Edge. So he was like, okay, this is a time where I really don't care if there's like 3 people in front of me. I'm just gonna pour in all my rockets, and I know it's gonna hurt, and I know they're gonna run. And that's exactly what we saw earlier once Gospel joins the fight after the 10-minute mark or so, 15-minute mark rather. And with that, I feel like if I had to give like an honorary master of the match, I have to agree with you there, Leoric. I feel like, Rox had the honorary master of the match title in our hearts.
The real MVP.
The honorary MVP.
Anyways, back to the drawing board for Mega Esports this time. I don't think they're gonna still run the same as they have been read by DR Esports. DR Esports, kudos to them. In game number 1, they almost had that game. They were just not able to stop the Fiora split push win condition of Omega. This time around, they were able to. Rox being more active in the map, Fiora was not really able to really get a hold of the map in that game. The Twin Shadows spots her whenever she tries to hide for a split push, and because of that, she was not successful on those map pressure.
Yeah, especially the fact that rocks on the Janna, you've got additional movement speed just to help yourself roam around the map. Plus, Twin Shadows, Zephyr, I feel like is a very good air quote engage just because, again, there's not a lot of CCs to work around with, and they really, really did a good job just playing around with their composition. Now we look at the draft of game number 2. I really love how DR Esports, again, they've decided to adjust. Okay, we locked in the Thresh, game number 1, but we didn't get to see Rox roam because it was a Varus in the duo lane, and the Varus is very, very vulnerable in the laning phase. So might as well get a Corki. You've got the Valkyrie for mobility, therefore you can leave Gospel on his own, and Rox was just basically, you know, from bottom to the top, he's basically everywhere. So I really love this Janna pick.
Definitely. From the bottom now to the top, we're here for the Janna right there. So yeah, I love the adjustments right here. What do you think is the plan for Mega Esports at this point?
I think they should definitely I really like the Senna pickup, but we'll have to see if the Rengar will still work out. I feel like the Rengar Ari are still very, very strong picks. And the maybe a different AD carry. Maybe I'd like to see time lapse back into maybe the Kaisa perhaps. But I feel like this composition is more focused on letting a Ryzen shine, letting Impressive shine. So someone in the roster, if they want time lapse in a very strong carry that can impact the game from start to finish, I feel like someone has to adjust into utility, someone has to adjust as a tank, someone has to adjust as maybe play the Gragas, play the Galio this time around. So I wonder who could that possibly be. We've seen Arise sort of adjust for the team before as well, so it could be a possibility.
Right. When you were talking, I was smiling because at the back of my head, I'm picturing Lucian shouting, "My joke to you guys" for 2 games. It's not even bad. It's not even picked right now. So that's what we're talking about. Lucian is starting to fall off in the meta because of the nerf. But a Lucian right here will be very good. It really depends on the plan of Mega Esports. They were planning on a split push. That's why they went in for a Senna Nasus pick right here. Let's see if they will still run this for game number 2. I have confidence to say that I don't think they're gonna be running this again. I could be wrong, but time for adjustments for Mega Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they can swap out the Olaf ban into an Akali ban instead. I feel like that's just such a huge pick to let free, especially if you're up against Devil J or maybe even Edaf that can possibly pick that up as well. Especially we've seen him incredibly skillful in the assassin mid lane picks such as the Fizz. So that is still a big threat to leave open, especially if you're going to ban out the Galio and no plans to pick up a Braum perhaps, then they must take that out. Olaf can be left open because you can either play around it, you can play a build against it rather into the draft and see how it's going to go. But I feel like maybe Omega has just so much respect to the Olaf fan, they don't want to take a risk, they don't want to play Jarvan on Impressive because that seems like a waste, right? Impressive is just so good as a Camille, as a Rengar, as these assassin junglers. So I see why they would want to just ban out this Olaf time and time again.
Yeah, I think they're just focused really on their game plan of the split push for the Fiora. That's why they really want to get the Senna Nasus and ban out the Olaf because you already are lacking in the CC department. So if the enemies, if DR Esports will run an Olaf, he will just reign free. No one to control that Olaf. So I understand why they banned the Olaf right here. It's because of their team comp. But I guess that Olaf will not be banned in the next game if ever they try to run a different composition.
Yeah, maybe they can pick it up for themselves. Maybe, the usual, the Seraphine plus Olaf, or Olaf plus Lulu, or Olaf plus Nami. I think there's just so many iterations that can assist for an Olaf to flourish in a game. So curious now what the fallback is going to be for Omega Esports, because so far I feel like this Impressive plus a Ryzen combo has been very strong. As long as they unlock the 1-3-1 or the 4-1, in the later stages of the game. But this time around, they weren't given that opportunity as DR Esports were able to shut them down early. And basically, everybody pretty much struggled. So actually, Olaf ban could be replaced either with an Akali ban or a Lee Sin ban. Lee Sin is so huge. If you're not going to pick it up for yourself, I feel like just remove that off of the map.
True, definitely. But yeah, I love how DR Esports is playing this one. I think they will opt to be the second pick once again in this game. Is I saw this in game number 1 and game number 2. Their draft is really sort of reactive. They usually go for counters, and so far so good. It's working for them. Let's see if they are still going to be on the red side on game number 3. That's going to be that is going to be very interesting. If you are a team who's looking for a video of how to draft against an opponent, this game is it. DR Esports is doing it. Textbook right here.
Yeah, red side for DR Esports is very crucial just because the first pick, red side, is just important for them. Lee Sin or jungler plus top laner, whatever amazing pair that you wanna do for top and jungle. I feel like it's so very important, and they can just let Gospel pick whatever at the later stages of the draft. So Lee Sin plus something, carry jungler plus something, early game jungler plus something is the formula for DR Esports.
True. And I think really on top of that formula, really the secret spice, the pick right here was the Akali last pick. No counters for the Akali, and Akali was wrecking the team fights in that game number 2.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The fact that Galio was banned, no Braum, this was, okay, we're red side, we could just pick a counter. We can either opt for a double 80 carry composition or from the previous match that we just saw, or just, play a mid laner, because the Corki could have gone mid, the Corki could have gone at the bottom portion of the map. So I really like this adjustment from the side of DR Esports to put Devil J, considering that he had an amazing performance on the Akali 3 weeks ago. So maybe Omega will ban out either the Lee Sin or will ban out the Akali. Leave the Olaf ban. Like, it's okay, I feel like. But again, usually when you want to counter an Olaf, either you soft counter it with a Jarvan 4 when he presses Ragnarok, then you trap him inside the Cataclysm. But the thing is, Impressive is an amazing assassin jungler, a carry jungler. So might be a waste to put him as the Jarvan 4 unless Stronger plays a Jarvan 4 support. Maybe.
That's definitely very interesting to see indeed. Omega Esports, what are their strengths? This is new. The Senna Nasus is really new. We just saw that because of the LPL LCK. What are the strengths of Omega Esports? Or maybe they're going to be running that type of team comp in this game number 3.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very, because the Senna makes it like a safe lane, and then you have an additional melee champion on your squad that is able to bother and annoy the backline. Basically, they're picking champions that are very good at soaking. So basically, all your carries are for the rest of the lanes, and then you leave a big soaker that is usually found in the top lane tank, but you assign it in the support role. So I feel like it's a really, really good dynamic. There's no threat whatsoever because you're fine with the Senna. You've got heals, you've got pokes as well, you've got range to compensate for that. So yeah, I think I really like the approach of the Senna plus melee.
Right. The question is, are we going to see an Arisen Darius? That's one of the strengths of Arisen. Are we going to be able to see that one?
Yes.
This game.
The conditions are, if Devil J plays a Renekton, I feel like we might see Arisen on the Darius.
All right, that's going to be a very good point right there. Arisen is really scary on a Darius. I will say Omega, that's going to be a safe bet if they're going to be running that one. The Galio, they're also good. Arise is also very good on the Galio. Whenever they need to, they pick that one up. What I think is going to happen is that I think we're going to be seeing Kaisa this time, or a Lucian because that is basically Omega's go-to lineup whenever they're in a pinch in a game number 3. Their Kaisa play always comes up, and they are very successful with running that team comp.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's like clicking or activating reset factory things to a traditional setup, where time lapse will be your late game insurance, Arise and Stronger will be your peelers or heavy engagers, and then Impressive is just going to be on a carry jungler that is able to basically potentially snowball the early game. And then of course you've got Horizon assisting with the 4-1 setup, just being that split push menace. So yeah, maybe you're right, Leo. Like that could be a possibility.
Yes, and we will know for sure as we head into the champion selection screen, brought to you by Riot. Go! Our esports once again is on to the red side. Galio and then TF are the bans, and so far Zed and Camille once again looking pretty similar.
Oh yeah, they are opting for a different scenario. So Devil J, are they trapping Etaf and Edaf to a Renekton Lee Sin? No! Omega decides, okay, we're gonna take this Lee Sin instead. Out of the question. But DR Esports can pick up this Renekton plus early game jungler. The biggest question is, what could that be? Never mind, they can just leave that off, as Senna will be possibly towards Gospel, or maybe it could still be towards Rocks.
Right. Oh, Omega Esports taking out the picks from DR Esports. They're gonna go for the Corki right here, but yeah, Arise, Impressive has a very impressive Lee Sin, so this is gonna be very interesting, and they're even taking the Akali this time. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is either towards Horizon or Arise. We'll see how the composition goes, because the Corki can still go to Arise, and the Kali can go to Horizon. Anyway, DR Esports locking in the Jarvan here for Etaf. He is taking a step back, and he's going to be the tank, while Edaf will shine as well alongside with Devil J. Omega, they're opting to try and possibly deny the Diana, perhaps. We'll see though, as they did lock in the Janna and the Fizz, of course, from Edaf that we saw 3 weeks ago, and as well as the Singe. We talked about this Senna plus Singe, Senna plus Galio, and Senna plus Nasus that we saw from earlier, and this time it is the Singe we're seeing for Rocks.
This is very interesting. The Senna really opened up the team composition for the pro teams. Senna is an enabler on the Dragon lane, so melee champions are already thriving right there because the threat of Senna's pokes. Then again, the lineup is complete. I think I'm favoring Omega Esports in this one, but you cannot really discount the Fizz of DR Esports, right? Edaf is very good on that also.
Don't forget the Max chum the waters basically, and Fizz, I feel like, most of the nerfs fell through towards the jungle. So mid lane Fizz could still possibly be a menace, especially when used by a talented player such as Edaf.
Right, definitely. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Wild Rift. Game number 3, Omega Esports versus DR Esports. Whoever wins this wins the series. But there is a good rotation from DR Esports on the top side from Senna, forcing a TP back home onto that Horizon. Well played so far.
Yeah, Horizon at least isn't able to bait or use any of the summoner spells, so he is going to be fine for now. It's going to be a little bit risky.
Take down the fruit right there, as Arise will be able to chunk down Edaf. Edaf will just go back home at this point. He's still okay. All right, so far so good. At the top side though, Devil J has the priority on that top lane. So Baron lane so far is being handled by Devil J, and this is bad for Horizon. Level 2 already on that Renekton. There is a rotation right here by Omega. Devil J is being hunted right now. Not really sure if they are going to be able to take this one. Somehow our feed has trouble, so we are still gonna be watching. It's still 0-0 on that board right there. The rotation will fail. Devil J is still gonna be okay.
also going to be fine. He's level 2 too, so this is where Remember will shine. He's able to try and outplay any potential tower dives. Stronger is going to be added into this equation though, so we'll see if DR Esports makes a move around the map, particularly at the bottom side.
Well, 3 champions right here from DR Esports will be pressuring the bottom turret. That turret will take a lot of damage. Forky is already starting to rotate here to try to defend this, and I think that's not going to be enough right here. On the top side though, so much action happening all over the map. 4 Omega champions right here will be pressuring Edap and Devil J. We'll see if they're going to be successful right there. They take the first blood. Omega Esports are successful with that rotation. No tower take still, but their bottom turret is in shambles, taking a lot of pounding right here, and I don't think this one is going to survive. So Omega Esports takes the first blood, but DR Esports will be taking the first turret of the game.
Yeah, they're going to be happy about that one, and I think the biggest question is how do they want to transition this, especially the gold went over to Gospel, of course. Time lapse for sure is going to have a better time later once he gets his 3 item spikes. Talked about this, the Essence Reaver, the Solari Charge Blade, and then the Infinity Edge. I feel like even the Solari Charge Blade is really enough to create impact in these fights, but the Infinity Edge just makes it even more and more painful. Horizon picking up a Seeker's Arm Guard just to try and survive a little bit more of the duels, the pokes and the harasses against Devil J here at top side for more survivability with that armor.
All right, let's see. Horizon going up against Devil J. Devil J, again, is in the lead right here. This is a level 5 going up against a level 6 Renekton, and that is very scary at this point. Renekton, though, will just back away and TP back home in preparation for the ups of the game.
Yeah, it is just going to be that reset. We'll see, though, because Omega, once they kill Devil J, they can easily transition into the Rift Herald and possibly go to the Ocean Drake.
Let's see, fight at the top side. Devil J will do his best to try to defend this one, but he goes down once again. Omega Esports gets another frag on the board, but they will not be able to complete the push. They are just going to go back home and happy for that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a completely different scenario this time. You know, Rox isn't going to be on the Janna anymore. Not going to be on that utility that will be able to peel and rescue teammates. It's so different now. You are going to be one of the tanks that will help assist in these potential 5v5s and skirmishes as well. So now, DR Esports, let's see if they can secure this dragon, because Omega already starting it.
All right, let's see. Diana is going to be targeted right here. Run, my friend. The good throw right there. And alley-oop to your death. And Diana is already dead. And let's see if there will be more casualties as the fight is still dirty right here. Edap is already down on the DR Esports side. They are falling one by one. And that support is dead already. DR Esports is taking a lot of damage right here. But here comes the cleanup crew. Devil J is in the area. But a triple kill for our Kali right here. Let's see if he can get some more. And there it is. Quadra kill for our Kali, and give that man a rampage. He goes back home. Well played. 7-4 Omega Esports.
And that is something that you do not want. An Akali getting a quadra kill in the 5-minute mark. That is going to be insane.
Right, definitely. But here on the mid, Fizz doing a lot for the team. Takes a lot of damage. Also, Arise is not pretty healthy himself. Dragon's already taking a pounding. Well, courtesy of DR Esports. Let's see. Omega Esports is already in the area. DR Esports do not want this fight at all, as they are already backpedaling onto the mid turret. Omega Esports, the pressure is on. Let's see if they are going to go for it. No clash so far, just getting priority in the mid, and they're now marching onto the dragon. Contest right here. This is just for an Ocean Drake, so this is going to be very risky. So far, no take on it yet.
The thing is, DR Esports, they have to focus their efforts into eliminating Horizon. Once they eliminate Horizon, because he is the most fed member of Omega, then they can proceed to getting a better chance in winning the fight. So now Rift Herald unleashed in the mid lane for DR Esports to get a little bit more of that space. But the Ocean Drake still stands, and there's a lot of wave clear coming from Omega. And I feel like they can deny any following charges from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald just got one headbutt right there. The mid turret is still surviving right here. Good job by Omega Esports terminating that pressure on the mid, and now they are still defending this right here. And with no Rift Herald and DR Esports side, I don't think they will win this clash if ever it happens. But Omega Esports pretty patient. They're not going to go for the dragon themselves.
They're definitely waiting for Omega rather, to start the dragon. Because again, they are at a disadvantage. They have to be wary of Horizon here on this Akali. Quadra-kill, remember, he is the biggest member in the team, and now the dragon is being started by Omega.
All right, here comes the cavalry though. Fizz, Chum the Waters, is going to be casted right here. Hits onto one champion right there. Driver 4 sends out the Cataclysm, and that's going to be big. But so far, everyone's still alive in this fight. Dragon is going to be taken by Jarvan 4. Corki is already down. Up will go down on the side of DR Esports, but they are somehow winning the fight. Omega Esports are on the run as they're being hunted by very big champions right here. The Croc is here, dealing a lot of damage. The stun is going to connect, and that is Lee Sin down already. Janna will find an opening right there, but I don't think Arise will have the same fate. He will try to fight this out, but with 3 champions hunting you, that's not gonna be an easy fight, my friend. He goes down 9-8, and DR Esports wins that fight.
That was a very extended fight, but they're able to at least get an exchange, possibly even getting a bounty. Look at Omega. They've got 3, no, make that 4 Zhonya's Hourglass enchant, just to try and buy some time whenever they go full engage from the squad. DR Esports has a lot of time-gated ults, I suppose, especially Dominus. You stasis, you buy some time before that expires. Right. Chum the Waters, you counter that with the Zhonya's Hourglass and not get knocked up and not get damaged. So there's so many things that can buy. There's a lot of things that really gives a lot of value on these Zhonya's buys.
Let's see, Eduf is playing the possum right here. Let's see if he's going to go for the dive right there. No, he will not. He knows that Diana has the flash available, so she will not go for it. But here on the bottom side, Devil J is going to push. Arisen is going to be there to defend this one. Still 9-8 on the board, but it doesn't look that big. But look at DR Esports right now. They have a 3K gold lead, and that's a lot at this point.
It is. It's pretty a lot, especially when we consider the fact where all those gold has fallen into. And now we get to see the split. DR Esports doing a 2-2-1.
Oh, the bottom turret did not go down as Omega Esports had to run away because their wave clear was not there anymore. They're not going to continue to push, but in exchange for that bottom turret, 2 turrets at the top on their side is going to go down. DR Esports is still winning this one, furthering the lead to 4K already.
It is going to be DR Esports basically giving a taste of the bitter medicine that they had to take from game number 1. They're able to push down till the inner tower of Omega Esports at top side while they're still stand strong.
Let's see who will initiate the fight right here. Lee Sin looking like he is fearless at this point, but no, he will not go for the dive right there. Impressive. Still okay at this point. Your Esports now, it's their turn for the aggression. They're just gonna deward the area and no fight so far.
Yeah, take note, if whoever engages in the fight and whoever loses that fight will lose the Baron. So this is a very crucial, that's not a word, a very critical point of the game, as we get to see now Horizon still busy racking up more gold, because again, there's just an Akali can go insanely strong and bursty.
Let's see. Devil J will get the Moonfall right there, and with Lee Sin in the area, he's just gonna flash away and he's gonna be okay. Devil J will not die.
And there's no really hard CC to lock him down. The Moonfall is just there for a setup, but there's nothing else that can hold him down.
See, Devil J though, gonna be very courageous, taking up 2 champions right here, and here comes the Fizz. Chum the Waters is gonna connect right here. Devil J is already very low, but not before Lee Sin going down. That's 1 champion down, and here comes the Pain Train. DR Esports once again in a very good spot right here. Double kill for our Fizz and Edda. This is looking good. Here comes the Pain Train, and once again they're on the run. Let's see. Oh, Corki will be forced to use the Sasses, but here he goes. Alley-oop to your death as the Corki is already down. 4 champions dead on Omega Esports. That's a 4-0 win for DR Esports, and this will open up the Baron for them.
And that's the thing, Omega was the one that looked for that fight. They wanted Devil J's life, but he had, what, a Guardian Angel? And that wasn't even procced for the entirety of the fight. And we talked about this before. This is a critical point in the game where whoever loses the fight will lose the Baron, and DR Esports is able to win that one. And now they're transitioning towards the Dragon. This could be tricky for Omega.
Right, Omega, I see the plan right there. I see what you did, but that's gonna be too late. Blue team will take the Dragon still. That's gonna be a big win for them, but it will cost the life of their Lee Sin. So that is impressive. Already down for the fight before he could do a damn thing. Let's see. The push is here. No resets after the Baron. They're just gonna go for it here. Esports bottom turret pounding. It should go down. They slide on the mid as Edap is already there starting the siege. Let's see if they're going to be successful for that push. No, they're not going to be sliding. They're going to be pushing the bottom side. This is splitting the attention of Omega Esports. Let's see who will pull the trigger. Your Esports very wise not engaging at this point.
Just 7k gold lead already in favor of DR Esports. They are going to love to set up for the Elder Infernal Drake. So that's going to be big value. Big damage bonus for DR Esports. I mean, they are already pretty much painful. Renekton, Fizz, as well as the stacking of Gospel here as the Senna. Look at Rox! He's having the time of his life.
Rox just, yeah, pretty fearless. He's alone up there. He doesn't even know where the enemies are. He's just in the air, continuing the pressure right here. But here comes the cavalry. Let's see. It's going to be a 2-2-1. 4 champions converging on top side by DR Esports. Let's see if they can get a big turret take right here. The push is on. Baron is still available somehow. Mid wave is going to be very big. The inhibitor turret taking a pounding right now. That should be very fast. And that's mid going down. They're now sliding on top side, waiting for the creep wave to come in. Baron buff is still there available. Let's see if they can complete the push on the top side. Still no engage from both sides. I love what their Esports is doing right here. Very patient, and they know their win condition right now. They want to win this slow, and methodically, their Esports will go for a reset.
Yeah, that's true. DR is pretty much, ahead in the game. They are ahead in gold. They are able to sort of neutralize the threat of Horizon as the Akali. Look at that, double twin shadows just to try and spot out Horizon whenever he's in the Twilight Shroud. So this is DR Esports in the lead, map control, everything, and Edaf being a human ward, I suppose, and waiting for someone to walk into his trap, but no one will take the bait.
Yeah, at this point, Edaf can really erase one champion. So far, so good for them. Your Omega Esports sniffs that one out. They don't really want to overextend at this point. And Omega Esports doing their best to really get back into this game, but then again, Omega Esports, welcome to exactly where you don't want to be. The Steam is split, and DR Esports is hunting them down. Corki is being hunted, and he just goes down, and that is bad for Omega Esports. Akali will be able to go back home, will be able to TP out. DR Esports just full control of the map. 13 seconds, Baron should be alive, and I don't think Omega Esports can do something about it. They will have to try to.
Yeah, that is just 28 seconds of the clock. Lots of death timers for the support and as well as the AD carry of Omega, but...
There it is. Good bait right here on the Baron. And this is a disaster for Omega Esports. They're now falling one by one as Arise is also down. 4 champions dead, and this should be a sure Baron for DR Esports. Wrap this up, because this one's a gift.
Yeah, for sure. DR Esports don't have to worry about steal from Impressive unless they want to decide a fight and maybe form a potential steal, but that Baron's going fast.
Right, definitely. Rox is going to be here to really try to zone out Lee Sin, and he is successful. Rox will be able to chase Lee Sin out. The chase is still on. Baron is abandoned right here. So Impressive doing a lot of things for now, but the Baron is already very low and he's far away. So that's Baron taken for DR Esports.
What is this happening?
Uh-oh, the fight is on the top side. Everyone here is already available on Omega Esports, but the fight is still on. DR Esports, though, very far ahead in this game, and with the Baron buff in their pockets, they're just much more tankier on the fights, taking down 2 more champions. They're just gonna reset, farm up, bring their items, and the push will be happening.
That's 10k gold lead now for DR Esports. They're looking to get their series undefeated streak still intact. Infernal Drake now has spawned. It is the Elder at that. So Omega, this could be their last stand. If they lose this fight, they will lose the game.
It's a poison both ways. You will have to try to steal this Elder Drake, because if you don't, it's game over. But same thing, if you take the fight, you are still in a very tight spot. And here comes the fight. Rampage already on EDAP as he takes down Janna before he could really help the team. And that's a double kill for our fish right there, as there it is. Legendary. Only 2 champions left to defend this base. The inhibitor on the bottom side is still going to be there, but it will just get erased. And I guess this is DR Esports game at this point.
This is the DR Esports continuing their win streak as a team series-wise and still remain at the top of the standings for Group C.
I wish I can see their post-match poses, but it is what it is. DR Esports is still a win for them. Well played. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you wanted a fight. You got yourselves a fight. That was an impressive run by Omega and DR Esports. Well played by Omega Esports. Valiant effort from them, but in the end, they still came up short. DR Esports for the win.
And that closes the book of at least the rivalry when it comes to this stage of the game. Maybe, who knows, maybe we get to see them again in the playoffs, as we'll have to see how the standings go at the end of the weekend. But yeah, DR Esports, I feel like they're definitely one of the favorites coming into this tournament, especially, again, they weren't present in the summer season, and they are now starting with a bang as they take down Omega. Again, Omega is the 4th placers in the summer season, and now DR, they beat Omega twice in a BO3 series, so this is looking really, really good for the team.
And this was a methodical fight right here. It's not really a stomp, but slow and sure death, courtesy of from DR Esports onto Omega Esports. 9-23 on the board. Gospel will get our MVP tag. 1-1-21 right there on the Senna. That's big.
Yeah, that's huge. I think it's because of the global ult that Gospel has here on the Senna. And again, it was Devil J Eduf doing a lot of work in the early game, and then Rocks at the later stages of the game, just using the adhesive to make sure that no one can just escape, no one can just dash. Arise and Impressive, Arise, basically everyone, including Time-Lapse, are unable to escape once they're just sticky glued to the ground.
Yes, the Akali, they countered it pretty well, but more on that later as we look at the master of the match. Once again, Gospel will get it this time. 22-0 KDA, 96% kill participation. Monster numbers right here. Big time plays from a big time player.
Exactly. Gospel's presence has been almost 100%, as we see that's 96%. Always using his ult at the best times, is able to get the heals down, get the damage down as well. And of course, at the later stages of the game, the Senna with the infinite stacking can be a huge problem for Omega. And looking forward to see more of his plays. We've seen him on the Lucian 3 weeks ago, and now he is on the Senna pick, being a little bit more on that utility side as well.
Yes, definitely. It's refreshing to see an ADC playing a Senna, which is more of, it feels like he was a support in that game, but that shows you the flexibility of the team right now in the form of DR Esports. Love their performance in this game. Definitely, I want to see DR Esports going up against Omega once again in the playoffs, because this is still the group stages, and even if we are still in the group stages, spicy things are already happening. That is going to be very challenging for Omega Esports moving forward. Their esports are going to move forward for day number 2 with hell of confidence and this is going to be very good for them.
Yeah, I'm sure Omega wants to take back the number one spot in their in their respective group stages. Remember, back in the just Omega first and were basically undefeated as well, series wise, and now it's a different scenario as DR Esports are basically standing in the way of getting the top one spot in the Group C. So for DR, a phenomenal job. Now they just have to look forward to battling the rest of the teams, which I believe Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports for the rest of the weekend.
Right, definitely. Those are kind of good matchups still for DR Esports. We're looking forward to how DR Esports will be taking on the next couple of days. Omega Esports, they have to recuperate. They are still very good. They just hit a wall this time, a very strong team, but they still have a very good chance in winning the next coming days. So still heads up for Omega Esports. And there it is. DR Esports winning against Omega Esports. Looking forward for more fights in the future. We are going to be prepping for the next games, but more about this game from our panels. Don't go away as we go through them.
Thanks so much, casters. And yes, the doctor is most certainly in because
Yes.
DR Esports have secured the first match 2-0 versus Omega Esports. That is 75,000 Globe Cup points to them, and pretty much Group D for dominance secured. And I feel like, Omega Esports was the most formidable enemy here. It should be easy going all the way into the playoffs for DR Esports. And, this is really quite a team that has improved so much. They came out, they were one of the new teams that entered the fall season, came out of nowhere, and suddenly they are stomping through Group D over here, including Omega Esports, who was pegged as our favorite. Let's jump into our series highlights because there is a lot to discuss over here. Osiris, why don't you start us off?
Well, you saw it, the Senna and Nasus. We saw this against the show match of LPL going up against LCK players. And the idea is really there. There's so many things that you can do with Nasus. And as what Autolus shared to me a while ago, it works well with Omega because it doesn't really split the resources that much, because you have a Nasus and a Senna that can push themselves without farming as much as it seems, and then you can channel some of the resources to Arise and of course impressive. But what's impressive about this game is these steals coming in from the Phantom Thief, which is we already know that he's going to surprise us with that one, but not to the point that it's somehow shake things up with against the DR. This Baron steal after that the Dragon, and then went up to open the Dragon lane. They were able to snag the win. Yes, it was fairly a really high kill score coming in from DR Esports, but the gold is there, and at Gate 2 everything went well.
Right, and this is basically Omega Esports still having that swag, right? Impressive, getting steals off of steals, and also one thing to note: this Senator Nasus bot lane or Dragon lane that we have, Senator Nasus. You actually have to realize, or our viewers also have to realize, why Stronger was the one on Nasus and not the other way around, right? That's because you want to still have that flexibility of mechanics advantage on time-lapse, right? And that's the reason why time-lapse is on Sen and Tutti. Although if you actually look at it, it's not Stronger being the support this time around, right? It's I don't know. You don't really have, we won't really have the ability to, to say who's the support, who's the Dragon lane, whenever Senna is in play, and that's a good thing. Now on to game number 2 and game number 3. It's a very dominant showing from DR Esports. I just love the fact that Rox, again, one of our auto high five, can just play about every champion that is in the books right now. Now showing us that he can play the Cinch, the Janna, and the Thresh even.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a whole buffet, I guess, of support champions right there. And you know what? I had my eyes on Etaf just because the initiation on this guy was insane. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, they would get the picks onto Omega Esports. I believe like almost all of the kills that they got onto Omega Esports, particularly in game 2, I believe, was because of Etaf coming in with the Lee Sin. So that was quite a treat indeed. You know, Omega Esports, though, it is not the end of the road for them just yet. They still, of course, do have the rest of the weekend to go. But DR Esports, they are now on top of Group D. And yes, they took down their most formidable enemy in Omega Esports. It should be smooth sailing from here. Should be. But, you know, we might have just cursed them right then and there. I don't know. I don't want to make such bold predictions anymore. After what happened in, the last week of Groups A and B, I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. But of course, congratulations to DR Esports, 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. And we will be moving over to our second match of the day, which will be between Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams. Now, Jamie's Esports, I gotta say, I'm rooting for both teams, actually. I'm rooting for both of them. Jamie's Esports, they're still struggling, but we saw them getting closer and closer to victory in their last matches. What are their chances getting that W from Chasing Dreams, though?
This is their best chance of getting the elusive win and 75,000 Globe Cup points. As we remember last weekend, right? No, it wasn't last weekend, but the last time these two teams met, Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams went down to the wire. Game 3, 30 minutes, and I expect the same thing to happen. For Jamie's Esports, expect them to go for the first dragon. So far in the group, they're number 1 in that. And also, Pago is also very dangerous when it comes to assassin play.
Yeah, and the rise of the assassins really showed up with the current players, and I want to throw in, of course, for the solo player highlight, as this is fairly different than the assassins. We are looking into Ryuken, and the Baron laner is showing that he is also the one who's going to control the rotations of Jamie's Esports. Yes, the early game is fairly strong for the reason that, as what Ottolis told us, Pago can really shine on his own, but Ryuken, he got this own standards. So I think
I just wanted to mention that Ryuken, I believe, is the Street Fighter of Jamie's Esports or PPGL. If you have figured out, you have figured out.
I mean,
if you know, you know.
If he's going to throw those Shoryukens, I mean, that's understandable because you wanted to win the lane single-handedly. And Ryuken so far really showed a lot of potential, and Jamie's has yet to score. And this is the only chance that they got. The last time that they fought each other, it took them, I believe that was the 30 minutes game. And at this point, this is something that they need to work on as a team. The same as actually coming in from Chasing Dreams, because it means that the harder that you are having a hard time or difficult time in closing the games, and the more there's so many windows coming in for the opponents to snag the win. You can see the KDA is fairly good, but what I would like to point out is that kill participation, it is on 71%, and for the reason that not a shabby or not a good KDA, but the damage taken per minute is fairly high, 1,470.71, explains a lot that this guy is catching a lot of damage that pays off with his KDA. As long as the team is working well, you know that Ryuken is going to be their front line.
Frontline indeed, as he's basically tanking a lot of the damage here for Jamie's Esports. And the question is, of course, if the rest of the team can follow that up and take advantage of them, you know, all of the I guess the front line that Ryuken is taking over here, they need to capitalize on that. But of course, going on the other side, we have Chasing Dreams Esports, and this team, you know, you gotta love this team. They're so ambitious. They're so ambitious. They're so hungry. You know, yeah, they have wolves on their jerseys. They are hungry like the wolves indeed. And they might be a new team, but they're taking this so seriously. They're taking every single match that they have really seriously. They're determined to prove themselves here in the C Icon Series page. Actually, no, they're not just determined to prove themselves here in the Icon Series, but in the entire Philippine esports scene.
yeah.
And this team, yes, and oh gosh, I love this color scheme, by the way. I just have to say. But yeah, Otlus, let me know your thoughts over here on this lineup.
I initially wanted to analyze, but I'm jumping on your train, and I kind of figured out, you know what, they actually have the coolest of logos right now, right? I feel like this logo is very, very cool. And speaking of cool, we also have the cool Baron laner, which has been the carry player for Chasing Dreams so far, right? But the thing here is, when we're talking about Chasing Dreams, they have the most first Herald secured, and that's because they play around their Baron lane so much. Expect Ryujin to really be the support and the catalyst, or the third summoner spell of Cool in the Baron lane.
Yeah, and that's fairly understandable. Cool can play on a different champions that complements the team itself. It can play on a Fiora, goes on a split push Jiri, can go on a Darius and Garen, getting that damage taken per minute, which is fairly high. And I think Cool needs to parry all of Ryuken's hits just to make sure that he's going to get his Evo moment number 37. So I think Cool is capable on doing that.
Oh my
Yes, indeed. And going to keep it cool, too. I like where this is going. I like where this is going. But, of course, we are checking out our Globe key player clash as well between Pego and Motivate. Now, as we can see here, there is a bit of a difference in the KDA, kill participation, and the damage per minute. What do you guys have to say about these stats?
Feels to me that Pego and Motivate are currently living under the shadows of their teammates, right? When we're talking about Motivate, we have to remember that he's playing with Cool that really demands a lot of resources, and I think that is also one of the reasons why his numbers isn't as flashy as the other mid laners. Pego, meanwhile, 1.31 KDA. That's because he's always in the middle of things, right? Pulling the fizz out, and also, entertaining us with some emotes.
Yeah, and you can also clearly see that the gold per minute is fairly good for Pego because he is striving more onto that assassins, which is mostly item dependent. So you wanted to make sure that you get those. Yes, KDA isn't seem as much as good as how Pego does, but the damage percentage is fairly the same. So at this point, Motivate, he is ahead by a few, but understandable as Jamie's is on the back foot, so the stats isn't going to tell as much as it seems, but the play style is there, and there's so many openings for Jamie's to take this game.
Yeah, and again, we here at the panel, we really do love our underdogs over here. The Jamie's Esports, we are rooting for them to get that win. We are rooting for them to get that W indeed. But Chasing Dreams, you just gotta love, the way these guys are so motivated, not just because they have Motivate on the roster, but they really, really are. And we do have, of course, this matchup between Jamie's Esports and Chasing Dreams. I feel like this is Jamie's Esports' best chance to get that W, as Otlus mentioned.
Yep.
So hopefully they will be able to pull something out of their chili garlic jars. I don't know. I was gonna say something, but hopefully this goes well for them. But you know what? I gotta say, my predictions are kind of in favor of Chasing Dreams at the moment. They actually did have a very impressive debut, and I feel like this 3-week break just only made them stronger. What do you guys think, Otlus?
Okay, so you're going for Chasing Dreams? Well, I'm going for the chili garlic. Jamie's Esports will have wolves for dinner today, and I think this will be 2-1 in favor of JE.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like wolves as for dinner is sounding good, but I want to go on the chili garlic because it feels like this very tasty dinner that might go in, and Chasing Dreams meat is raw, so there's also time for Jamie's to go in, but I believe in Chasing Dreams going for it, so I'm betting everything to Chasing Dreams.
I like how we're so confused as to how to tie chili garlic and wolves. I have to say, good effort though. Good effort though, guys. I know. I'm proud. I am. If you guys have better analogies, please let us know your thoughts and your comments. head on over to Twitter and use two very simple hashtags, hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift, and you could probably somehow link Wolves and Chili Garlic a lot better than we can over here. I believe we do have 3 tweets to be featured, so let's bring them on up. And of course, you can also hang with us at the PPGL community Discord server, where we can, better discuss like chili garlic and everything. It's almost time for dinner, by the way, guys. So in case you want to get your actual chili garlic out, and for that to accompany your dinner, please do so. We have over here, Miss Katniss, welcome back. It is so nice to see you once again.
Hi.
This will be a really, really, I cannot awaited me. Thank you so much on kind of like revealing my age over here because of the lockdown. New patch, new champs. Who will dominate? I would still bet for Chasing Dreams Esports. Good luck though to all teams. Thank you so much, Miss Katniss. It's nice to see you back here. And yes, as you can see, us panel here, we are favoring Chasing Dreams at the moment.
Except Autolus.
But
Except me.
yeah, except Autolus.
I want
But
some
Jamie's
spice.
Esports, just because of that spice, they do have a very special place in our hearts. And you know what? Again, this matchup is the best case scenario for Jamie's Esports to actually get that W. So I do hope that somewhere within this 3-week break, they manage to pull out some kooky strategies, maybe something that Chasing Dreams aren't prepared for. And Chasing Dreams, we do know that they are really investing a lot over here in the Sea Icon series. So I think that all teams should actually be prepared for Chasing Dreams. And we have over here another tweet over here. Autolus, why don't you take it away?
It's happening. Sena Nasus, also known as the Senator Nasus. By the way, hashtag register to vote. Picked up in the Sea Icon Series PH. Hashtag Sea Icon Series PH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. I apologize if I read your Twitter handle incorrectly, but I am seeing Hamzen Crow. You know who you are. Shout out to you.
Yes, indeed. And of course, with Senator Nasus, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I just want to point out that, when you say like send Nasus or something, what the BGT comes to my head is Sentinels Nasus. They do have a Wild Rift team, by the way. I hope you guys are seeing their matches. Yes, I think they have been bringing out the Nasus as well. So there actually is a Send Nasus out there. Yes, indeed. And it is really interesting as well to see all of the other regions bring out their own metas, their own tips, their own tricks as well. Osiris, why did you take this third tweet?
Okay, from at Princeton Lopez, I would like to see Akshan to be played on this day. Hashtags, of course, all the hashtags in the world that matter just to future your tweet. Don't forget that. But Akshan, indeed, we are waiting. We saw already Tresh, and we are waiting for the Akshan.
That's right. Our favorite Buccaneer has yet to... Wait, no. Okay, Action isn't my favorite Buccaneer. That might be Misfortune, but yeah. But yeah, we haven't seen Action, swing his way over into the Rift just yet. I mean, very quickly before we head into the match, why do you guys think that that's so? Are they not driving yet?
Or... It's not for team fights. I think for now, it's not practiced yet by our teams, but eventually.
Yeah, in time.
Maybe
this time.
Or maybe we'll see it now.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see it now. I don't know. We could possibly see it brought up by JV's Esports and Chasing Dreams. Who knows? It is our second match of the day, folks. Jamie's Esports once again with their lovely chili garlic, and Chasing Dreams Esports hungry like the wolves. Let's riot go on over to the casters. Guys, take us into the Rift.
Minions have spawned.
Series number 2, and will it be chili garlic or hot dog for dinner tonight? JV's Esports versus Chasing Dreams. Let's get it on. Once again, Leoric here, and with me is Rico, who's laughing right now. Rico, what are your thoughts on this fight?
Well, I'm very excited because we came out from a very explosive game number one, series number one rather, and I'm sure this is going to be just as explosive because I'm sure these teams have been hungry to get back into the big Wild Rift stage. And Jamie's and Chasing Dreams, remember it was Chasing Dreams that got the 2-1 victory against Jamie's. So now will we see a repeat result from what we've seen in the previous series, or will we see Jamie's even it out in the second round robin?
Jamie's Esports still yet to get that first W for them. It is a juicy 75,000 Globe Cup points if they do, and I know they will want that. This is their last. This week is their last chance to really get one for them, and hopefully they will be able to do it against Chasing Dreams. They almost had it the first time, the last time they met.
Yeah, exactly. Just as the panelists have mentioned, it is again both of these teams. This is Jamie's in particular. This is their biggest chance to get those points on the board with the 75,000 Globe Cup points, because what are your other opponents? You get DR Esports, who's still undefeated in series-wise in the entire Group C. And then, of course, you've got Omega Esports, who, again, has a lot of experience, finished fourth place back in the summer season. So this matchup, again, will be one of their best shots. And for Jamie's, we'll see if we get to find the formula, especially when we looked in the again, the player highlight, the solo player highlight. They've got Ryuken on the bruiser side of things, so perhaps we're going to be seeing a Renekton, a Darius, maybe even the assassin side of things, which is the Akali, that can potentially snowball the game out of control. And on the opposite side of the spectrum, we've got Cool perhaps can be again that really scary matchup at the top side as well. So we'll see who will shut down who and how they're gonna pave around that. Especially the jungler picks will come into play. So Lara and Ryujin will play a big role for them to thrive.
Yeah, Cool has a very strong Garen play. Let's see if we can see that one once again here for Chasing Dreams. But then again, their Fiora is also a big threat on Cool, so I want to see that still. I still think that Fiora is starting to fall off in the meta, but you still have to respect the split push potential of Fiora. So we will see that one. We should see that one happening right here. What I want to see right now is Papa Pig on Jamie's Esports. He's been very crucial in the team during the team fights. Another support player, big fan of how Papa Pig is trying to lift the team right now for this game, for the last time they faced each other.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I feel like, the support role will play a huge part to just enable any of the carries as well, and what they select. Maybe assist the jungler as well with the roams. Something to look forward to as well is Pego and Motivate matchup for sure. Are we going to be seeing an assassin matchup at the mid lane, or are we going one will go utility, one will go carry?
Yes, definitely. We are going to be looking at it in a bit as we go into the Riot Go champion selection screen. Bans are already starting to come up. Galio is going to be denied. Isaacs is being hovered over and will be denied also.
Yeah, they're going to take that away from Lara for sure. Meanwhile, Jamie's Esports, they're banning out all these picks that have disengage, hard engage, and as well as really good against melee matchups. So I'm guessing Jamie's Esports can pick up the Akali for themselves, either for Ryuken or maybe for Pego. We talked about the assassins and both fit the mold when we talk about Ryuken and Pego over here. Chasing Dreams, we'll see what they decide to pick for their last. And there you go, no Akali. They saw it coming with the Galio and the Gragas ban.
Yes, definitely. And that's a respect ban onto Motivate. That Ari Motivate is also very respectable. So I love that ban right there. But Camille is open and they're going to give it up. So Jamie's Esports will get it.
Yeah, of course, Jamie's can still play around it. They put that to Lyra or they put that to Ryuken. Of course, there's a lot of ganking opportunities if you put that in the jungle role, and it's just going to be easy. Except level 5 will be very important. Taking teams that are up for this possible Senna 80 carry still, a double 80 carry setup perhaps, as Motivate could still possibly pick up Corky.
All right, definitely. Ranker is going to be the jungler this time again for Jamie's Esports, and Brom for the support. All right.
Yeah, it is still going to be that role of the Rengar. That means they are going to put Lucan on a Camille duties, and now Papa Pig be on the Braum. I think I really like pick up. Just means that the Senna Braum will be denied rather, or the Corki Braum will be denied depending on what they want to go for. Kaisa is gonna come in. Pago, there we go. We see the Pago Fizz looking into Chasing Dreams roster composition rather. It's gonna be the Nasus and the Senna combo at the bottom lane with the Pantheon in the jungle. So level 5s will be very explosive.
Yes, definitely. Senna, Nasus once again to be tried by Chasing Dreams. This is the first time we are going to be seeing them with this kind of lineup. But I love the Braum pick right here. The Senna pokes and the Corki rockets are going to be blocked a lot by Pego. By the Braum onto Papa Pig. Let's see how they are going to be maneuvering around it. They have the Pantheon, so that's global presence going into their hands too.
Yeah, we are looking into Ryujin. Grand Starfalling in Grand Starfalling into the top lane to help assist Cool there on that Darius. And in the meantime, level 3 is still pretty strong as well, because you've got the stuns, you've got the apprehend to lock people down. So Rift Scuttler fights could be anticipated in the first few minutes in this game.
All right, on the top side, things are getting out of hand. Right away off the bat, they get a first blood. Jamie's Esports, that's what you need to do to win. Push the pedal on, and they're not done yet. They're going to go for the steal right here. They are in a bad spot, though. But the strength of Braum on the level 1 is doing it for the team. The Rengar, though, is going to go down, and it's exit time, my friends, as Kaisa is being haunted right now. He's gonna be okay. No, I don't think so. One more poke, and she's gonna go down. They just played with fire right there. 2-1, Chasing Dreams.
That is an explosive start for Jamies. They're able to get first blood. And Cool did not expect that to happen. And now he is, two summoner spells burnt. And therefore, this lane swap will make things very hard for him in the long run.
Right, definitely. Let's see if ever Nasus is going to be alone on the bottom so far. Senna is going to stay at the top because there is a swap happening. So it's not going to be a Senna Nasus teaming up together. So instead, Darius is going to play up here with the Senna. This is really interesting. I love what Jamie Esports is doing. They're trying to disrupt the Senna Nasus combo, and they can punish the Nasus alone on the bottom side.
They're quite afraid. It's a 2 birds and 1 stone thing. They want to try and shut down Cool again. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he is on the solo player highlights. Cool can potentially spin out of control with the reset coming in, with the guillotine as well. So Jamies have to be careful with their bars, or else that could be an opportunity that Cool could take.
All right, definitely. Camille here on the bottom side, not getting priority. So far, so good. Just love trades right here. Everything is still pretty peaceful. Jamie's Esports, their initial aggression really just toned down after that. Things on the mid, but so far, pretty safe early game. 2 minutes in, and pretty even gold lead. Gold so far.
Yeah, I was thinking of level 3 will be something that Chasing Dreams should take advantage of. The Darius level 3 and the Pantheon level 3 is incredibly strong. But because of that first blood take, they didn't have any summoner spells to work around that. So the next big thing for Chasing Dreams is level 5. That is when you can make moves around the map, possibly visit bot lane. I think would be the most vulnerable lane, since Camille, Lucan is pretty much very extended in the lane.
Yes, definitely. One important thing to note is that Jamie's Esports was able to get 2 Rift Scuttlers. So they have control all over the map. If ever Chasing Dreams will opt to become aggressive, those are going to be spotted. So far, so good for Jamie's Esports. Even if they lost 2 champions in the early game, they are still pretty much in a good position right here at this point.
Yeah, exactly. They're able to shackle down Cool here as the Darius. So most likely he will find the kills in objective fights, which will appear in the next 30 seconds or so. And now that the Air Drake is the first dragon of the game, I'm guessing that perhaps both of these teams will just opt to be happy about the Rift Herald. But looking at the Rengar on the map, looking at Lucan as well, these are setups that could possibly go for the 1-3-1. or the 4-1. Especially if you have Pego involved as well once he gets ahead in the lane. So Chasing Dreams, they want to deny that roam potential, the movement speed boost from that Air Drake for sure, away from Jamie's.
Definitely, that's really the point right there. Also, they want it for themselves. You have a Darius. If you have a very speedy Darius, that's gonna be very scary. You can always go to your backlines pretty easy, and that will be trouble for Jamie's Esports. Chasing Dreams, they're already setting up for the Dragon right here. This will all boil down to who gets the first pick, as Pantheon is here in the mid trying to help out the wave clear so that they will get priority. So far, no takes on both sides.
Who will decide to start the fight? I feel like the play here for Ryujin is to wait for Jamie's to start something, and then Grand Starfall into the backline. But now it seems to be a switch of objectives. We'll see though if Papa Pig will be able to stop this and slow this down.
All right, they saw the Rengar. We'll hold that thought. There's going to be a fight right here. Brom sends out ultimate. Oh, that's a big Ikeathan rain right there. But the guys, Cloud Drake is already taken. Courtesy of Chasing Dreams. XX ultimatum is casted right here. Fennel is already down for the fight. So is the Pantheon. But it is Jamie's Esports who's wrecking everything on Chasing Dreams. That's a 3-1 trade right there. Dragon did go into Chasing Dreams side, but they are gonna go for the first turret of the game.
Starfall?
That is gonna be good defense right here. It's already very low, and that should go down, but the Karsa did go down, and that's third out of the fight. Chasing Dreams 4-4 even, but first turret of the game did go to Jamie's Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be a first blood tower. That is correct, but they overstayed their welcome. And unfortunately...
All right here, Camille is going to be caught, and you are in a bad spot, my friend, and that is Ryuken going down. 4-5, that was Chasing Dreams win right there.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Jamie's has to be careful in these lanes. If you're overextended, you will get greeted by Ryujin on the Grand Starfall. And now, you get to see Chasing Dreams sort of equalize the goals a little bit. Now it is a 2k gold deficit in favor of Jamie's Esports. Not too significant just yet. But looking at the itemization again, they have a quirky. Motivate will be massive after 2 items. After Solari, after another gang.
There it is with the Shroud entrance, and they're going to be on point. Good stand right there. Kaisa's already down. Brom will go down, courtesy of Darius. 4-7. Chasing Dreams is starting to get control of this game. Camille will try to steal the Rift Scuttler right there, but will fail. Will just back away.
Yeah, they're gonna be happy about that pick because again, this is the composition. They have the Pantheon. Oh, hold that thought.
All right, at the top, Hexx ultimatum is going to be connecting right here. Darius for the dunk. It's not going to be enough for the kill, but still, he will get the frag on the mid, though. And Chasing Dreams will lose one as their Corki is already dead. 1-for-1 trade so far. That's a shutdown on the Pantheon. By the way, that's 2 champions dead on Chasing Dreams side. Jamie's Esports are in for the push. Let's see if Chasing Dreams can defend this one.
Looks like they can defend.
Oh, the Pran is going to keep connecting right here, and that was enough for another kill. Killing spree on the Darius, and that's big. Cool is getting scary in this game. Again, this Darius has the Cloud Drake, so he can get in fast, and that's the result of it.
Exactly, and you don't want to have a big Darius here. He's already, what, 3-1-3, already has the Serax on the board, and it's just going to balloon up potentially. Jamie's has to watch out for their overextensions, has to watch out for their HP bars, or else the resets will be available for Cool to keep dunking on people on Jamie's side.
Yeah, but then again, Jamie still is in the lead of this game. It's a 1.5k gold. That's not a lot. But at the very least, Jamie's Esports is still on top of this game. Even if Frags is looking bad, 6-9 on the board, pretty even on the third count. The split push is already starting for Ryuken, and that should force people to rotate on the bottom. And look at that. It attracted 3 champions on the Chasing Dream side.
That's going to be fine, as Motivate will just try to clear down the waves alongside with their AD carry, or rather support. In the meantime, though, we get to see, again, Chasing Dreams picking up a lot of these Zonia's Hourglass enchants just to counter out the Chum the Waters coming from Pago there. Just cancel out the knockups and everything else that follows through. But you got the package getting picked up, the dragon has spawned, and it is now Jamie starting this one.
Yeah, James is here fast, but here comes Senna with everyone. Pantheon is also going to go in. It is blue team who will get that dragon, courtesy of the Rengar, but Kaisa is already dead, and that's
Double
two
kill.
champions dead on Jamie's Esports side. This is going south, and going south fast for Jamie's Esports as they get aced by Chasing Dreams. You don't want to give the Darius a rampage right there because he is scary. Now Chasing Dreams is in for the push. That's a big win right there.
I know it is. Chasing Dreams winning every single fight, and all of the kills are going to the right targets. They're going to Bujin, they're going to Cool, and these are key targets, key players rather, that can potentially snowball the game out of control. And of course, they still have Motivate as well. Imagine once he gets that Solari Charge Blade, more crits are gonna creep in to Jamie's, and considering the fact that everybody else from Jamie's are pretty squishy, so they are going to be in a world of hurt, considering that that's what 4 melees on the side of Jamie's. Motivate will have the time of his life.
Also cool. We'll have a happy time. But definitely, Chasing Dreams are now on top of this game. We are looking at a 2K gold lead. That's not pretty comfortable still, but they do have the momentum of the game. The Proto Belt is going to be casted by Cool, but that's not going to be enough to close the distance for the pull, and that he's going to be okay. But the Fizz with the Chum the Waters is going to be connecting right here, but
he doesn't have flash.
Counter with that stasis, but the follow-up is enough for Jamie's Esports to take down Ryujin. Ryujin already out of this fight. Let's see if they can get some more. No, Chasing Dreams will go for the response kill. And here comes Spain as Darius is unstoppable already. He hasn't used the ultimate just yet, so this is going to be a very fast kill. And there it is. The Fizz is down. That's a 2-for-1. It feels like it's very forceful for James to really get a pick off at this point.
Yeah, they decided to just keep going and staying around that tower. And remember, Chasing Dreams did manage to get the air Drake, so it's so easy for Cool to travel towards top.
Right, fight right here. Good attempt, but Jamie's will just have to run away. Ryuken is already alive, but the Baron is already almost dead at this point. Papa Pig will just try to zone everyone out, but he doesn't have an ult right here for the fight. But they still stayed in the area. I don't like that call right there. They played with fire, and they're being burned bad right now. Lyra is already dead on the side of Jamie's Esports, and so is there. And everyone is now being chased right here. Boom! Senna even sends out a huge cannon out there. Click, click, boom! Chasing Dreams are on the victory push.
What a fight coming from Chasing Dreams. Again, it is just non-stop for this team. They have been defeating Jamie's in every single skirmish that they encounter.
Definitely. Oh, Chasing Dreams will not opt for a bigger push this time. They are just going to be resetting. They really want to get their items first before they go for a bigger push. But this is going to burn down the Baron buff that they had. This will buy time for Jamie's Esports. And this is something good because whenever you have more time, that means you will get more options to get back into this game. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, it's already a 7k gold lead in favor of Chasing Dreams, and 28 seconds on the clock for the Infernal Drake, and Chasing Dreams can find another opportunity.
Boom, Starfall and the stun for the Wombo combo, but Rengar will be fast enough to get out of danger. He's gonna be okay, but here on the top side, it's a different story. Shut down on the Darius. That's a big shutdown right there. Gold onto the side of Jamie's Esports. They're gonna go in for more, and they will take down 2 champions from Chasing Dreams. Cool did go down, and Motivate is already dead. This is something for Jamie's Esports. Hopefully they can get more out of it as Chasing Dreams goes for the Drake.
It looks like they were able to plant down Deep Vision in preparation to possibly maybe getting a pick over there, but Infernal Drake still in the hands of Chasing Dreams, so it is not a total loss. They are still in a massive lead at the moment, but good bounty coming from the side of Jamie's as they were able to shut down Cool and even slow down the pace of Motivate. But here we go. Solari Charge Blade already available for Motivate.
Cool is in the area, spots the cat, but will not go for the engage, and Rengar is out.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. And yeah, Solari Charge Blade is gonna be huge in the next fight. So Jamie's has to watch out for that one.
All right, definitely looking at the gold lead right now. It is a 6K, just a 6K gold lead on Chasing Dreams. So it's not really that huge of a lead, but during team fights, you're still gonna feel that. So Jamie's Esports will have to be careful. At this point, they cannot afford to make mistakes, and they will have to play this perfectly to get back in this game if they want this game 1 win. Let's see if Chasing Dreams, they are what their plan is at this point.
I mean, for Jamie's, they still have that late game insurance as there over there on the Kaisa. And with Massive Killer Instinct, you can basically have that backline access and just eliminate Motivate right off the bat, or even Kome here on this Senna. But at the same time, you still have a big problem. It is Cool still here, very tanky. Almost unkillable. Sterax, Deadman's played, Guardian Angel too. So he's ready for the next fight. He is ready to be that soaker and as well as big boy damage dealer on the side of Chasing Dreams. And now Baron could be the next possible setup. We'll see if Chasing Dreams is able to get a pick first, make it into a 4v5, maybe a 3v5 for that big bonus, and then get that Baron to end the game.
Yes, it will be very hard for Chasing Dreams to really get this because there's a ward right here, but it is already down. So pressure is on Jamie's side. They will have to try to get in the area to see if ever Chasing Dreams is already taking the dragon, but they're going to be risking their lives right here. Chasing Dreams, they're playing Possum right now. This is a very good bait. But the split push is online. So this is good so far for Jamie's Esports, as Chasing Dreams just wasted time right there and more gold into Jamie's Esports pockets. Let's see what the future plan right here is for Chasing Dreams. They have to put it on this side.
Yeah, that's the thing. They needed the only person that can fail.
All right, Braum.
Anyway,
right
he's fine. He's fine. He's a Braum. The only person. Okay, since Cool is the most fed member in the team of Chasing Dreams, he has to be present in the fight. Chasing Dreams cannot fight this 4v4 at the moment. They're definitely not prepared. So Cool though is the only person that can face off Ryu Ken, and that's the reason why Chasing Dreams had to run away from that fight.
And that's going in the hands of Jamie's Esports right now. You see this. Cool is now responding onto the split push. And without that raid boss joining the team fight, it's a much better fight for Jamie's Esports 4v4. And so far, so good. Again, their key for this game at this point is really stall the game out for their Kaisa to get back to really farm up.
1v1?
And they're doing that so far. 1v1 action right here. Oh, let's see who will be. Oh, look at that damage right there. But again, Cool has a life steal, so Ryuken still has to be very careful.
Yeah, in the mid lane though.
Oh, there it is. Braum sends out the ultimate. Let's see Fizz with the John the Waters. That's gonna be on point and just erases Braum. Just like that, Pantheon will be forced to use the Sassis right there, but he goes down. Third to see how the Kaisa gets it right here. Kaisa's already dead. That's so much kill for the Corki right now. And run, my friend, because Ryuken, you're already very low. Will be able to escape right here. But Chasing Dreams takes a 3-for-2 win right there, and now they're marching for the inhibitor turret on the mid.
Yeah, that's a lot of death timers. That's 30 seconds on the clock with only 2 people. Pego and as well as Ryuken. Teleport?
Camille will try to defend this one. That is going to be very challenging. Let's see if that will be successful right there. Camille did go down right there. Chasing Dreams, their HP bars are very low. Infernal Elder Drake is already available, so that could be something that Jamie's can go run for. Let's see what will be their plan.
They're going to be fine for now. But yeah, this is already a 3k gold lead. On paper, it's not as significant, but the map control is in favor of Chasing Dreams at the moment. There's a teleport coming from the Rengar Lera.
That's very important right now, so we understand that it's Elder Drake. Elder Drake already half HP down. Camille is on side. He's gonna be spotted with the Twin Shadows right there, and that's gonna be for free.
They gotta run.
James Esports will respond with the Baron, but everyone is here already. Baron already very low, and it's going to be a very big steal for Chasing Dreams. The dream is on. Jamie Esports is in trouble right now. They have to run, but they're running on the wrong side of the map. The dog is gonna connect, and that is Braum dead. Kaisa, run, my friend, but I don't think you can. He will try to use the stasis right there, but it will just delay the inevitable. He still goes down. Chasing Dreams are on the march for their victory right now. Top turret is already down. TP's are already coming in. Nexus already exposed, and here comes the GG push. Chasing Dreams are on the verge of winning game number 1, and they have done it. Game number 1, Chasing Dreams is the winner.
Wow. Chasing Dreams, their team fights are amazing. The way that they maneuvered and punished any aggressive plays coming from the side of Jamie's Esports was just beautiful to watch. And they just constantly pressed on with their lead, unafraid, and then numerous Barons after they're able to end the game.
Yes, definitely. There were instances that James tried to get back into this game. Kudos to them. I love the effort on the split pushes by Ryuken. Though that really created pressure from Chasing Dreams, but in the end, it was already a very big lead for Chasing Dreams. The Darius was already very fed up. You don't really have an answer for him if ever it is a full-on clash. And because of that, Chasing Dreams got game number 1. Adjustments should be coming in from Jamie's Esports, but here are the numbers.
Yeah, cool. He's massive. 8-11. And Ryujin also managed to get a lot of those early kills. Everybody else, basically everyone who needed the kills to take off in this game got the kills. Cool. Right. Ryujin, Motivate, shined in the later stages, definitely after picking up that Infinity Edge. His crits were just massive. And Shino, I see you. You are the MVP. Nicely done steal on that Baron there. It's like having a second smite, I suppose, if you have a Nasus on your side. So right. Jamie's here. They really tried. They struggled in the early game. They didn't find these opportunities. They managed to get picks off of Cool with shutdown gold, but it was already too late. Cool was basically massive already.
Yes, definitely. He was a raid boss at that point. He's on top of the food chain. 7,680. Oh yeah, Motivate has some more gold. But Darius with this kind of juice, that's scary right there. Kaisa did her part, really tried to do the best for the team fights. It's just that it's a tad bit too late. He never really felt that she got online in the team fights. Because of that, they lost this one. 12-28. That was a convincing win by Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, it seemed like a very close game gold-wise, but the fact that a lot of the kills went over to important targets, Cool, Ryujin, the Motivate right after. So it felt like, Jamie's felt like they were fighting a losing battle in game number 1. But of course, there's still game number 2 to get that reset. See, they're able to utilize another Rengar pick, especially Pago is a very, very cool, not very cool, very talented player on the Fizz. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see that shine. I feel like it contributed to, Chasing Dreams buying early game Zonias enchants,
right? True.
And that means Chum the Waters basically negated.
Yes, definitely. And if you look at the lineup right now, hold that thought. There is the master of the match, Shino. I wasn't expecting this, but Shino gets the master of the match tag. KDA of 22%, kill participation 79%. Well deserved right here.
Yeah, he earned it. He earned that after that Baron steal. That basically really did a lot of work as well. He also acted like another sponge for the rest of the composition, especially, of course, you've got the bruisers there, but he can comfortably build around more of that of the defenses, that Leandries and the Rylais as well, with the Twin Shadows to help assist with utility, trying to find and hunt where Lera was as the Rengar there. So I'm loving all of these Senna plus Nasus or Senna plus Singed, whatever combo that they so desire. It's really a really refreshing perspective.
Right, true. Not so much of the Brom Kaisa anymore, the Rakan Shaya anymore. Not so much of that. We now are. This is the third game of this day that we saw the Senna Nasus, right?
Yeah, it is basically the third game, and it has been very successful so far. No punish whatsoever. And Nas is just doing a lot of work. And in this particular game, Shino was able to get the steal off of the Baron, and I think it's a very, very huge deal.
Right. I love the itemization. What the plan here for the Nasus is really get the Leandres so that whenever you send out your ultimate, you not just become tanky. Remember, you are going to be burning people around you, and with the Leandres, that's going to add up to the burn, and that's DPS. That's the reason why we saw during the team fights on the side of Jamie's Esports, they were just being melted because of the Nasus. You don't really feel that because the damage is not instant, but the burn is real, and it won them the game.
Yeah, and that's why Shiro got MVP Master of the Match. And now it's back to the drawing board for Jamie's Esports. They really had a commendable start. Imagine getting and then they got first blood, and then they basically focused a little bit more against Cool, but it wasn't enough. I feel like the team fight part of things were a bit lacking as we take a look at the bans here. So I really like the ban coming from Chasing Dreams here on the Akali. They sensed that something was up. The Galileo and the Gragas getting banned. The fact that Jamie's also managed to get the Braum. So these are constant answers against assassins, and as well as a lot of the champion picks that have backline access. And yeah, so far Jamie's early game looked really good. Camille plus Rengar plus really nice level 1 with the Braum. That's why they got first blood. But the follow-up, the fights eventually in the Dragon Pits just weren't there.
True. Yes, definitely. It is supposed to be that Braum and Kaisa can try to go into the late game. But remember in the early parts of the game where Kaisa and Braum died, that really set them up for a losing lane. That really put a large dent on their laning phase. And I guess that was the start of the fall of the laning phase. So I guess an adjustment they can do is try to avoid that, especially that it was a risky play for them.
Yeah, they even opted for the lane swap. They wanted to put Cool on a tight leash, but it wasn't really there. Again, we talked about this before. If Cool can't find lane kills, then he's going to be happy finding kills elsewhere, like the Rift Herald objective takes, like the second dragon takes as well. So Chasing Dreams, I really love how they maneuvered around this, especially the Senna comp with the Nasus as well worked out. I'm also a big favorite of Ryujin's Pantheon. I think that the Grand Starfalls were very, very effective in this game, and there were no wasted Starfalls. Every single time Ryujin ulted, they were impactful.
Right, true. Yes, definitely. So I want to ask you, what does Jamie Esports have to do in game number 2 to try to extend this to game 3?
For me, I think it's a matter of execution, I suppose. This draft in general looks really solid if the Rengar is able to work out the Hextech Ultimatum. If you can lock people down immediately and just keep pressing on with your lead and be extra aggressive. What can be changed, however, is how they overextend. When they win a fight, they tend to stay a little bit. At the early game, the death timers are very, very forgiving. So when you're against a Pantheon, Grand Starfall, you're just gonna give a kill, so it equalizes it and you lose your lead.
Sure.
So that is my only take, perhaps. Retreat and try to keep your lead intact.
Yeah, I will agree with you. I love the lineup right now. It's just that really in the early game, they lost it because of the aggression. They already got the first blood onto Cool on the top side, but they lingered in the lane trying to get a bit more greedy, and they got punished for it. And that set up a very bad omen for the team, especially in the laning phase. They could not really face up against the Senna and the Nasus anymore in the middle part of the game.
Yeah, they really struggled and didn't have any opportunities because the map were slowly getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, not a lot of options for the Rengar and the Camille to make moves around the map, get that split push on board. And again, Cool. That means your 4-1 is not going to be as effective because Cool will constantly pressure you as well. So
True.
Chasing Dreams really played that game really well. I feel like Jamie's early game, if they're able to stabilize it, replicate what they did at the beginning of game number 1, and then again cleaner, Chasing Dreams could potentially really have a hard time in that game, and possibly maybe even game number 2.
Yes, definitely. Remember also the winning point right there was the first Drake, which was a Cloud Drake. Chasing Dreams were really very looking into it. They know their win condition. Darius is going to be playing a very vital role in our win, and we want the Darius to become faster and stronger. And they got the Cloud Drake for the Darius, and we saw the effect of that. Darius was starting to dominate lanes, and the rotations were very fast because of the Cloud Drake. So if ever you see a Darius once again, try to deny the Cloud Drake on a Darius. It's really scary.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Jamie's also badly needed that because they have a Rengar, they have a Camille. They really badly needed that Air Drake for themselves to find cool in the side lanes, perhaps with their 1-3-1 setup. So it is just quite unfortunate. And for me, Chasing Dreams did a good job just focusing their bans onto Lara here. So basically, if you shut down Lara, at least it's early game is going to be a little bit awkward. Therefore, what can Duke can do with what they have as the Rengar on the jungler instead of like a Kha'Zix, especially Lee Sin. I feel like Lee Sin is very scary in these scenarios because there's a lot of pick potential involved in a composition such as that.
Yeah, good point right there. If ever you have been following our program, the last fight between Chasing Dreams and Jamie's Esports, Lara's Lee Sin was very scary, and they got a win over Chasing Dreams because of that. That's the reason why we're seeing a Lee Sin ban right here. And they also denied the Kha'Zix, and they forced out the Rengar on Lara onto the side of Jamie's Esports. So that's a very well played ban right there by Chasing Dreams.
Exactly. So I assume that Chasing Dreams will just not let that go forever in this series. So something perhaps that I wish we could have seen shine a little bit more is Pego on this Fizz. I feel like this is one of his best picks so far from his performances, and we've seen how Edaf was able to utilize the Fizz and play around despite anyone having a lot of Zonia's. Again, he was up against 4 Zonia's Hourglass, I believe, in the previous series. So maybe we get to see Pego shine once more and pick it up after that game number 1.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, the week number 2, we did see Pego shine on that Fizz. I fell in love with his Fizz right now. It's just that it just seems like people have prepared for the Fizz. We saw there so many good chum the waters right there, but the stasis were on point, and that's one bad thing about this Fizz of Zed. One item can really negate your firepower, so you have to think about picking that champion up.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're paired, there's also a Braum on the other side of things, it makes things a little bit harder to keep on with the aggression once you penetrate that back line. So now I feel like Jamie's has to switch things up a little bit. I don't think they will be able to use the same draft because Chasing Dreams basically read them and just do the fights, the skirmishes so much better, especially during the dragon fights. So Pantheon can still be a very relevant pick in this series.
True. Pantheon was very successful right there. And I still think Pantheon is one of the good counters against the Fizz. Fizz is very hard to catch. The Pantheon point click stun really can eliminate Fizz. Once you hit Fizz, he is vulnerable and everyone can collapse on him, and he's already out of the fight. That's why I love the Pantheon pick right here. It's going to be very interesting. I think Chasing Dreams opened up the Camille really so that they can lure Jamie's Esports to go for the Camille, because Ryuken is also very scary on a Darius. So they denied the Darius on the Ryuken. That could be the plan right there. So far, yes, it's a very I love the mind games that Chasing Dreams were placing in the draft phase.
Yeah, same here. I really like how they paid a lot of attention, especially, they're setting up for cool. Chasing Dreams is basically setting up for cool over there. Maybe we get to see Ryuken on the Darius this time around, but maybe the response from Chasing Dreams is that, okay, I will challenge you into, maybe I'll pick the Renekton, I'll survive level 1, I'll shine at level 3. Especially, I know Cool is feeling it at the moment. He really killed it at
Right.
game number 1. So
True.
this is a big confidence boost, and we'll see if fate will be the same, if it's going to be a 2-1 victory for Chasing Dreams. Will this be different this time around for Jamie's? Could they be the one that 2-1s, or Chasing Dreams has seen everything from Jamie's, therefore a possible 2-0. So there's still a lot of mystery in this current matchup, and I feel like the draft is going to be a huge thing to determine the comfortability of the teams in their composition.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, then again, Jamie's Esports, that was not a bad draft from them. It's just that you mentioned this earlier, it all boiled down into execution. I will say, from my end, I need a better execution from Jamie's. This is where boys are separated from the big boys here in the big league. Even if you're out drafted, if you just execute the plans, your micros plays are better than the opposing teams, you still can win. So Jamie's Esports, they will have to show their micros right here. But then again, this backstory of Jamie's Esports is that they're a team who just got assembled not too long ago. So they still are in this feeling stage with each other. That could be something. Hopefully the 3 weeks break, they were able to work well on that and really try to show their improvement in game number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. There has been a break. There has been a lot of patches, but there's only basically 2 days left. 2 matches left for the for the 4 teams that we just witnessed so far in Group C. So I think day number 1 is a big momentum boost. If you win the first day, then it's probably gonna look good for the second and third day. Probably not as good because Jamie's and Chasing Dreams will have to face 2 big teams like Omega and DR Esports, who are at the tippity top of the standings. But it's still a big boost, morale boost, because again, the 75,000 Globe Cup points as well. Of course, Chasing Dreams has already attained a point from the first round robin, which was this same matchup. So of course they want to get that 2-0 against Jamie's, but of course revenge is still on the line here, and I feel like it's still incredibly close. And for both of these teams, the biggest constant is whoever gets that early game will be able to take control of the entire game and end that from there and then.
Yes, but everything is just hypothetical at this point. It will still boil down into how the team plays the game. We are gonna head into the draft for game number 2, brought to you by Riot Go. Here's the champion selection screen.
Chasing Dreams still don't want to see that Kha'Zix. For Jamie's, I'm guessing they don't want the Galio. They don't want any of the possible first pick on the blue side. So Lee Sin, of course, a very strong red side pick. Lee Sin, you pick Lee Sin Renekton, Lee Sin plus top lane. So meanwhile, Chasing Dreams, they want to target ban Lyra here on this Rengar.
3 jungler bans from Chasing Dreams. Yeah, they respect Lyra's game. Lyra should be taking it as a compliment. So that's respect right there. Camille, Galio, and Senna is not going to be allowed right here. So that will take out the Senna Nasus possibility.
Yeah, right now, Riven and Xin Zhao could be something that they can pick up. We've seen Xin Zhao before, actually. If you pick up the Lulu, the Xin Zhao is still available. This composition is seen in the Origin series, actually. It has been a constant favorite. Can be flexed either in the Riven can be flexed either in the mid lane or top lane. Xin Zhao can also be flexed top side as well, but mostly found in the jungle. Once Jamie's picks the Lulu, there's still a possibility of an Olaf composition as well. True. So never mind, we could see the first action of the game, maybe. What?
There you go. It's gonna go for the action. But then again, looking at Chasing Dreams, they're continuing the mind games right here. 3 flex picks so far. We don't really know for sure which lanes these are going to be coming in. But there you go, Jarvan 4. I thought Action was going to see light in this tournament, but I guess not. But they're going to go for Jarvan 4. I love that pick still. Jarvan 4 is still one of the best junglers right here. There we go. Vayne on the 3rd.
Yeah. They're playing the Protect AD carry composition plus a Riven with the assistance of stuns. Meaning, if you have the Cataclysm as well in the Jarvan, that means easy condemn for Thayer as the Vayne. Chasing Dreams in the meantime is going to pick up this Nami and as well as the Aurelia. So this is double Assassin, 1-3-1 setup, plus big engage, double disengage as well as the Nami and the Gragas. And of course, Pego will make a return on this Fizz pick. So now I am curious because this composition could have been an all-the-way comp. Pego could go Orianna to the Jarvan ball delivery system, double shields for the Vayne. But, of course, Pego is amazing on Assassin picks in the mid lane. So, of course, he's going to fall back into this Fizz.
He's going to go up against an Aurelia, so this is going to be very interesting. The top lane, though, it's Riven versus Akali. Love the matchup. The junglers is Gragas, Jarvan 4, ADCs and supports Nami and Corki, and Vayne and Lulu. And this is scary, especially if we reach the late game. The Vayne is going to be painful in this game. So I want to see how this game will run towards the mid into the late game, where Vayne will have his power spike.
Exactly. I am excited to see the 5v5s happen for Jamies as well, most especially with Pego into the equation with this Fizz. Meanwhile, you mentioned top lane, Duken and Cool here with the matchup of Akali and Riven. Usually, level 1 for Akali versus a Riven matchup is a little bit tough. But especially level 2, once you get this, maybe level 3, once you get the Twilight Shroud, it's so easy for Ryuken to get the stun in. You basically go in the middle of the Shroud and then you get that AoE stun on the board. So it may look a little bit tough in the early game, but there is the assistance of the junglers such as Lara on this J4 and Ryujin on the Gragas for that disengage if things get a little bit too sticky.
All right, definitely. I love what Jamies did in the early game. They went in, the Vayne helped in the wave.
There we go.
On
Cool.
the mid. Oh, at the top side, Cool will be forced to get the fruit right there. Will be okay at this point. Good ward right there by Ryuken. Let's see if this will develop to something else. I don't think so, but priority is on Jamies Esports, and he's winning the lane.
There is a possibility because Ryuken didn't bring barrier. He brought Ignite. He's there to kill. He's there and ready to see if he can win that 1v1 matchup against Cool here. So we'll have to see how that lane progresses. Again, level 3, level 1 to 3 actually for Ryuken is very strong up against the Akali. So once Cool though gets level 5, gets that perfect execution, there's an extra mobility and extra burst. Look at top side though.
All right, let's see. But here, Ryuken will be forced to TP back home. So Cool getting the better of that exchange. Rift Scuttler is already taken on the bottom side with the help of Aurelia with the Gragas right there. But Lyra is going to take the top Rift Scuttler. One Rift Scuttler for both sides.
That's a good start for both of these teams. No one really ahead just yet. Just a 700 gold lead in favor of Chasing Dreams. Not very significant. But we'll see though. As Jarvan, also very strong level 3 jungler. A good spike. Level 5 as well as pretty strong. But it's so hard to Cataclysm and Akali. Akalis are just going to skedoodle away out of the Cataclysm. So your best targets are basically what? On paper, only the Aurelia and the Nami.
Resets are going to be coming in on the bottom, but they're going to be canceling it. But right now, bottom side, DR lane is being won by Chasing Dreams. The stun is going to connect onto the Fizz right here, and Pego is going to be okay. Here comes the fight right here. Pego is already very low. He will be able to go away. He still goes down, but it will be traded by Jarvan for Lyra with the cleanup. 1-1 on the board, pretty even, but first blood did go onto the side of Chasing Dreams.
I think it went to Jamie's because the flag and drag was the one that was able to get that first blood. So I feel like Lyra's clutch was basically, you know, that clutch flag and drag earned them that first blood. It could have gone to Chasing Dreams if Lyra wasn't around. Maybe the Ignite tick would have been too slow. But at the end of the day, there is a very spicy matchup in the mid lane with double Ignites being carried. And unfortunate though, it went to the jungler. The first kill went to the jungler instead to Pego.
That's okay still, though. Let's see. Next 20 seconds is going to be very big. But
bubble.
here is a fight on the bottom side right here. The ultimate of Gragas is not going to connect right there. And that will spoil the fun for Chasing Dreams, as Jamies will be able to escape.
And now that's going to be the dragon. Started by possibly Jamie's, as they do have dibs on this area first.
Yes.
Because Chasing Dreams very late to the reset here, so they won't be able to contest this one. They should go possibly to the Rift Herald, unless...
Oh, there it is. The steal is not going to be completed right here, and Gragas will pay dearly with his life. They went in because they know that Gragas missed the ultimate. Gragas went in for the steal. Will be failing right there at the top side.
Wow.
Oh no! 1v1 outplay right there. Good job by Ryuken.
Yeah, combo-wise, Ryuken. Once you get the stun lock in, it's just a very, very easy sequence of skills. And it's just pain. Because Cool wasn't even able to use Flash and Barrier. He was basically locked down until his death. Jamie's now, though, roaming around this Rift Herald. Chasing Dreams are going to be trying to start this one. They do have Scuttler advantage, though, so movement speed and that vision will help them greatly in this take.
Let's see. Their ultimates are available, so this is going to be an easy fight for Chasing Dreams. If ever James Esports is going to go for the steal right here, Jarvan Force in the area, flag is already dropped. The drag should be coming in a bit, but the body slam should be able to contest that, and James Esports will not go for the dive. Lyra will miss the Rift Herald.
I want to understand what happened there. Did the flag and drag not connect? I think...
He did not go in, because the body slam is a threat. Even if you go in, you won't be able to drop the smite, so he did not go in.
I thought there was like a miscalculation that happened there, but he used just the flag for that additional vision. Figured it's too risky to go in. Could have been a repeat like what happened to Ryujin, going in all alone, gets condemned to the Dragon Pit, and he doesn't want to suffer the same fate as Ryujin there. So Chasing Dreams now getting First Blood Tower. Rather, no, it was Jamie's earlier at the bottom portion of the map. Chasing is going to be happy at least opening up the mid lane. They can possibly open up the bot lane as well if they want to secure the Infernal Drake in a few minutes.
But then again, Jamie's Esports slowly cutting into this lead. This is 2k gold lead already in favor of them. At 6 minutes in, you are happy to get that. Let's see if they can get some more at this point. Chasing Dreams will just clear the red buff right here, and laning phase back for both teams.
Yeah, this is where Chasing Dreams can possibly enable the 1-3-1. They have to be a little bit careful, though, because Jamie's has a pretty sneaky comp, I suppose. Pego always in the brush lurking. He's going to be looking for the Chum the Waters. Look at this, though. This could be a setup at topside. There it is.
Gragas is there. There it is. Chum the Waters is connecting right here, but Gragas sends out the ultimate to disengage, and this is bad for Jamie's Esports. They fell for it. Nami with the big ultimate right there to really set things up for them, and Pego goes down. Only one death, though. So Jamie's Esports will be able to escape. They're still up 2k in this game, but the top turret, no one is left to defend this. I guess Riven will be able to, but he's already half HP down. Motivate on the bottom will be chunked down. He's gonna be okay.
Yeah, really nice read from Chasing Dreams. They knew what was going to happen. They knew that Pego was most likely nearby, looking for a kill in the side lanes. And really nice bait. They adjusted really well. And Jamie's, they didn't get to exchange anything off of that because they didn't get to get tower takes possibly elsewhere. So now topside will have a little bit more control. Jamie's, meaning having to keep that in check constantly, and it's the perfect timing for Chasing Dreams. 22 seconds on the clock for the Infernal Drake to spawn. Both of these teams will love to have that.
And that win, that small win at the top side, really cut into the lead. Only 1k gold lead on Jamie's Esports. There is going to be gang up right here. The stun is not going to be connecting from the Aurelia, so Jamie's Esports is okay so far. Fizz is in there. Does he have the Yes, he does have the Chum the Waters. Doesn't decide to use it just yet, because it is much better to use it on the dragon. On the dragon fight. Bottom Rift Herald is gonna be summoned right here. That's the 8 space for Chasing Dreams.
maybe they can go for the dragon. That's an Infernal Drake, so that's big. Bottom turret is gonna go down. Dragon's already being started right here by Lyra. Let's see. Here comes Chasing Dreams, and the fight should be on its go time. Sean the Waters is gonna connect onto the Gragas right there. Tidal Wave is gonna be used to really set up the fight for Chasing Dreams. Dragon is already dead, courtesy of Jarvan 4. So that's Lyra win right there. But they're falling down one by one. Only Pego left here to survive. But man, he is trying to outplay everyone right there. Gets a few kills himself before he goes down, but in the end, that is a Chasing Dreams win. Jamie's Esports gets the Infernal Drake as their consolation.
Yeah, they are able to get the Jamie's Esports. They're able to get the Dragon. But look at this Rift Herald value. Getting that second charge after Jamie's Esports decided to abandon post, start the Infernal Drake. And Chasing Dreams really love that because, okay, you're the one who's going to start the Dragon. You're going to take damage. And then we're just going to swoop in and start the fight for you. And the biggest issue here is, again, Cool. He's huge. Again, he is going to be a huge problem for Jamie's here. And I feel like it's just one of those assassins versus assassin matchup. Will Pego be the one that will open up opportunities for the team, or will Cool be the one getting that cleanup? And as we saw, as the first example, it was Cool living at the end and was able to get a lot of kills on the board.
Kudos to Pego. He tried to clean up for the team. He was able to salvage the situation for a little bit. Got 2 kills for himself. And he's kind of scary right now, but the outplays that Pego's doing is really respectable. So far, this is not a solo game. Wild Rift is a team game, and so Pego's actions still will not be able to give them the advantage of the game. Now, Chasing Dreams is up 2K.
Cancel teleport?
Game. Alright, let's see. The stun is going to be connecting onto Riven right here.
Oh!
Oh no! Let's see if Motivate can run, my friend. But nah, you can't run against her. Oh, or guess not. The flash is still available right there. But yeah, tad bit short right there. That's going to be a kill onto Motivate. Well played by Ryuken.
I think the W didn't connect. It's so hard because Riven is a very mobile champion that is able to just have unlimited dashes almost always. So it's really hard to land those skills coming from Motivate there on the Aurelia. So it's a temporary 4v5 situation with the absence of Motivate. And we'll be spawning in just a few seconds. It's still pretty early. Gold lead is once again non-existent. It is still pretty even so far. Looking at the itemization, Solari already picked up rather by Thair. Rabadons and Lichbane for Pego. So he's gonna really hurt in one sequence of combos. And now, it is Chasing Dreams finding this engage.
Oh, there it is. Explosive Cast is a little bit out of position, so they did not get the initiation that they wanted. Here comes Jamie's Esports, and the fight is on. Nami sends out the Tidal Wave just to help out the team, and it is going to be on point. Irelia is going to be joining the fight right here, but a big ultimate will miss this time. So no kills. Everyone is alive. This is crazy so far. 7-7 still on the board, and the gold is almost even at this point.
Chasing Dreams, they were forcing the issue there, but it backfired. Because usually, the explosive cask in a composition such as Jamie's Esports, who's pretty much all in, you definitely want to reserve the explosive cask when things get a little bit too sticky. Although understandable, because Chasing Dreams are on paper in the lead because Cool is on a roll. They want to take advantage of this moment. But at the same time, if you miss your explosive cask, you don't get a pick. That means your big disengage tool is going to be not present. And now Dragon has spawned. This is Jamie's. Starting the Dragon is going really low.
All right, Dragon is at half HP down, but the Vayne is gonna kill the Dragon right there. The fight is still on right here on the Shroud. Is the Kali dealing a lot of damage into the backline. Riven is already dead. Irel sends out the ultimate. It's going to be connecting on to Lulu. Lulu is going to be drained down. Akali is already dead. Jarvan 4 gets a double kill of his own. So it is going to be a 3-for-4 exchange right here. Corki is going to go down. Jarvan 4 will get that kill. This will end in a 4-for-4. But then again, Jamie's Esports gets 3 dragons right there. So this is going to pay dividends into the later part of the game.
Dude, that is deceiving. The range of the spear is very deceiving. Really nicely done. Triple kill already. And yeah, that's 3 dragons. And that is something that Chasing Dreams should be nervous about. Jamies are on towards a very scary path because Pear is going to have a lot more of items. He's going to be very scary and no one can possibly be able to deal with him. If they're able to lock him down, possibly Flash Pulverize, a stun from the Motivate. Well, did I say Flash Pulverize? No, there's no Alistar here. Flash Body Slam, rather, from Ryujin. Then maybe there's a chance. But it's so hard because there's a Lulu in the equation, so it's gonna look a little bit dicey here as the late game progresses. But don't forget, Chasing Dreams has the option of the 1-3-1 versus the 1-4 of Jamie.
Another 1v1 fight right here. Motivates HP bars. Just gets obliterated right there.
Here comes Cool.
But he will be fast enough to survive that one. Cool will not be here on time for the punish. So Ryuken will be able to escape. That's good pressure right here by Ryuken so far on the split push.
Yeah, this 4-1 is hurting Chasing Dreams. So now Cool is going to take this on.
Another 1v1 right here. Look at
my
that.
word.
That's how strong Ryuken is right now in this fight. And he has to flash away. Cool, you have to run as the Fizz is here. But he's already far enough. He's going to survive. Jarvan 4 takes a turret at the top side. So that's going to add up to the lead of Jamie's Esports. Jamie's Esports not done yet. Here comes Corki to help the bottom lane. And they're going to be okay. And Ryuken will just go for a disengage.
Yeah, both of your 1-3-1s, both of your split pushers rather, Cool and Motivate, cannot deal with Ryuken right now. He is massive. And it has to be, they have to expend more resources, make it a 1v2 scenario. But look at this, Jamie's now starting this Baron. They have a Vayne. It's going to go down really low. Chasing Dreams are aware of this.
Yes, they are going to go in, and there it is. Gragas will send out the cast. Oh no, the steal is not going to connect this time. Baron already dead in favor of Jamie's Esports. And because they went in, they
double
get
kill the
punished right there. One more kill right there onto... Oh, there it is. Lulu is going to go down though. So this is big. No, triple kill on the Irelia. No way. This is bad for Jamie's Esports. I thought for a second right there, it was a good position for Jamie's Esports, but they just went down. 3 champions for 2. That was a good scenario for Chasing Dreams after they lost the steal right there.
Yeah, because Jamie's were so low for after that dragon fight. So it was basically a cleanup crew for Chasing Dreams. And Motivate, the dynamics of power has shifted. Before it was Cool, now it is Motivate getting a triple kill after that. Now he has picked up the Sterax, now he has Zonius, now he is going to be a little bit more, you know, tanky in the next fight. So the Ocean Drake has spawned. Chasing Dreams is going to be primed in position for this. We'll see if they're going to get a pick first before starting this dragon.
And yeah, you mentioned about Motivate. Motivate will really want to get into the backlines and target that Lulu. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, look at that Twin Shadow sniffing out the Death Bush right here. That's set up by Chasing Dreams. And that's going to foil the plan. And Jamie's Esports now has a good position for the Elder Drake. But who needs the Elder Drake? They can take a mid-turret down by themselves. That's no pressure at this point of the game. Let's see if they're going to be continuing the push. They are going to do so. They have the Baron buff.
Tidal wave?
So everyone, the Baron of the barrel is going to be used right here to rush, just disperse everyone. But now they don't have that barrel, and Jamie's Esports will have more aces up their sleeves. Let's see if they're going to set up for more. So far, so good. No clashes just yet. The next party will be in the Elder Drake area. and Jamie's Esports is already there for the party. Dragon's already being started right here. Here comes Chasing Dreams. Try to contest this one. That pull is going to be very important. Now the Dragon is in the pit, outside, almost outside the pit. So far, it's go time. Chasing Dreams will have to do this. It's go or just die right there. The bubble is not going to be connecting. The fight is on, and there it is. Gragas just goes down before the man can do a damn thing. Rami is also dead at this point, but no on the backlines. That's a double kill for the Kali. Fizz is forced to stasis right here. Irelia is still alive for the chase. Oh, that was a big play for Pego. I thought they're gonna go for the kill right there. And this is a messy fight right here. Aurelia is the one left to survive for Chasing Dreams as their team got obliterated and he is left to mourn. Jamie's Esports comes on top somehow and will take this Elder Drake as their reward.
What a fight from both of these teams. It seemed like, after you're able to kill Thayer, no AD carry. But Ryuken is humongous in this game. He's still the primary threat in that scenario. And now he has a Guardian's Angel. I do want to... I'm not quite sure if that has been procced already, but it will be a huge thing in the upcoming fight. All ults are available for this Baron fight, and we get to see Jamie's already starting it. They are aware that this is happening.
Yes, definitely. They don't want to give this up because it is already... It's similar to giving up if ever you give the Baron at this point. Let's see. Javan 4 is still busy onto the Baron.
Oh, no,
Gragas. Big steal right here by our Gragas. And let's see if they are going to be able to transition this into a bigger win. No, they just go down one by one. That's 3 champions that on Chasing Dreams side.
They're gonna end.
And at this point, what can you do if you're Chasing Dreams? Jamie's Esports is on the GG push. Let's see if there's something left in Chasing Dreams tag at this point of the game. I guess not. Jamie's Esports gets game number 2.
What a game! What a series that is now in our hands. It is a repeat of the possible round robin as Jamie's Esports take this into game number 3.
Definitely. I think at the last clash for the Elder Drake, where I thought it was a win for Chasing Dreams, it's the Dragon buffs that really paid dividends onto Jamie's Esports side. I would say they won that because of the Dragon buff. Because if it was an even Dragon buff take, I think that was a Chasing Dreams clash win onto the Elder Drake. In the end, it is what it is. Jamie's Esports, they were able to get the Dragons, and so it benefited them in that late fight.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. All the objectives went over to Jamie's, and Ryuken was so huge in that game. He was getting a lot of kills left and right. No one could deal with him. Not cool or motivate, even though they were pretty much fed at some point of the game. Ryuken still played with the Akali matchup. Cool says, Motivate says, okay, I can't deal with this. Go ahead, Cool. Baton pass. It's your turn. Okay, man, I got you. But when Cool arrives in the scene, Ryuken also decimates Cool in the process. So after all your split pushers unable to deal with this 4-1 threat, which is Ryuken, what else can you do? What is left there to do?
Yeah, they tried their best to get the backlines. They got to kill Thur and Papa Pig, who were very crucial in team fights. But they spent a lot for that kill. When Ryuken and Pego went in, they were very painful still. But Chasing Dreams, they put up a fight in that last clash. And again, they still fell short. I still think that is the power of the Drake's buff right there, giving the favor of the fight into Jamie's Esports. MVP Lyra on the Jarvan for 6-1 and 11, 18k gold. That's crazy.
I think there were so many instances where Lyra was max ranging Shino's life on his spear every single time. And he basically was a killer Jarvan. He wasn't there to be a tank for the team. After finding out like, hey, I'm getting all these kills, why not? I'll just build damage.
Yes, definitely. And there it is, master of the match once again. Here is Lyra, Ariel Rodriguez, 17 KDA, and kill participation is 85%. Those are massive numbers, and those were enough for them to win this game. Well-deserved Master of the Match tag right here.
Yeah, beautiful setups, beautiful Cataclysm. Again, Lyra constantly finding the Corki, finding Shino every single time. And then, of course, the objective secures. No matter how many attempts Ryujin wanted to take to steal an objective, it was only that last part where he couldn't secure. But the rest, 3 dragons on the board, was just really good for the team. And, of course, setting up for there, and especially also Ryuken with the condemns on the Cataclysm.
Yes, and you watching right now, this is the reason why. Now you understand why people are target banning Lyra. The
Yes.
Jarvan 4 on the Lyra was really strong, and it helped them really win this game.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it wasn't exactly a carry pick, it's more of a tank jungler. But Lyra played it like a carry jungler. He built damage items as well on the board, and he was able to just survive and kill at the same time. So Lyra, I think the same bans will still remain most likely, but this option as the Jarvan 4 for the setup, and also to carry the squad in the early game, works out for Jamie's Esports.
Yes, definitely. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. So, series number 1, game number 3, series number 2, game number 3, battle after battle. This is looking well for our series. Let's see who will win game number 3. But then again, let's review the picks. Let's see if we can find something to adjust for both teams so that they can win game number 3.
I think the Riven is a big thing for Cool and Ryuken. It's because it works with so much matchups, especially the Akali pick. If you first pick the Akali, then this basically gives way for a red side to just pick up this Riven. So either a choice to let the see how the draft goes first before first picking Akali. But of course, I mean, you're on blue side. The Akali is open. If you're confident with it, especially in the hands of Cool, why not? So I do understand fully the thought process of the draft. And I mean, Pantheon could possibly be on the next draft, perhaps, if it's still their trajectory, because I think the Pantheon did a lot of work in game number 1. So maybe Chasing Dreams can opt for that approach again.
Yes. Well, what I love right here, what Jamie's Esports did, the confidence right here. Second pick, Lulu. What do you think about that?
They had a plan in mind. I think they already had a plan in mind. They were gonna play with the what do you call this? They have so many options if you first pick Lulu. Either you go the Olaf route, see how the draft goes for blue side, or you go Xin Zhao route. We've seen Xin Zhao before, Riven being paired in a 1-3-1 setup. And also the third next option is the Vayne. You can pick up the Vayne, play around with it, be that late game scary champion pick. And if on top of that, you pick up the Jarvan, easy condemn. You don't have to be inside the jungle to maximize the condemn. You can lane gank. You can fight in a lane and have that Cataclysm on the board. So I really like this coming from Jamie's Esports.
Yeah, I love the fact that when they went for Jarvan 4, they went for a damage type Jarvan 4. The Gragas really wasn't really able to do that much. Even if he's tanky, he just melted right in front of us. Whenever he goes in, Jarvan 4 stops him. Then with the Vayne damage right there, Gragas was not really effective in the team fights. And on top of that, if ever needed, Lulu can always send up the ultimate onto the Wild Growth onto Jarvan 4 to really knock up and do more CCs for them. So love the plan right here by Jamie's Esports. Love the confidence right here, going for a Lulu second pick where in fact they can deny stronger picks on their second pick.
Yeah, I feel like this is also a pseudo Garen, because polymorph and then silence. Once you know that your opponent will pick up a lot of assassins, then polymorph is one of the best soft counters. Once they go in, you polymorph them, and the basically your second skill is a really good zoning tool as well. So yeah, I like this from Jamie's. You're right. This shows confidence. This shows that, okay, Chasing Dreams are going to do this. let's do this and let's just bring it into the Rift. And I gotta say, Ryuken on the Riven has to be one of my favorite picks for Jamie's Esports.
Yes, definitely. Jamie's Esports, I love this right now from them. Any adjustments from Chasing Dreams you can think of to really guarantee game number 3 for them? At least they can feel comfortable or confident.
I think Pantheon. I think the Pantheon
Right.
work. There's
Good
so many. There's so many mid lane picks as well that they could pick up to possibly enable Cool. If they're putting everything on the Cool basket, then the Twisted Fate could be possible. Lee Sin Renekton, if they're on red side, possibly they can pick
Right.
that up as well. Yeah, something that can basically propel Cool. This time around, I think I really like the Pantheon because Jamie's their objective control is really good, but I feel like their team fights, when not given the opportunity of the best scenario, I feel like they don't thrive in chaos. I feel like Chasing
True.
Dreams does thrive in chaos, so I don't know. Maybe they can just pick up the Pantheon. The Grand Starfall does enable that approach.
Yes, definitely. I still hear Lucian in the background saying my joke to you guys. This is 6 games already in this day that Lucian is not banned, is not picked. So Lucian, man, I still think Lucian is still strong. So I hopefully we are seeing Corki, we are seeing Kaisa, we're seeing Vayne
Varus.
even, and and even Varus, but no Lucian.
Yeah, I think it's I love how you brought that up, because when I was casting the Origin series, 4 days of 3 BO3s and BO5s, but there's
No Lucian.
at all. And the most popular AD carry was a Corki, a Kaisa, Varus,
Right.
Cerildus Blade. There was also an Ashe composition where you enable the 131 setup, Arrow, because Ashe did get buffed at 2.3 or 2.3 rather. You can easily maneuver the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so
Right.
it's better accuracy with cross map play, and
Right.
as well as the hawk shot, being able for you to see opponents for a longer period of time. So maybe that's why when I saw the Riven Lulu pick first pick on red side, I'm like, are we gonna be seeing the Riven Sinzao 131 setup, Ashe, Seraphine, and Lulu as a big disengage tool? So maybe we get to see that. Maybe it's something that's very uniquely to the Origin series, and Jamie's
True.
Esports is using this Lulu and the Vayne pick. But in reality, the biggest threat was putting the Wild Growth onto Ryuken as the Riven.
True, definitely. Love this from Jamie's Esports right now. I think they have the momentum for game number 3. Chasing Dreams will have to do some adjustments right here. Again, it's not a bad lineup for Chasing Dreams. This game number 2 did fall down onto execution once again. It's just Jamie's Esports executed better on this game. I'm not really sure about the picks. I love the Nami. Not really sure about the Irelia, but Irelia was one of the most important champions in that game number 2. So it's still a very good pick from Chasing Dreams. But then again, let's go into the champion selection screen. Brought to be right. Go 1-for-1 even still. So this is game number 3. Bans should be starting in a bit. Let's see who are gonna be up for bans.
It's gonna be the same, most likely. Maybe a Galio ban. They do not want to enable again, a Galio ban, meaning it's just such good counters to assassin picks, perhaps.
Lyra.
So perhaps Chasing Dreams just gonna straight up ban out Lyra's champion pool here. The Lee Sin. What else is next? What could possibly be next on the pool?
Jarvan 4.
Yeah, Jarvan 4, perhaps. Rengar, maybe. Okay,
Rengar,
so all of the
yes.
assassins are out. Lyra can fall back into the tank junglers. Meanwhile, for Jamie's, they're removing, of course, first pick Camille, and as well as the Galio. Chasing Dreams, gonna
Alright.
try this the second time and lock in that Akali.
Let's see how Jamie's Esports is gonna go respond. What about that? First pick Lulu, the confidence of Jamie's Esports right now. When first pick and second pick, you should be going for power picks. They're gonna go for Lulu And let's see who they're getting. Because this will enable power picks onto Chasing Dream side. So you don't really want to waste your first and second picks. So this is interesting from James Esports.
Yeah, I really think Lulu is can also be very strong if you want to secure a type of composition that you want to take. That is actually a fizz ban, by the way, from Chasing Dreams. So
Alright,
Rengar is open. So this is Jamie's Esports. Also can pick up the Riven actually still if they want to go that route for Ryuken. But Chasing Dreams now. They want the lock-in. They want the lockdown, the big single target CC. But the Lulu has already been picked up. So anyone who gets the Assault and Battery will get the Wild Growth for survivability.
Definitely. But here comes the Zed. You are going to deny the Fizz. We have another assassin in our champion pool. Zed is going to be picked up for Pego right here. Shaya and Rakan, the lovers, are going to be coming out for this game. Is it going to be chicken for dinner tonight?
Oh, that made me hungry instantly. So, Chasing Dreams, yeah, Lovers Duo, they're able to deny at least Ryuken's Riven. So this could be motivate. It could be vice versa, wherever the Riven and the Akali is going to go. For Jamie's, they're sticking with their guns, but this time, no Jarvan 4, no utility for the Condemns. So this is going to be, what, Pego, Lara, and as well as Ryuken playing their lanes, playing with their skirmishes, see if they can snowball the game. And also, the 1-3-1 setup is going to be available with Zed split pushing, Ryuken split pushing as well.
All right, there we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. Let's get it on. Chasing Dreams versus Jamie's Esports 1-for-1. Whoever wins this game will win 75,000 Globe Cup points. And that's you. Early game, there is not going to be any shenanigans so far, so everyone is going to be safe.
The Chasing Dreams are just going to opt for this push with cool, or rather, just to get early experience and getting priority in the mid lane. Once you get priority in the mid lane, that means you can plant out the deep vision, as we can see as they track down Lyra's whereabouts in that brush. But look at Pego, though. Didn't get that last poke on that Shuriken, so really nicely done by Motivate.
Yes, definitely. But Pego is in a good spot right here on the mid. The pokes of Pego is much more painful. Look at that range right there. So it is pushing Motivate away from the lane. So that's a win for Pego, and Pego can go for whatever he wants to do. So far, he did take the plant. I'm not really sure if that's what he did. But so far, so good for Pego on the mid side.
Yeah, I believe level 5 will be incredibly crucial for Jamie's Esports. You've got Thrill of the Hunt available for Lyra. You've got the Death Mark available for Pego. There's just so many squishy targets. The thing about the Death Mark, though, is that you've got the Feather Storm to sort of counter it, but there could be a fight in here.
Right, for the Rift Scuttler right here, very risky at this point, but fight is on. Rift Scuttler is already down. Whoever took it, I'm not really sure. For now, Shroud is going to be casted right here, but Rakan is going to go down first, courtesy of Zed, and that's first blood in favor of Jamie's Esports.
Whoa!
But it is Lyra who goes
They
down.
want more.
Also,
They
one
want more
more
of the
poke,
polymorph.
but he's going to be okay under the turret. Just one more poke there would have been a kill. But then again,
Are they
one
going for
for
round
one.
two?
I think they're gonna go for round 2 right here. Did they see the TP right here? No. Here comes Zed, and that's there is. But he sacrificed himself for that. So still 2 for 2. I'm not really sure if that was worth it, but 2 for 2 on the board, and that's the gold is in favor of Chasing Dreams.
It was pressure because Pego was nearby. Either you get sandwiched by a
Right.
Zed or you get the kill before you die after. So that was the situation. That was the conundrum that Motivate had to encounter in that scenario. But just as you mentioned, not a significant gold lead just yet. It is 2 for 2. The biggest question is, but the biggest thing is Chasing Dreams was able, I believe, to get first blood in that encounter. And I feel like this whole action will culminate into a big fight later because Infernal Drake is the first dragon. Of course, a lot of these teams would want to get that, secure that first, and find it more valuable than First Blood Rift Herald, unless they want to keep putting in and funneling gold and open up the map first as a priority.
Definitely. We're already 3 minutes into the game, and we already have 4 deaths on the board. This tells you that both teams came here to fight in this game number 3. It will be a fight of whoever wins the lane at this point. At the top, Darius is having a very good time right here, going up against Cool. So far, he has a priority. Ryuken goes in, the dive. Rengar is in the area. Flash is going to be forced right here. And that's a little win right there by Jamie's Esports. No kill. But with Cool, without the flash right there, any visit in the future will be very fruitful for Lyra, definitely.
That's a really nice flash timing just to dodge out the apprehend there. So that's correct, though. Cool will be a very vulnerable lane. The fact that he carries Ignite and not Barrier, meaning, of course, he wants to get that kill later on, especially in the fights. But looking at the map movements, though, it seems to me that Lyra just wants to focus down this Rift Herald. Cool, though, will spot this out.
All right, let's see. Uh-oh, Lyra is already half HP down, and he's going to be slain 1 versus 1 right here. Cool will be very, very happy with that take right there. And here is the fight for the Infernal Drake, and it is on. Lakan goes for the grand entrance right here. Zed sends out the ultimate and will go for the chase right here on the backside. Lakan will survive that one, and there it is. Polymorph onto the Akali. Akali with the execution is going to be on point, and that's 2 champions dead onto the side of Jamie's Esports, but somehow here comes cleanup. Rengar is going to be joining the fight, and there it is. Lyra will be able to clean it up. He just respawned at the right time, but then again, the dragon did go to chasing greens, and they look like it will be them who gets the first turret of the game.
Yeah, Ryuken was able to survive and be the live bait. And Chasing Dreams continue to chase and suffered losses as they got Lyra 3 kills, I believe, or 2 kills rather, in that engage. And that's definitely not what you want. Good news is for Chasing Dreams, though. This could be a little bit late for me on the call, but Chasing Dreams will focus a lot more on that armor to try and counter out the stacking of a lot of the 80 damage sources coming from Jamie's, and basically almost non-existent on the AP side, so they don't have to worry too much about that. But now they're aiming to get another tower down in the bot lane.
And this is big push right here. All right, let's see. Ryuken is going to be able to clear out the wave, push away Chasing Dreams' aggression. Rengar is in the area with the ultimate. I think he will not catch anyone at this point.
Yeah, there's not going to be an attempt, as Lyra really just wants to buy his Triforce already. He wanted but because of that push, Chasing Dreams was able to cancel that port. So Lyra decides to go, okay, hey, we're just gonna go here. We're gonna kill Cool most likely.
All right, at the top side, Zed will send out the ultimate. He will take down, and that is the power. Uh-oh, let's see. One more. Who will die first? That's a 1-for-1 trade. Good job right there. He almost dies. Lyra right there, but will be able to hide and jump once again for the kill. 1-for-1 trade, 6-6 on the board, but the bottom turret did go down in favor of Chasing Dreams, and because of that, they are now up 3k in this game, and they're not done yet. Mid turret just falls down just like that. They're falling down like trees right now.
I gotta say, that was so close of a 1v2 scenario that Cool wanted as a highlight reel, but Lyra played that so well there. Was able to dodge the AoE stun from Cool and just hop in back and get that auto attack, that empowered auto attack. So Chasing Dreams, it's still not too discouraging. I mean, they are in the lead here. Infernal Drake in their hands with a 3k gold lead as well. So now Jamie's though, another fight.
All right, here we go. And there it is. Rengar dies this time. And that's a shutdown by Device. So that's a lot of gold going to the pockets of our jungler on the blue team. Chasing Dreams, they're not going to go for another chase. And that's going to be it for that flash. Big win for Chasing Dreams.
Cool is still on a roll here. This could be a 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3. Cool is in a tight spot right here. Zed sends out the ultimate, but Cool, you're on the wrong side of the neighborhood, my friend. He is going to go down. Let's see if Jamie's Esports will want more. No, they won't be able to do so, as Chasing Dreams will offer a reset.
They should be careful when it comes to these fights in the side lanes. Whenever Cool wants to 1v2 again or 1v1. In a 1v1 scenario, for sure, Cool will prevail.
All right.
But constantly, if that keeps happening, you're giving kills to Ryuken that can possibly snowball again from game
Right.
number 2, and that is a Darius as well. Also, Pago can be a menace as well on the Zen. Will be able to get squishy targets down easily, get that burst onto what, especially Motivate. At least a good news for Azaya. You do have that Feather Storm to cancel out the death mark as long as you time it correctly. But now, Dragon has started.
Yes, Chasing Dreams, they want to get this for themselves. You don't want to give Darius the Cloud Drake right here. Pounce is going to be coming in. No, the steal will not connect right here. The fight is on. It is Rengar dead already before he could do something for the team. And their team just goes down one by one. Make that a 5-0. A special by Chasing Dreams. That's your Oppo Ace moment. And Chasing Dreams will get that and will take the mid turret as their reward.
I know, it's a big bonus, and it's a big amount of space provided after they take this one down. You can see the pings. They want this Baron. They want to set up for this Baron soon, as Jamie's has already spawned. Chasing Dreams can land a bunch of deep vision as we get to see one ward already down near the red buff. And Chasing Dreams has been thriving in these chaotic fights. Jamie's has no response. Again, this composition, they need to get a pick first before they can comfortably get into a full-on fight. And so far, Jamie's has been fighting in a 5v5 scenario. No threats so far on the Xayah.
Yes, definitely. I love what Rakan is doing right here as their support. But right now, there is another 1v1 fight right here. Apprehend is not going to be connecting for the Darius. Chasing Dreams, Kome doing a lot right now. Whenever Rengar pounces in, the quickness is usually used. Here's a fight at the top right here. Only one champion on Jamie's side. He will try to run, but he will still go down. That's the jungler down, and that should be the Baron as Lyra is already out. They're gonna set up right here, but there's a ward in the pit, so their setup is not gonna be it's not gonna work. The bait is not gonna work as there's a ward. So they know, Jamie's Esports know that this is already on. Here comes fight number 2. Akali goes for the shroud right there. Vayne dealing a lot of damage, but Akali herself doing a lot of damage. Darius, the dunk is gonna be casted right there. Just gets one champion. That's a double kill right there for the Akali. No Baron takes so far, but the chase is on. Onto the Lulu. That's gonna be a kill by Vi right there. D-wards are gonna be happening, but at the very least, Baron was not taken. Chasing Dreams, only 2 champions all are dead on their side, as 3 is dead on Jamie's Esports. They will just opt for a reset.
Yeah, it's still kills going towards Motivate though. This is still going to be a huge problem. Essence Reaver, or rather, no, not Essence Reaver, Lich Bane. I believe we get to see Motivate rack up more pain than items. Zonia's Hourglass getting picked up, so we get to see more of the brave Akali dives, as you do have that status to buy some time for the cooldowns come in. But so far, this is Jamie's getting a lot, struggling a little bit in this game. Chasing Dreams still has a lot of deep vision in Jamie's jungle, so they can go for round 2 as they settle with his Scholar. Starting to connect.
Another 1v1 right here. Goes for the chase. Pego will use the ultimate to such rights to survive, but you won't be able to do so as Cool gets 1 kill. Darius goes in for the dunk, just eliminates Cool off the map. But this is an opening for Chasing Dreams. They spot 2 champions at the bottom lane, so they will go for the Baron, and this is a great decision right here. Baron will be taken for free. Chasing Dreams are gonna go for the push.
Yeah, no jungler. Really nicely done work by the rest of Chasing Dreams there. And it's a perfect time too. The dragon wasn't available at all. So Chasing Dreams getting the Baron can get that reset. But in the best scenario is Chasing Dreams just let the Ocean Drake simmer. They don't have to hurry and get the Ocean Drake. They can just keep pushing, maximize this Baron buff, and basically take advantage of the lead that they have right now.
But yeah, you still want to get the dragon for yourselves. If it's for free, why not take it? It's there for the taking. And Chasing Dreams is just going to take that right under the noses of Jamie's Esports, as the side split pushes are still on. The pressure is still there. Akali is going to go for this one. Rengar is in the area, but Lyra will take the assault and battery in the face. He gets punched in to the ground right there, and he's already dead. And with Rengar down,
Motivate.
let's see what Chasing Dreams can do. They have the Baron buff, so the damage should be very big onto the turrets, but the fight is going to be on right here. Stasis is going to be used by the champions here on the Chasing Dreams. The duck is going to be on point by Ryuken, but Ryuken, oh no,
the Lakan is
it's going to be on to two champions, but the duck will not be able to get a kill, so he is going to die himself. Godlike already onto that Akali with that shutdown. Mid inhibitor goes down. Bottom already barely alive, so a little more pokes right here, but they're not gonna go for that. They want to try to save the teammate right here. He's gonna go down still. So Polymorph is gonna connect and he is gonna go down. Riven is
What is
already
happening?
out.
Motivate.
Chasing Dreams, are they staying too much right here? No, there it is. Akali goes for the execution, and there it is. Another death onto the side of Jamie's Esports. 3-for-1 trade.
And they get a dragon. Right, wait, don't hold that.
Oh, and hold that thought. You won't be you won't have a time to break this one down. But Motivate is already very low at HP. He goes down, and that should be a shutdown right there. Onto the Darius, and that's more gold. Rakan already very low. So Kome will try to run home. He will be okay. That's a little win for Jamie's Esports. They will be able to extend this game further.
Chasing Dreams. They've got Cool just being very comfortable in the front lines with no threat whatsoever until he is focused upon, until he's the only one left. And Motivate, he was, what, legendary? A legendary status basically already. So now Chasing Dreams is able to acquire so much space. 2 lanes are now practically open with passive big minions just creeping into Jamie's Esports' base. That means Lyra will have a difficult time finding these opportunities to roam. Pago as well for the split push, and Ryuken at the same time. So now they're purely going to be on the defensive, and they have to watch out for the 20-second mark because the Baron is going to be spawning soon.
Yes, definitely. And if you're Jamie's Esports, you don't want to give up that Baron. Let's see if there is going to be a setup right here. Chasing Dreams, they're going to stay in the tri-bush. I think they're going to reset. No, they're not. There is no ward in the pit onto Jamie's Esports side. So pressure's on. They will be forced to check this one out. Let's see if the death bush is going to be will be successful and get someone, but no, Jamie's Esports will not fall for that one. Darius is on the bottom. This goes for the TPs right in front of Cool. Cool will be okay still. Split push is still on. Baron is already started right here by Chasing Dreams. Jamie's Esports is already in the area. That will deter the take from Chasing Dreams. Chasing Dreams doesn't want to take that risk at this point.
Yeah, the Twin Shadows will spot out Chasing Dreams there, so they didn't want to take a risk. They could wait for resets, though. They could wait for, again, this 1-3-1 setup. Keep pushing with the minion wave. Force Jamie's Esports to respond with a wave, and then comfortably take this Baron. There is a ward, though, so Jamie's is aware.
Yes, definitely. Chasing Dreams, they saw the champions TPing up on the Jamie's Esports side, so they went in for the Baron. Baron is already half HPN, but here comes Jamie's Esports, so Chasing Dreams will just back away. Is there going to be a fight? Who will be
it's still not
courageous
fully
enough?
reset.
No, it's not reset, you're right. The Baron is being continued right here. Jamie's Esports is back in the area. Are they going to be able to go for the steal? I don't think so, and there it is. Jamie's Esports, they're now in the back pedal right here. 4 champions dead, and I guess that's it. I can call this game over. Do you think so?
It is definitely game over, even with this 1v1, because the minions are pushing in the mid lane.
Right, definitely. Darius is going to do his best. The dunk is going to become successful right here. Darius still has the ultimate right there, but there it is. All champions dead. That's an ace. Chasing Dream wins another best of 3 game against Jamie's Esports. Jamie's Esports fell short once again. Well played, Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, they deny the revenge that Jamie's wanted to attain in this last round robin. And at the end of the day, it's still Chasing Dreams, able to get that 2-all flat against Jamie's Esports in the 2 round robins. And I'm sure they're pretty happy about that 3rd game, especially that it was a very commanding lead, especially when it comes to Cool and Motivate on the Akali and the Riven.
That's a very big win for Chasing Dreams. Another 75 6,000 Gold Cup points into their pockets. They should be very happy with that right now. But the job's not done yet. They will be facing a much bigger adversity tomorrow. But today they get to celebrate their win against Jamie's Esports. There it is, the numbers of the game. Look at that score from Motivate. 17 kills, 3 deaths, 5 assists. That's crazy numbers. Well-served MVP tag.
Yeah, he had all the titles there.
Right.
Motivate had all the titles. Yeah, it was legendary basically, and no one was able to answer him basically, and he was just free reigning. There, unfortunately, didn't get to reach that Vayne carry status, even with the Lulu on the board. So I'm not going to be surprised. It is going to be Motivate as the master of the match.
Yes, definitely. There it is. 7.33 KDA. Kill participation 79%, but the damage per minute 1,786. Big numbers for a big player.
Yeah, absolutely. He was dancing around the battlefield. He was very comfortable on the Akali pick. He was basically, again, legendary in that game. No one was able to answer him. No one was able to kill him up until the very last moments of the game. But even then, it was already pretty much too late. And he did a lot for the team to win this game number 3 and win the series.
Yes, definitely. Chasing Dreams, I love what they did in game number 3. They were very methodical in that fight, not taking risks. You saw that they went in for the Baron, and if the situation do not really favor them to get a sure win, they backed off. And when they saw an opening with the Riven split push, that basically created space for them, and then they acted on the right time. Good timing from them. Again, very methodical, textbook play from Chasing Dreams. Well played.
Yeah, for me, I think Motivate and Cool are my favorite carry duos so far in Group C, at least for Chasing Dreams for sure. And I think that's because how coordinated they were as a team. I mean, you got the stuns being provided by the Riven, and then the Akali just following suit in that match. And of course, we got to see so many things happening in the back line. And I like this dynamic coming from Chasing Dreams. Either they put their resources to Cool, or they put their resources to Motivate, or they split resources and see who gets to be the big carry of the game.
Definitely. But yeah, we saw the plan for Jamie's Esports. They went in for the Lulu once again, and then they went in for the Riven. Their ADC, which is on the Vayne. That was very successful for them for game number 2, but in this time, game number 3, it did not work out well for them. But then again, that is it for our game series number 2. Game best of 3, 2-1. Chasing Dreams will win this one. We will see more of both of these teams tomorrow. Don't go away as we go in for a short break. After that, we will have our panels back. So stay tuned.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, click.
Chasing dreams, making dreams come true indeed here at the C Icon Series PH as they take the second match of the day 2-1 against Jamie's Esports. 75,000 Globe Cup points will go on over to the Wolves of Chasing Dreams, and of course, the bragging rights for getting that leg up in their respective groups. Let's jump into the series highlights because, panelists, I gotta admit, this matchup confused me a bit, quite a bit. There were some very awkward engagements, you know, like for example from Jamie's Esports. Like, it didn't seem like everybody on either side was on the same page at any one point. What do you guys think?
Solo Q-esque? I guess is the right term for that, Mika. This is Chasing Dreams going against Jamie's Esports. And I just remembered, right? Chasing Dreams are the Wolves. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Papa Pig. Right on cue, the pig is actually on gray screen. And that's how it is. In game number 1, Jamie's Esports wasn't able to counter Senator Nasus or Senator Nasus' Dragon Lane. It was actually a bit of a variety, or there is a variation in this particular game in where they did a lane swap. And you could see, right, Thur wasn't really able to play Wild Rift at all because just one Wither will be followed up by the crowd control that, Chasing Dreams do possess. And don't look now, right? This is Chasing Dreams getting a win and possibly riding a momentum and going against, the bigger teams like the DR Esports and Omega.
Yeah, as for game 2, it feels like it was really good going in for the Vayne as they prolonged the team fights. But after that, on game 3, it was Chasing Dreams acknowledging that they want to drag this. They wanted to have the Vayne online, but at this point, it was them who's pulling the trigger. They were able to find the correct targets, even the correct team fights. And at that point, with the team fight prowess that they got, they capitalized on it.
And also in game number 3, right, we saw again Jamie's Esports going for their comfort there. Meanwhile, though, in this particular game, wasn't able to pop off on the Vayne, unlike on game number 2. Really, big showing for Motivate. I believe at one point he had 18 kills. And this is a very good play coming from Lakan, coming from Kome, just denying the steal potential here by Jamie's Esports and cementing the 75,000 Globe Cup points win for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, we really gotta commend Motivate over here because, I believe in the last game, that was, about 18 kills, I believe, and that was more than half of the kills of that game. So he did really, really well. And, Jamie's Esports, even though they managed to take game 2, you didn't exactly feel like it was a very definitive win. They were trying to, play around the Vayne, but it felt like it wasn't coming together. It just happened to come together by chance, which is something I feel that they're risking quite a lot, especially as we come to the last 2 days of the group stages. But, Chasing Dreams, of course, they will get that win for the day. They will get that moral win. Jamie's Esports, it's going to be really tough for them. It's going to be really tough for them in the next few days. And, they managed to work out something here, but there needs to be a lot of refining. There needs to be a lot of refining for this team. We are rooting for them, though, as we root for all of the teams here at the Sea Icon Series. And right now, we will be rooting for both Leonite Esports and Mermo Esports for our third matchup of the day. Now, checking out the lineup, of course, of Leonite Esports first. This is a team that has been struggling to get their bearings here at the Sea Icon Series. Although their first win here in the Icon Series was against Mermo Esports. Can history repeat itself? What do you guys think?
I feel like they have, Mirmo Esports calling card. Remember when they went against each other, Mirmo Esports did try to, run the same composition, and Leonites just denied the Sona Seraphine combination during their first heyday, right, or first rodeo. It was at the backs of Andy69 and Sean's, ability to control the map, and that's how you do things against Sona Seraphine. If you control Sona Seraphine in the early game, they won't be able to scale enough to really, be relevant come late game.
Yeah, and it feels like this is also the same as how Fennel Adversity work. Yes, it might not be as polished as how Fennel Adversity, but Row 1, our player spotlight, is one of course of the factors that controls the early game. And with the aggression, with the support Yanzu, they were able to look for the right targets, and you can see the KDA 2.721 as he is mostly flexing all around with the rolls, but you can see the damage per minute, which is looking good, 1,138, and a damage percentage of 40%. So this man on the Dragon Lane delivering the pain, and at this point they can circulate around the Row 1's pool and make sure that he's going to scale, and from there they can take off.
Yes, hopefully they do take off indeed. Leonite Esports, I feel like they need to be able to do that if they want to take the fight to the titans of their respective group, which are Lakan and Fennel Adversity. Now, on the other side, though, we do have Mermo Esports, and I gotta say, I don't know if it's just me, but there's something about this team, guys. There's something about this team. I mean, you don't have a logo like that and not mean business, okay? But no, seriously speaking, they're a new team, yes, but when they have sparks of brilliance like they did during the first week, it's pretty amazing to watch.
Especially if Mirmooo gets unlocked, right? I believe Mirmooo at one point played the Ezreal and wasn't really afraid of arcane shifting inside of the fights. And, you know, that explains Mirmooo and esports in general. This is Mirmoo's team. 36% of the damage comes from Mirmooo himself. So, you know, deny Mirmooo his comfort picks, deny Mirmooo his... I believe, you know, his favorite champions, and you'll have a good time.
Yeah, and with all that being said, Johan also can play on a different role. But of course, Mirmooo, you can see that he is the dragon laner. But we saw a change on the meta that he's playing on that Seraphine, while Johan on that Kaisa, which is the mascot or their logo themselves. So at this point, as long as they have Kaisa, there's a higher chance that they are going to win. You can see the KDA, which is a flat 6 and a kill participation of 83%. Fairly strong. Even the damage per minute, which is 1,448. You know that this guy is delivering a lot of the pain and making sure that he's going to lay down the law.
Oh, yes, indeed. And of course, we also have our Globe Key player clash over here. And I believe this will take place in the jungle. Now, panelists, I do have to ask you guys, I feel like, you know, a lot of the matches today were so dependent on the junglers. So how do you think this match is going to go down?
Oh, it will be the same. I actually just wanted to meme around because looking at XDXP, he just, you know, shines bright. It feels like he's never gonna have a bad game, and shines bright like a diamond. Yeah, I hear you, Direct. But that's 90% kill participation for Andy69. Just being able to be there for his team at the right place at the right time. Really, you know, jungler centric, as I would say, Leonite is. On the other side, XDXP, not too shabby. 69% as well for his kill participation.
Yeah, I may not be getting that high KDA for Andy 69, which is fairly nice as a jungler. But on the other side of the spectrum, 69% kill participation. Very nice for XDXP that he knows where to go most of the time. It's just that Andy, yes, a 90% fairly high enough to touch on the... onto the let's say the difference on how they approach the game. Yes, a good KDA, but a nice kill participation. They are fairly different, and this will change the state of the game, and it's a nice squared as for Autolus.
A lot of nice stats indeed on the board over here for our Globe Key player clash. And you know what, just with that 90% kill participation for Andy, you know, you gotta think Leonite Esports, they're going to revolve around this. If Andy wants to be part of every single fight, almost every single fight, they're probably going to take their cue from him. So they could, Mermo Esports could latch on to what he's doing in the jungle over there. So we're going to find out, of course. But before we move on over to our featured tweets over here on our panel segment, I want to know, Autolus, Osiris, which way are you going? Are you going to go in favor of Leonite Esports, or do you think Mermo Esports could take this?
I feel like Leonites does have the right discipline to go against a team that really centers around the dragon lane, right? They still have Rowan, very capable in you know, managing Mirmooo in the dragon side, and this is still going to be a win for Leonites. And yeah, so far we had 2-3 games. I believe this is going to be the third one, 2-1 in favor of Leonites.
Well, I want to go with 2-0 with Mirmooo, as how many possibilities that we are seeing with their team composition. And at this point, it can really surprise the Leonites. But of course, Autolus knows where is it going to be.
Well, are we for another third game over here between Leonite Esports and Mermo Esports? I'm actually favoring Mermo Esports over here. I don't know. I just like them. I just like them a lot. I just feel like they're capable of these unpredictable clutch moments that make it also special. So I am going to give my vote to Mermo Esports. I think this is going to be a 2-1 though. I think we're going for another game 3 over here. Production's gonna kill me, but I think we're going for another game 3. Yes,
2-0.
I know. I'm just saying that this is likely that it's gonna go this way. Hopefully hopefully our last match will be a little bit more definitive. But first up, we have Leonite Esports and Mermo Esports. Now, you guys can let us know your thoughts and your comments and your maybe not so violent reactions as well by heading over to Twitter and using the hashtags hashtag SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And you could see your tweets featured on over here, just like one that we have coming right up. We'll pull it up over here. Autolus. Apparently, you know what? Osiris did this so well. Autolus doesn't exactly have the magic hands, but we have something over here from a very interesting username, Sharkathy. Is that right? Despite the long break, still excited and hyped for the games this weekend, starting with today and seeing how the teams have adapted to the changes during the said break. So good luck to them and keep up the good work, panelists and casters. Thank you so much, Sharkathy. We appreciate the love. We really do. We really do. Of course, you know, the stars over here at the Icon series are the players themselves. But we like it when we get a little bit of love too, don't we? Thank you so much, Arcadia. And we hope you enjoy the upcoming match between Leonite Esports and Mirmooo Esports. I think this is going to be a good one. I think this is going to be an exciting one indeed. From the match of the underdogs of Group D, we have the match of the underdogs of Group C now. So, casters, you guys ready? Let's head into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
We are indeed ready, panelist desk, and also Mika. Thank you very much for that. We are back here for the third series of the day for the fall season Icon series of the Philippines. We're gonna look at Group C. Simply, it's Leonite Esports versus Mirmooo Esports. It's a battle of the events today for this specific group stage, wherein these two teams fighting right now are both even at 1-2. And also the next one even at 2-1. But that will be for later on. I'm Infinity and this is Yuko, joined for the cast today. And one question here, Yuko, how are you feeling today since we've took a break for around 2 weeks and now we're back playing Wild Rift with a lot of changes?
All right, can I just say that I am feeling very, very good about this series, but I don't know about you. I heard the panel saying that we could see a 2-1. I kind of feel that we're going to be seeing two more 2-1s. I mean, looking into series number 4, Lakan versus Fennel. That is going to be a very tight-knit match as well. For now, you have Leonites versus, of course, Mirmooo Esports. They have new things in store for us. I just feel it. Could be the champions, could be the rotations, could be something new, maybe a new combo that we are yet to see.
Now, do take note for the viewers watching at home, this is the second week that these teams are going to be fighting. And history has dictated that Leonite Esports has an edge against Mirmooo. But also, something that is really just hiding on the corner is that Mirmooo has beaten Fennel Adversity once in the past week. So this is going to be very interesting. It is sort of a revenge match that Mirmooo Esports has to take in. And the stakes are going to be high for this series because this will be the standing. This will be the one who dictates who will be the better team, who will be the third placer currently in this specific group.
Definitely, I think it is going to be all for nothing at this point, which again makes me think about what the things that panel did touch up on. The jungle, the carries. If we see Mirmooo Esports put Mirmooo in a not necessarily a Lucian, but maybe a very damage-dependent champion, he could make things happen. Of course, you still have XP with the initiates, the sports that will baby the ADC in the early game, and we're looking forward to seeing how the Baron lane matchup will be. Are we going to be seeing duelists? Are we going to be seeing frontliners? Are we going to see the tankers? Will we see a Garrett? Are we going to be seeing another Darius? Or I'm actually looking forward to seeing a Riven. So maybe we can see those two.
Well, let's look at that. If that's gonna come into fruition as we are jumping into the draft of Leonite Esports versus Mirmooo Esports for Game 1.
Alright, so first ban for the side of Leonite is going to be a Rengar. They do not want that kitty into the map. Now, you have Mirmooo Esports, banning Ali Diana. So no Moonfall, no jump-ins, no AoE CCs.
I love this. I love this. A hover onto a Seraphine ban for Leonite Esports can remove the potential of the unkillable comp that Mermo Esports has played in the past. Remember that Seraphine and Sona was the one of the many compositions that Mermo has brought in that was very successful. So banning away the Seraphine means that Mermo needs to look for another composition to reflect their gameplay for this game.
And that is also going to be a Gragas ban. They do not want the explosive cast. They do not want the Drunken Rage. No other ways for disengage, but you still have the Xinjiao. I am actually expecting a Camille ban maybe from these two teams, because if she gets open, both of these teams would want to get their hands on that. Also, and Akali.
Yeah. Akali is open, as you stated. Galio is also open. Galio is one of the most played picks currently for this specific group, for Group C, on these 4 teams. So if it is left open, it has that option to be chosen by either Leonite Esports, as they are currently the first pick, or Mermo Esports if Leonite wants to go for another. With Sinjana banned away, it is a direct counter onto potential ADCs that Mermo Esports can provide for his team.
We talked about Camille being banned, and she will indeed be banned. Now we have the Akali open. On top of that, Galio is still open. Lee Sin, and maybe even, I don't know, if Darius or a Riven, if Mirmo Esports would want to get their hands on that. But let's also not forget the fact that Braum is open. So yeah, a lot of things definitely up for grabs. Corki is open as well. Oh,
but
Kaisa.
Kaisa, being the priority here by Leonite Esports, changing things up. Mermo can now pick up the Gaio, can pick up the Twisted Fate if they want to do a wombo combo, semi-global ultimate, but going for the Jarvan 4 as well. And hover here for Mermo Esports as a potential dominant jungle, but rather goes for the Harry to then go for the Jarvan 4.
Riku mentioned this. Cataclysm J4 could be the soft counter up against an Olaf, so maybe Mirmo Esports could still run the unkillable comp. Lulu is still up for grabs, but let's see who will Leonites pick this time around. They could secure a support. Galio most likely going over to the support role or into the mid lane, give or take. Okay, so it's going to be a support Galio because TF will go into the mid lane.
This is what I'm talking about. The Galio Twisted Fate has been very dominant, has been played multiple times in the Icon Series Philippines for the fall season. And when you leave it open, Leonite is going to pick it up for themselves as they have the open slot for the mid lane and also the support. Now, Mermo, as he stated a while ago, they're now going for the Darius because they want a dominant Baron, and a potential snowball is going to be a Rakan to dominate the dual lane is also an option for Mermo Esports.
Possibly. I mean, if you are going to be up against Galio, Saya is one of the best picks, given that you can just free hit from the back lines, or you also have the Featherstorm if ever Kaisal will Killer Instinct her way in. Renekton has been picked up by Leonites. We will be seeing a Darius versus Renekton in the Baron lane. The last pick for Leonites will be a Vi. Vi versus J4. I guess we will not be seeing much of them in the early game, but more on Vi just trying to target either Ari or Saya, but my money's on Saya just because she's very vulnerable in the early game.
Right, and I do believe that as well. And as you stated a while ago on the Vi, I want to target that specifically because on an individual matchup against Jarvan 4, there's going to be very interesting. Vi is more on going for the solo type of engage, solo type of initiation, but Jarvan 4 is going for the AoE. So when it comes to the mid-game, late-game, I think Mermo Esports has that edge when it comes to the jungle role, and Leonites will fall in that phase as well, with the Vi having more dominance in the early game with a lot of single targeted CC.
And while looking at the drafts for these two teams, overall, it's okay, to be fair, Mirmo even has these single target CCs. You have the Ari at the mid lane. You also have Vi for Leonite. So it's just this yin and yang, this balance of trying to balance out which CC will we use first. On top of that, let's not forget, Mirmo still has Rakan, the quickness, which can be used as an initiate, but now you have both Baron laners making their way down into the mid lane.
Yeah, this is very traditional because the mid lane, as you all know, is much more faster to go into the mid part of the map. So having that knowledge, I think Mermo Esports wants to capitalize on this, have that clear potential as soon as possible for maybe the Baron lane to be able to have that extra gold, extra XP to gain that dominance. But the problem is, Josh did that as well into the mid lane, so it's not gonna impact this game at all in this early stage in the 45 seconds of the game. So right now it's pretty even, it's pretty standstill, but we have to look at the future. And I want to ask you, Yuko, what do you think will happen next in the few minutes to come at level 3, at level 5?
All right, so let's take a quick peek into the possible future. This is assuming that, let's say Mirmooo will be able to snowball. That is going to be a huge burst damage going over to Emperor, but for Leonite,
yeah, they're going through. There's gonna be a very, very aggressive play here by Leonite Esports, getting the first blood in the game. What is here so far? And Mermo wants to go for the trade, but you have the flash from Sean going back to safety.
true. Also, that was just a taunts connecting. Mirmooo as well as Wura did not expect that Galio in the sides. Now that's the charms connecting.
Battle for the Rift Cutter. It's gonna be Galio falling down first here against Mermo Esports as Mermo tries to go for another, but Leonite, having HP advantage, can actually get the trade here against Mermo Esports. Flag and Drag will be readied up. Flash will be burned by Emperor. Leonite Esports has to go away.
All right, so that Leonites tried to force that fight because they knew Mirmooo was nowhere in the Dragon lane. You actually saw a lot of flashes being used as well as the barriers from Ari here. J4 also did not have flash this time around, so Leonites, that was their opening. At the very least, Mirmooo was able to get away just because of the positioning or the skirmish area that Leonites chose.
Right, and I love how you mentioned about that one. It's pretty simple, but I think having that kill towards Mermo Esports means that they're now even. When you're going for the kill standing though, this is a different story because Leonites got the kill onto the ADC, which means that their ADC is gonna scale much faster when you're comparing it to Mermo, who only got in maybe an assist, not a kill in that specific engagement for the first kill for Mermo Esports. So currently Leonites is heading very dominantly in this first 3 minutes into the game, while you have Andy69 hovering top lane to be able to impact elsewhere for Leonite Esports.
Yeah, I don't think Andy69 is gonna try this, given that Meow Han still has the ultimate knockdown guillotine, but that is gonna be the skills being used.
Assault and Battery going for the knockup as well. Destiny going to the top lane, goes for the stun, 1 HP,
One
who's gonna
hit.
take it down? Not gonna be able to do so. The guillotine will bring down Twisted Fate, but Renekton will now dash in. Smite will slow him down, that's gonna be stunned. 1-for-1 will be secured, but at the end of the day, Mermo will get the better end as they get 2 out of that.
Color me embarrassed. I thought Andy69 was not gonna jump in, but apparently they knew Twisted Fate has the Destiny, and that is true. Twisted Fate under 6 minutes. He has so much lane pressure and lane presence, and Leonites, they're able to get these win conditions in. Not only were they able to utilize Destiny, they were also able to get the kill. But of course, Yao Han got the better end of that bargain. One knockdown guillotine was able to turn things around, and Leonites was just left to fend for the small pieces that Mirmo Esports left them.
Right, and the early game impact that we were talking about a while ago is onto Andy69 hovering elsewhere at level 3 at level 5, but not necessarily going into much into diving turrets because you're still at level 5, you're still at level 6. You don't have much items to be able to tank those damage, so I think Mermo Esports just capitalize onto that knowledge. So having that edge, now they get the Ocean Dragon. They're going for the contest onto the Rift Herald, but Leonite will get it in return. Mermo will now try to counter engage with quickness and the grand entrance from the Lakan, going for the 4-man CC Heroes entrance for the counter attack by Leonite Esports, zoning away the enemy team. The flash will now be burned by Sean, but the charm will connect with the guillotine follow through, puts Josh down, and Mermo will get the kill in trade for the Rift Herald for Leonite Esports.
Yeah, honestly, Mirmo Esports in that Rift Herald area, I'm pretty sure they have the upper hand. I'm not sure why they hesitated, but at the very least, the moment Leonites decided to disengage, that was when Mirmo Esports went all in. On top of that, they were able to get a kill, and the problem here, though, for Leonite's side is right now, 5 minutes in, Mirmo Esports being able to get the first blood turret.
And the reason for that is Leonite Esports was going for the pressure rate onto Rift Herald. And they were really going very aggressive. Now Mermo went all in to trying to disengage that. So the HP advantage was going to the side of Mermo Esports, so forcing out the recall for Leonites. Mermo just got the opportunity to go for the tier 1 turret top lane. And now this enabled them to now have 1k goal lead up against Leonite Esports.
And Mirmooo Esports, they're looking into ballooning the lead further. Still waiting for Mirmooo as well as Wura to go online. Of course, that is going to be the late game insurance for Mirmooo here. But so far, I'm loving the taunts coming out from Yanzu. If Leonites will be able to utilize that, then that is going to be a huge threat for Mirmooo. For now, they're trying to avoid as much fights as they can. They only take the ones that's in front of them. They're not the ones trying to go with the hunt, and they actually like the conservative Mirmooo Esports right now.
Yeah, supposedly this early jungle or this early game overall should be dominated by Leonite Esports, because you have to remember you have Yanzu with a flash taunt available and D69 with a lot of single targeted CCs. So they have to capitalize on it, because Mirmooo Esports will gain that edge in the mid game, late game, and they have to think about a way to punish Mirmooo. And I think that way is to set up some sort of ganks to be able to impact that huge chunk of gold that is currently to the side of XDXP from Mirmooo Esports with a 2-0-2 standing. The gold difference from both jungles is 1k gold, and that is on a single roll. And you have to make it more clear, you have to make it much more closer if you want to match up into the mid game where your composition is early game. So Leonites needs to solve this problem.
Here's the thing, you mentioned about the ganks or the fights that Leonites can do. This composition actually calls for ganks and surprise fights. I mean, again, you have this assault and battery, you have Destiny, you have the taunts from Galio. So Leonites, they need to just have this good opportunity or one good setup that will catch Mirmooo Esports off guard. At some point, they could even wait for Mirmooo to use the Feather Storm.
Another battle for the wrist. Got there with a quickness. Grand entrance. Going for the follow-up. Gets a kill down. Yanzu will say goodbye. And now Mermo will gain the edge once again when it comes to the team fight and numbers advantage, as that will be it.
I mean, the fact that Yanzu, Galio, the frontliner, one of the frontliners already being taken down. He literally got bursted down by Mirmooo Esports there, by the way. Could not do anything. That was a very good initiate in favor of Wura. So the moment that they already got that one kill, Leonite Esports decided to not overstay their welcome. We're next to the front line, though.
Yeah, it's a setup that Leonite Esports wants, but Mermo is just so informative on whether Leonite Esports is wanting for the gang. It's the gamer instincts, gamer sense that Mirmooo Esports is acting on to play here into the mid lane. So they were just clearing out the wave wherever a player wants to go very aggressive, they're stepping back. And that is what I like about Mirmooo Esports that they're currently doing. The respect for Leonite Esports on how they can be punished, even with this great advantage, is still there.
Mountain Jake already up. Mirmooo Esports already rotating over to their side. And Leonites, they know this. Mirmooo would want to get their hands on the Dragon. That's why they summoned their Herald in the mid lane. However, you have Twisted Fate, Sean alone into the Dragon lane, but not really. He has some of his friends into the bushes side. Cataclysm is still available. And the Mirmooo Esports, again, waiting for Leonites to pull the trigger. But in the mid lane, Josh being targeted by the Lovebirds.
Right, and I think Mermo just wants to go for the defense and sort of punish into the mid lane as well to react actively. And now they're going for the sandwich attack, wherein the United Esports is wanting to go for it, but a counter engage as Jarvan 4 went for the Dragon up, but will not be able to do so. Now Kai'Sa goes into the backside, goes in for the killer instinct, but with a trade here by XDXP, puts him down. It's now going to be a 2-for-0 trade-off. Renekton wants to go for more. He goes for a kill down. Does he do it? He won't, as Jarvan 4 will get triple kill in that fight.
That was a 1-2-3. Leonite started that fight, but Mirmooo Esports, they were just able to put or cut the fight into two. But the mid lane?
Yeah, it is open by Leonite Esports with Twisted Fate, going for the split push. And at the very least, they get something in return in that massive kills from Mirmooo Esports.
Yeah, that's just the goal lead ballooning over to the side. Baron Nashor is now up. Leonites, at this point, they really need to get this. But if you're gonna observe the goal, they were able to eat a even things out by a bit. Now, Mirmooo Esports already has a 500 goal lead. So, Leonites, they are slowly entering their peak of power. So, one good maybe taunt, one good slice and dice from Renekton even could turn the tides around.
Yeah, it might potentially be there as Leonite Esports though goes for the Destiny, has information that Mermo has gotten the Mountain Dragon, but will not go for a huge impact play because it's just so risky for them. If they lose a lot of members, Mermo Esports can now capitalize their advantage to push for more turrets to gain that better gold lead because currently it's pretty even for these two teams.
It is, and now Sean will just opt with the split push again. Now Unites, I guess they just want to get the towers first, or at least have this significant
Rakan.
lead when it comes to the turret takedowns. Now you have Mirmooo making his way down into the dragon lane as well. Renekton still holding his ground, but now you have this little
Look at the
box
mid lane.
in happening in the mid lane.
XP goes for the Cataclysm, actually locks onto two, but Assault and Battery will save Device alive. Now the Grand Entrance with quickness, zoning them away. It's a 0-4-0. No kills will be done as of yet. Both teams are just so defensive and playing very safe.
They are, and the fact that they use a lot of key ultimates in that fight, in that mid lane, I don't think we're going to be seeing another skirmish anytime soon. But defaulting back into the game, we are almost 12 minutes in. 3-8 on the scoreboard. Mirmooo Esports still has the takedown lead. You already have Static Shiv as well as IE available for Saya, whereas we have Kaisa with just the board.
Right. And I think we're just playing a sort of collect the stones, collect the circles, because currently you have to look at the green circles that is between onto the icons of these champions, and that dictates whether an ultimate comes up. If an ultimate is up, that is your advantage. That is your key valuable factor in winning some of these team fights. But if you used everything, as you stated a while ago, in a single clash, in a single gank, the enemy team can now go for a counter engage with all their ultimates ready. So I think that will be the case here as Mirmooo Esports will now try to go for a sandwich, a pincer attack into the mid lane, and Leonites will be forced to back away once again.
Gold card did connect, and you said collect the stones, Thanos. Is that you? I just had to ask because you mentioned
Snap
collecting
fingers,
the stones. Yeah, now Mirmooo Esports, they were able to zone Leonites away. Baron is up for grabs, and looks like this could be a non-contested Baron for Mirmooo Esports, but
Assault and Battery, Heroes Entrance will now go in for the triple knockup. Will that be enough? Mirmooo Esports go for the Cataclysm as well. Triple lockdown coming in. Leonites though is now gaining the edge. It's now going to be the 1-for-1, but Mermo will gain the back down as Sean will fall and Leonites will go for the retreat as they are lacking the damage. 0-1 will be the left member to go for the damage output for this team.
down boy down, said Mirmooo Esports. Even though Leonites was the first one to initiate, at the very least Mirmooo, they waited for Saya to join the party, and like what you said, they just have this damage lead. Yeah, the layering of CCs from Leonites was very good. That hero's entrance could have made a difference, but if you do not have the actual firepower to follow through, you guys are gonna have a problem. That's the reason why Mirmooo was able to lock in those 2 kills and just force the Leonites to jump back. Looks like they will also be able to get this mid lane turret.
Yeah, it's a flag and drag in, just blocks it down. Mirmooo Esports gains a turret into the mid lane. And currently with Infernal Dragon coming up at 20 seconds, this might be the defining fact that the Mirmooo Esports wants to finish this game, as they're trying to gain that map control by getting the turret to turret into the bottom lane as well. So pretty much a lot of gold are now funneling towards Mirmooo Esports as they try to actually crash down into the bot side of the map. Cataclysm in, that's gonna be 2-man lockdown as Grand Entrance with quickness goes for the 3-man charm as they try to go for the counter engage. The United Esports will not take it down, will not be able to survive that attack. Now Mermo is looking for the finish, is looking for the end, goes for the 2-man knockoff with the Grand Entrance as well for the Rakan. Destiny end, that will give some more information, but the information will not be enough as Mirmooo Esports will take game 1 away from Leonite Esports.
What a way to start the series. Mirmooo Esports being able to get game number 1. Need I tell you, that last fight. Cataclysm being followed up by the quickness. Leonite had no other way to disengage. On top of that, you have the two charmers, Ari and Lakan, in one team. So that is a lot of charms, of course. Charms to try and resist. Also, another problem for Leonite's side was there's a lot of Baron buff minions into the Dragon lane. And you still have Mirmooo at the back line. No one can actually reach him. In the latter parts of the game, as you can see, Leonite they did try to go with the wave clear. They also tried to pick someone off, but apparently it was not enough. We end game number 1 with a 4-12. Again, Mirmooo Esports being able to bag the victory.
XP is just so aggressive, right? It's aggressive, initiating some of these team fights alongside with Wora that enables them to be able to have those big engages, those dominant fights, and Leonite Esports cannot disengage because the only one that can do that is Yanzu. But the thing here is Mermo has a lot of stunts, has a lot of CCs, knockups, charm from Emperor, has the flag and drag for the knockup. So potentially if Yanzu goes for the close quarters combat using the ultimate in that situation, it's not gonna connect. Exactly. So Mirmooo Esports just have that composition advantage against the Leonite Esports for this game 1.
Also, I would like to highlight the fact that even though Sean had a pretty good start in the early game, it apparently did not follow through towards the middle part of the match, which we will see later bit in the highlights. There were a lot of failed ganks from Andy69, but master of the match is going to be XDXP on this J4.
Yeah, we already stated it. XDXP is just so aggressive. He is the playmaker for his team. He enables those massive team fights, and that Cataclysm, not just once, not just twice, but multiple times that he locks down into 2 to 3 members each and every time he casts his ultimate. And that itself is so much value for the side of Mirmooo Esports that it really just exponentially increases the probability of them winning on those 5v5, on those 4v4s.
It just shows that this game, or the pressure, if I may say, is on the shoulders of XDXP, but he delivered. Look at that stats, KDA of 12.00, and he has 100% kill participation. Goes to show that Mirmooo, they trust the flag and drag, they trust the Cataclysm. This is their green light before they fully commit, or before Wura even jumps in with the grand entrance or even the quickness. Overall, that was a very clean game from Mirmooo Esports. Looking forward to see what more will they show us in game number 2. Will they get the series with a 2-0, or will Leonites awaken the beast in them and make something different in their draft for game number 2?
I mean, we could go to game 3 because in the best series in Group D, we went 3 games. So why not go for 3 games once again for Leonite Esports against Mermo Esports? But really, it's up to Leonite Esports today on what they want to do. Because history dictated they have beaten Mermo Esports in a 2-0 in their very first match in the very first week. So if they can replicate that type of setup into punishing Mirmooo Esports on what they do best, which is aggression in the jungle role, they can have this game 3 for the series.
Made me think. So initially I said Mirmooo is in charge of the damage, but now you're gonna highlight XDXP, and I love that you mentioned that, because again, J4, huge help in the map. What if, just what if, Leonite, or at least Andy 69 will try to do something about it? Maybe he could get Xinjiao. They could open Xinjiao this time around, and they're trying to go up against J4. A lot of possibilities that made me think that, what could they do? What lineup could they construct to not just stop the jungler, but also the ADC? Plus, of course, Ari. Maybe they could pick them up for themselves. The charms was a huge problem in game number 1, as well as the fact that Ari still has Spirit Rush and was able to reposition herself in every skirmish.
Yeah, and I think Ari is one of the top most played champion, not in the Icon Series fall season specifically, but in other regions. The Chinese region has played Ari in a significant amount of times, and I think the reason for this is its mobility, its burst damage potential, its CC, and also the DPS in the form of the Fox Fire built into her skill kit. So that in itself, yes, if the charm does not connect, it's not going to be useful when it comes to those team fights, but the damage will still be there. I think Ari is just that significant that Mermo Esports has played very, very big time when it comes to that game number 1. And now the question would be, how can this game 1 be the information game that these both teams have downloaded for the next few games to come?
Not sure if it's gonna be a download game because I really did see the small struggle from Leonites there. However, that is still a possibility. So let's just take a quick look into the draft. This is the draft in order. Again, I'm very surprised that Kaisa was first pick, but it makes sense. To be fair, Rowan is a spectacular Kaisa player. So Leonites would want to secure that champion for the side, which opens Ari and J4 for Mirmooo Esports. Lockdown, CC, making sure your opponent cannot run away. Now for the side of Leonites, they picked up Galio, they picked up Twisted Fate. These two picks mean a lot because again, you have the Heroes entrance, you also have the Destiny, suppressive early game, suppressive lane ganks from their side. There's Lakan has been picked up for Mirmooo to just add this damage and CC, or at least stopping their opponents from moving in further, which I think proc Leonites to pick up Renekton. If you're gonna look at it, Darius is mid to close range. He's melee. And Renekton, he has the stuns. If Renekton was able to land the stuns, Darius will not have a good time. Except, of course, if he has the Noxian Guillotine. Vibe, I personally would have put Lee Sin in the draft for Leonites, but I guess it all boils down to comfort. They're much more comfortable with the vibe, with Salt and Battery, single target, and for the last pick, I think it was obvious the moment we saw Rakan. That's why Mirmooo just left Saya in their last rotation pick.
Yeah, and I like your statement onto the first point wherein you talked about having the Kaisa as the first pick. Because imagine picking the Galio as the first pick instead of having that Kaisa as the first pick. Now Mermo Esports has to think. Is Galio going for the mid lane? Is Galio going for the bot lane? What would our champions be to sort of counter this specific champion? And now things might have changed because Kaisa could be sort of the reserve pick here by the Leonite Esports that they're hiding, right? And Sire Khan will not be as freely be chosen by Mermo Esports in this particular case. And this is what I love about the draft, right? The flexibility, the adaptability, and the creativity of these teams are just showing up. But right, so we looked at the draft. Now let's talk about the bans. What do you think should the changes be, if there are any, that will be coming up for game 2?
All right, so let's start with Leonites. I guess I would not change anything for their ban. Seraphine, of course, you do not want Mirmooo to have their hands on that. But for the side of Mirmooo, if I were to be nitpicky, I guess they could try and ban out just Galio. They do not want to pick it up themselves. They could leave Diana open and then get it for themselves. I mean, even though Ari was a very good pick earlier, at the very least, again, you have the Moonfall. But aside from that, the Gragas Camille ban, it makes sense. I mean, at this point in the Icon series, these two barely see the light of day. So I'm just gonna hope, I'm just gonna assume that they're not gonna be out of the ban area anytime soon.
Great. And I think these bans are reflective of what we keep on talking about consistently, is about how Leonite Esports dominated in the past on a 2-0 basis. Because at that time, Mermo Esports played onto, or Leonite Esports rather, played onto Diana, played onto the Gragas. And I think this is what Mermo Esports respect, because the amount of mobility that Diana also has when it comes to the built-in skill kit. He can dash in, go for the Moonfall, and just disrupt how much engage that Mermo Esports can provide for the team when it comes to the 5v5 is now disabled by banning it away. And Gragas, as we all know, is just so flexible in the draft. Is just so flexible in the game. So I think these two champions for now has been banned as a respect onto Leonite Esports on what they do and what they want coming into this game number 1. So really, it's up to them on what changes they want to do. It's for us to decide on what we think will happen in the next game. And Yuko, I will leave it up to you first for the honors of being the first predictor on what will happen.
You know what? The noise around me just keeps on whispering. I don't know. The noise whispers to me. You know, I think that changes how we could possibly see is I'm not from the draft. because both teams, they really know what they could do. More on the execution. Early game, as we can see, Mirmooo, they were quiet, they were conservative. They just allowed Leonites to do whatever they want. Leonites, even though they were able to get some kills in from the early game, they were just not able to translate it up and from the mid game up until the late game. Also, I have a feeling that Leonites will struggle when it comes to closing out the game. There's also a composition or a combo that I want to talk about real quick. I saw this way back in the Origin series, Nami and Seraphine. Tidal Wave plus Encore. Can you imagine how suppressive that combo is? I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that in Icon series, but that is a good trick that we saw in the European Wild Rift meta. Nami and Seraphine is still being picked up in the SEA region, but just not together. I guess it just falls down to the fact that they're too squishy. Maybe you could put Seraphine in the mid lane and then Nami for the Dragon lane, and then pair her off with literally any ADC. Kaisa, Varus, Saya, Lucian, we don't see much of that guy lately.
Yeah, and I think the reason why we don't see Lucian is because of the changes. The changes onto Lucian, yes, he is much more capable in that level 1 in that early game because the base stats or the base AD was increased exponentially. But the problem is the interval after that, when it comes to the AD scaling, has been decreased by around 50% on this champion. So will you really use Lucian now that this has been so much nerfed for this champion is a question that we have to keep in mind. Yes, he's still strong. Yes, he's still dominant. But the AD scaling is not going to be as much effective coming into this game, coming into this patch 2.4. You can still use him when you play very dominantly in the early game. So I think those are the sort of scenarios that we can expect later. And as you've stated, and now I'm very interested on the Nami Seraphine. I think that's sort of the exchange of the unkillable composition, but maybe not an unkillable, maybe hard to kill composition, because Sona, I think, is just much more better when it comes to healing, much more better when it comes to the buffs, but Nami will provide a little bit better when it comes to the overall CC potential, and let's see that happen if both these teams have played it in the past. But the problem is, I think the only one who has played Seraphine is Mermo Esports. And this game, this draft, states that there is no Seraphine that we can see because it is banned away by Leonite Esports. So it really is just a toss-up right now on what can potentially happen in game number 2. I'm excited to see on what the changes will be. Especially, I think there would be, or there might be, changes in side selection.
There could be. Mirmooo, they do love their blue side and they want to just get their hands on a powerful champion in the early game. Just not sure who will they first pick though. Maybe they could just still pick up a Renekton. Also, can I just say that Kali was open in that game, but no one picked her up. And let's default back to what I said before we hop into game number 1. What meta will their Baron laners have? Apparently, it's just gonna be this tanky Baron laner that is gonna be at the front line and just soak up a lot of damage and, just throw some damage here and there. I mean, Darius is still a huge threat. We saw how scary Cool was in the Darius in the previous series. So with all that said and done, we are waiting for the players to hop into the lobby. I want to see though, you mentioned this earlier, different bans and different picks, what kind of adjustments will they have? But overall, I think there won't be much adjustment in the bans because again, looking into the early game of that game number 1, it was pretty close. It just so happened that in the 3 or 4 minute mark, Mirmooo Esports was able to get the pick off. They were also able to still protect Saya and then keep Kaisa at bay.
Yeah, I echo your thoughts in some way, shape, or form because if Seraphine is banned away, but if you leave it open, are you gonna pick Seraphine or Sonar or an Olaf to disrupt how Mermo Esports plays? And even if you leave Seraphine and Sona open while picking up Olaf, remember that Mermo Esports, regardless if an Olaf is open or not, have been playing the unkillable composition on other champions, onto Kaisa, onto the Jarvan 4. And I think that can happen once again. So banning the same bans from that game number 1 could be expected But as we prophesized a while ago, that we're gonna have a change in side selection. So we'll now be expecting a different batch. We'll now be expecting a different pick. We don't know because now Mermo Esports will be the ones picking first for this game too.
Again, just begs the question: who will they pick up though? Which champion? Let's play a quick game. Which champion do you think will they pick up first? Hurry, make your decision because we're now in the champion selection.
The same champions from game one. A different change. Quickly, right? Quickly. We're gonna do that in like a speed of a second when it comes to those predictions. But now we're jumping into the draft wherein Mirmooo Esports has banned the Diana immediately to potentially follow through with the Renekton Rengar for Leonite Esports.
All right, so I mean, we could still be seeing a Seraphine ban, still gonna be seeing a Gragas Shinja ban. Again, we said this earlier, maybe not much changes into the bans. They are gonna tweak their draft though, unless Mirmooo Esports decides to not fix what's not broken.
Right, and I think that's the case that we see in the past, wherein you're already dominant, you're already winning those games, so don't change anything because you have a lot more in preparation. But now what's interesting is things have changed. Mirmooo Esports now banning away the Seraphine instead of the Camille when comparison into game number 1, which means they're respecting the Seraphine even if they're up against Leonite Esports.
I was expecting a Camille pickup from Mirmooo just because it's open, but looks like they're gonna prioritize that Ari. And now Camille will go over to the side of Leonites. They could also pick up an ADC or a support if they want to. J4 is open, but looks like they're gonna default with the support Lulu.
Yeah, and Lulu, if you lock it in, has a lot of potential because an Olaf is open in this game. You also have a Kaisa that's open in this game, and these two champions are very good when it comes to the synergy with the Lulu. Now, Mirmooo Esports, though, has picked up the Sinjao and is now hovering onto the Kaisa, as we've stated a while ago. Leonite Esports needs this champion.
They do, and this is just Mirmooo Esports being one step ahead. Yeah, we saw the Lulu. Also, we saw the Camille. So the only logical reason is let's try and get these very strong late game champions. But looks like you were right. This is gonna be the unkillable cop because Leonites picked up the Olaf and a Corki to beat.
Yeah, and Corki is actually a very good scaling champion alongside with an Olaf Lulu combo when it comes to the mid game, late game. And now Mirmooo Esports has to decide what champions they want to do to match this mid to late game type of aggression from the Leonite Esports when it comes to their composition. And Darius is good at that when it comes to the snowball to follow through with the Lux, which I don't know. We're going back to classics here because Kaisa and Lux was only dominantly picked up in patch like 1, patch 2, and this is gonna be an interesting take here from Mirmooo Esports.
I actually love this. Okay, so the logical side of me says, like binding Ike and Rain early game, you're gonna cry. Especially if you're a Corki, you don't have to package it or you do not have the Valkyrie. So the early game, at least in the first 1 or 1.5 minute, that is the opening that Mirmooo Esports have. But beyond that, the moment Valkyrie be available for Corki, they're gonna struggle. Because again, you also have a lot of folks that could come out from Lulu. You have the shields. And need I tell you, this Ari needs to be very, very careful when she is gonna be up against this Fizz, because the ultimate, the trickster as well, is gonna be a problem if ever she will not be able to land the charms.
However, you can counter it with a Stasis Enchant, but now the question is, will Mermo Esports pick it up as we head into game number 2? Mermo Esports only needs one more to win the series, and Leonite Esports needs to make it into game 3 if they want to make it out for the series ahead for Mermo Esports.
Indeed, let's see, 1-1 or we will see a 2-0. The answers will be, the questions rather, will be answered after this game. Now we have Corki in the mid lane. You'll also have Lulu lurking into the bushes. Just the usual stance that these two teams have if ever the other team decides to do something funny.
Yeah, and we're looking at it. I think Ari at the mid lane is just walking around, just hovering just a bit, But Leonite Esports, though, this is an interesting take. Lulu was late to go into the bot lane. Now, this might be a bait against Mirmooo Esports. You know what? Lulu came in late into the bot lane. Maybe he was funneling onto the jungle, which maybe dictates that Mirmooo Esports has that information. Maybe the enemy jungle is starting onto the bottom side of the map. But you have Olaf present into the top lane, and this might be a toss-up for Mermo Esports. So I think it's just mind games currently into this early game. And now you have Sinjao going to the mid game, or mid lane rather, very, very early to try and impact. Problem is, he wasn't able to.
Yeah, and I think that's just a vision given to Leonite. They do have a ward in that area, but looks like Darius.
He just, you know what, looked fiercely to the eyes of Camille. Go away. I want to take my farm. I want to bring up a gold in my pocket here.
Yeah, that's asserting dominance in a different level, man.
Right. But you have Olaf here, though, coming into response with the aggression for Sinjao. We see it consistently coming in from Mirmooo Esports, and XDXP was known for this hyper aggression that we saw in game number 1. So I think we already expect these type of game style that Mirmooo Esports wants to do. But the problem is, it's already 2 times that he keeps on visiting into the mid lane, but he wasn't able to impact Sean in that same case. So really, right now, Olaf is farming. Sinjao is losing a bit of gold as time goes by.
Yeah, and I guess this is something that Leonites would want. I mean, they have only 100 gold lead though, but they can just balloon that further into the game. Now you have the Gathering being sent out. You also have the prismatic barrier coming out from Wura just to make sure that his ADC will be safe. Problem here though is if we're gonna look at Corki's passive, it literally shreds down life bars of its enemies. So maybe in the late game, I would have to give the game to Corki if row 1 will be able to farm long enough.
Yeah, and that's what we stated a while ago. Leonite Esports is more leaning towards the mid-game, late game, because they have the Corki, especially with the Gatling gun that can actually just remove that armor from Darius and Sinjao later on in those team fights. And Olaf and Lulu is really known as a synergy and mid-game, late-game shining through against those junglers up against him. So I think Leonites really needs to be patient, really needs to play very passively, while on the other hand, Mirmooo Esports has built up their graph sort of in the early game to be able to snowball onto Yaohan, and XDXP is strong in this state of the game. But still no first blood. So really, it's just very, very even, but I think it comes down into the Ocean Dragon and the Rift Herald that will come up at 16 seconds if they want to go for the contest onto Dragon or the Rift Herald later on.
Yeah, I think this is just them trying to just throw out some love taps here and there, but no one actually committing or no one actually jumping in. However, I believe there is a chance they could focus on their peril, given that Leonites are already clumping themselves into the Dragon's Pit. Mirmooo Esports will not try to contest unless they want to, because recalls are coming through. You also have Emperor making his way into the Dragon's Pit. Final Spark is available.
Oh, but you have Emperor, though, is now going for the face check. They don't know that the ward is there. 1000 HP. Leonite Esports will take the Ocean Dragon. Mermo Esports will take none out of that piece. And now, Leonites will take ahead against Mermo Esports.
I feel like it would have been better if Mirmooo Esports just focused on taking their peril, just so they have the insurance that they have a good trade.
Comes the water. They're going for the knock-up onto the Sinjao. Goes for the ultimate to stay much longer, but Leonite Esports will get the first blood. And now we have Yaohan, sole member in ahead against 3 members for Leonite Esports, and that was just a pin down knockdown. The Leonites will now come through once again with a Hextech Ultimatum onto the Kaisa. Brought down once again, and now it's gonna be the 3-4-0 trade in favor for Leonite Esports as they go straight into the Rift Herald.
Imagine getting the first dragon and possibly getting the Rift Herald as well.
Charmdo will now connect, and now Sinjao will follow through. Camille will fall down. Corki has to flash, but that was the wrong direction. Gets the kill down. XDXP can reach it through. 1 HP, literally for a 1, as he falls in the eyes of the Olaf watching on the sidelines. And Mermo will get the trade down in a 3-for-1 trade.
Mirmooo Esports very mad being able to win the scrimmage rather right after they lose to Leonite Esports. The problem from the red side here is there was a fight. Andy 69 was nowhere near them. As you can recall, XDXP had the time of his life just making sure row 1 or core Q will not be able to get out of there alive. He also used a flash. He no longer had barrier in that moment, and Mirmooo Esports, they just punished the ADC.
Right, and Leonite Esports are just stating their dominance. It's like having your habitat, having that specific line. This is our territory. If you come across, we're gonna dominate you. But you have that little bit of mistakes coming through when they're fighting, when they're outnumbered. And those unexpected hyper-aggressive play from Rowan a while ago was not something that you want up against Mermo Esports, which has a lot of single-targeted CC. And I think that is the reason why they were able to take down one more to bring it back into a 3-4 standing up against Leonite Esports. But even then, the Leonites now taking onto the bottom lane up against 4 members against Mermo Esports. Kaisa, a Kaden Wayne, brings down onto Lulu. You have Olaf now coming through, jump to water, goes for the knockup on XDXP as he no longer breathes. He falls down. Kaisa will follow up. It's now a 2-4-2. Emperor will try to scour away. Ignite will burn him down. As now Fizz going for the knockup, going for the knockdown as he slams his trident onto the face of Emperor as he will fall. And now, Leonite is now pushing another turret into the bottom lane.
To be fair, that was not Mirmooo Esports overstaying their welcome. That was just Leonites having their very and just making things happen for the side. They knew that there's no other way for Mirmooo Esports to be able to jump out. That's why they went full on. They committed, as you can see. They even chased him down. They knew they could get those 3 kills and eventually convert that to a gold lead, which is now 4K in favor of Leonite Esports.
Always quick response from Leonite Esports, and I think Mermo Esports was not expecting that because prior to those fights, you have Leonites going to the top lane, getting the top first blood, putting down the tier 1 turret, and I think Mermo was just thinking, you know what, maybe 3 members was still on top lane, but the problem was Rift Herald was the one pushing that, and they were not expecting Leonites to react that quickly, and I think that just stated their death sentence from that bottom lane, diving quickly without even taking that tier 1 turret in the dragon lane. So I think that is just something that you have to avoid to right now, Mermo Esports. You're in a massive gold deficit at 4K, and Leonite Esports is starting onto the Cloud Dragon.
Yep, they will have first dibs on this Dragon. Void Seeker being sent out, and again, both teams being very careful. Galakan has been killed. Now you have the backline.
Whoa, what? Fizz just jumps in onto the bush. He face checked. He falls though. The Leonites will get the Cloud Dragon. They get the trade down, but now the question is that even worth it?
Honestly, no. I mean, I get the idea. Sean wants to get the pick off, but not like this.
XDXP now jumps in. That's gonna be the ultimate. Cast it down. Hextech ultimate to lock XDXP down, but Leonite Esports lost a member in that fight. They don't want to fight against a 5v4, but the charm will connect. Mermo Esports can lock away, but they're just happy to go for the first turret into the mid lane, and they're going back.
Alright, so Mirmooo Esports, they still highly respect the possible comeback mechanic from Leonite. So that's why they did not want to overextend there and just opted with taking 1 turret, which is 1 and 2 right now, by the way, still in favor of Leonite. For now, though, it's safe to say Mirmooo, they have the damage. And if they keep on forcing the fights in small spaces like the one earlier near the Dragon Pit, I could say they could win this. Kaithan Rain will not have any problem with the aim. You have the Nocturne Guillotine too that can just burst a certain area, and it will be much more easier for Wura to land the light bindings.
Right, and we might potentially see that come into fruition. You have Leonite Esports now stating their vision onto the Baron's Pit. To have that knowledge, to have that information, makes it so that Leonite Esports is now ahead against Mermo Esports going to this objective game because Mermo currently doesn't have any info onto the Baron's Pit. Now they went in for the Shadows though, which gives information that Leonite has no longer going in for that Baron Nashor, but still, they're still lacking a ward onto the Baron's Pit.
Yeah, and in retrospect, Leonites literally have 3 wards near the Baron era. Just goes to show that they want to keep the lead going. I'm still waiting for Andy 69 actually to go crazy with that Ragnarok into the late game, and row one still pretty much untouched. 10 minutes in, almost 11 even, but here comes a possible pickoff.
As the XP will now meet onto Andy 69, will not get the kill down, but Andy 69 wants to go for the fight. Yaohan goes for the flash, but does not connect. He just flashed for nothing. He just wants to see what's happening.
Well, wait. He wanted to see what's happening, dude. That was a skirmish, but yeah, that is gonna be the Lotus Singularity being sent out by Wura just to see if there is someone in the bushes. There is, but just not in that area, which is why the Void Seeker has been sent out. Baron again is still pretty up, but overall, in bird's eye view, Leonite's Esports, they're good and they're pretty much kept together. They do have the lead, but Mirmooo, they're slowly creeping their way into their win conditions. Looks like Leonite, they knew Mirmooo was nowhere near that area and they actually got Baron.
Good zone from Josh, actually taking the Baron Nashor because of that safety. The Leonite Esports will take one man down. Wura will now longer be here as Fizz will take one more down. It's now going to be a 2-for-1. Leonite Esports will gain the numbers advantage. Yaohan is sprinting through, tries to go for the hook onto row one. Row one, what are you doing? Going in for the honey fruit as he will still be safe. A good trade at the end of the day for Leonite Esports, taking 4 Baron buffs ahead against Mermo Esports.
Literally all of the good things is going over to their side. I feel like the casters jinxed it. A 1-1 is possible this time around, but again, Mirmo Esports, they still have the late game. Make sure Yaohan will scale. Make sure XP will be able to get the initiates, and Emperor, he could go with the pickups and then force the 4v5s.
Right, and I think forcing a fight currently for Mermo Esports is something that they want to do because Leonite is just so much ahead at 4k gold lead. Such as days, the Infernal Dragon is alive. If they give to Leonite Esports, it is pretty much over, and Leonite pretty much needs a colossal throw for them to lose. But now Olaf goes for the Ragnarok to try to go for the counter attack. Lulu goes for the Wild Growth, go for the knockup as well. The Galio, or the Darius rather, will fall down. Sinjot will fall as well. It's now going to be the 2-for-0 trade of Leonite Esports. Will take one more on top it all off as extra toppings onto what they have taken, and Leonite is taking everything away from Mermo Esports.
Under 2, okay, that was so close. Hook shot in as well. Okay, that was arguably the best fight in game number 2 so far. Why? Because that Ragnarok plus the Wild Growth just caught Mirmo Esports off guard. 2 already went down, and what happened there was Kaisa was also locked in the Hextech ultimatum. Mirmo had no other choice to get out of there, even though Wura did try to catch someone or slow someone. Leonites, they were just able to peel down the frontliners.
Yeah, definitely. So now Leonites, though, have secured all 3 dragons, has secured the inhibitor turret into the mid lane. So really, it's now going into a one-sided game wherein Mermo Esports will have so much difficulty to be able to retrieve back what they have lost. 11k gold difference in this game in particular. So what their winning condition is, or what their comeback condition is to get the Baron Nashor and clean wipe out the Unites Esports. Because if they don't, this is going to be leaning towards the Unites, and they have the gold advantage to make it back, even though if Mermo enables them to get that Baron buff. So really, Mermo needs to do a lot to be able to make this back.
All of the champions is storming into the mid lane. Chum the Water is already down. So Leonite's Baron is going to be up in 25 seconds. They would just opt to push the waves from the Baron lane and then the Dragon lane in. You now have the 1-3-1 setup. The needlessly large rod already being picked up by Emperor will help with more damage and burst. But looks like Leonites, right after clearing the wave, they're still gonna try to go or jump with the 5v5 hookshot and then have to sleep.
69? Nope. They're just poking around. They're just having fun. They don't want to fight all in against Mermo Esports. With the Baron Nashor now alive, it's just too risky. But Now, Riz is not something that you want to take. Mermo Esports now diving all in. It's now going to be the Charm connecting onto Fizz. No kills will be done, no follow through. It's now going to be a 3v5 situation. Leonite Esports is now going ahead into the mid lane, putting down one once again. Burra will fall, and now another will fall. Emperor is just gone, and Leonites will get the ace, will get the 5 kills. They're going for the Nexus base as they're now running in. They're sprinting away. They're marathoning it into the finish line as they make it into Game 3 for this series.
Game 3 indeed. That is to be the win going over to Leonite. So looking back into that fight, well, Mirmooo Esports was just in the wrong place at the right time, but wrong place at the wrong time. But those two wrongs is apparently a right for Leonites because they were able to pick one off. On top of that, Camille was able to isolate one champion from Mirmooo Esports, which resulted to a 3v4, 2v3. Again, still not in favor of Mirmooo, and the life bars just got disseminated. Leonites being able to awaken the beast in them in this game number 2.
Right, and they were just going for the late game composition. I think this is a matter of utilizing your composition because the winning condition, as always, for the enemy team was to be able to impact the early game for Mirmooo Esports. Because they've drafted Sinjao, they've drafted onto a Lux Kaisa. And a Lux Kaisa, yes, it's good in the early game because it gives you a lot of that wave clear potential and also the pick-off potential in the dual lane, but they were not able to do so. It was 0-0 up until 4 minutes, wherein these two teams was even splitting up when it comes to the objective, where Leonites prioritize onto the Ocean Dragon, Mermo prioritize onto maybe the Rift Herald, but still, Leonites was able to take the Rift Herald down and enable them to go for the 0-3 trade in the first few minutes of this game. So pretty much it was really just siding towards Leonites Esports. Mirmooo Esports didn't get what they wanted in this particular game, reflecting towards their composition.
And this is something that us casters have been talking about time and time again. The importance of the early game. This is why the decision making in the early game is very, very important. Much like the decision making that Andy69 did in that game number 2, he is also the master of the match. Of course, stats do not lie, but overall, he was very, he had enough vision in the early game, but towards the late game, he was just a beast that's in the front line for Leonite, and just used Lulu would also commit the wild growth onto this Olaf, and it just gave a lot of problems for the side of Mirmooo Esports. The knockups is too much, follow-ups, CCs is there as well. I mean, they do have a frontliner, but the problem is the frontliner gets bursted down too, and the fact that they can just cut the fight into two or isolate the key targets, Mirmooo was not able to snowball, was not able to catch anyone else, and honestly, I believe they could have just went with the objective game around like 6 or 7 minutes in.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, even in the composition. It reflects towards the wants and the needs of these two teams coming into the game. And even then, as you stated, when it comes to the master of the match, which is Andy69 on the Olaf for the jungle of Leonite Esports, when you're comparing up to Sinjao, Olaf is not that great when it comes to the early game. Level 3, you have a clear difference when it comes to power for Sinjao. But at level 5, things might be different. It might be even for these two champions at level 8, at level 10, at level 12. Now, we're leaning towards Olaf. So really, it's just not being able to check out options, check out checklists, and task lists for Mirmooo Esports to be able to win that game.
That's true. And now we are at match point. This is literally 1-1. Mirmooo, even though they were able to get that game number 1, Leonites was able to adjust accordingly. Now, what do you think should these teams do to be able to bag game number 3?
Now, that's a difficult question to ask specifically because I think these two teams have their own respective pros and cons, have their own respective advantages in this series. I think Mirmooo Esports is sort of the explorer, right, in this game. they brought out the Lux and the Kaisa duo as we've never seen it right now in patch 2.4, because more or less it's gonna be Lucian Nami. It's more or less gonna be Corki coming up as the duo laner. So bringing up this Lux and Kaisa duo is a new breath of fresh air that came back from classic days of Wild Rift in patch 1 of this game. So I think it's just a different storyline that Mirmooo Esports wants. I think it's a counter onto Corki though. So that is the advantage for Mirmooo Esports. So it's a bit of a risky playstyle. It's a bit risky of a technique that they're applying. And Leonite is just going in for sort of the aggression. They need this early game to be able to win the mid-game, late game.
You know, you mentioned the Kaisa and Lux combo being a breath of fresh air. Problem here was Leonites, they just have a breath of fire and they just burn through the draft from Mirmooo Esports. I guess, again, Mirmooo being able to bag game number 1 just shows that they're strong. They can make things happen. Maybe they could default back to their comfort picks and not pick up the duos or combos that's kinda outdated. I mean, the Lux support works. We've seen that in around games before in a different rank, but it just has a lot of win conditions to meet. Make sure that you'll be able to defend your ADC. Sure, you have the armor. Sure, you have the final spark, but I did not see any global or effective final spark in game number 2. And I'm gonna backtrack this. The fact that Mirmooo Esports forced to get the dragon instead of getting the Rift Herald, that pretty much spelled their first loss, or at least their early game saying bye-bye.
Right. It's already the climax on getting the Rift Herald and the Ocean Dragon, because you already have a lot of these objectives coming into early game. Where it comes to the mid game, late game, you're already snowballing. That's your power spike. So Leonite Esports is just chilling on the sofa, hanging out with these champions that they've built up. And also, in additional to what you stated a while ago, when it comes to this draft of Mirmooo Esports specifically, because of only having one tank actually onto form of Darius, because Xin Zhao, yes, he's tanky, but that tanky type of stats is dependent on the ultimate of him and building up to those items. If he doesn't have any of those, he's not going to be tanky into the game. Darius is also dependent on the items, so pretty much it's just the stark difference of this composition of going for an early game that was not clearly checked out and late game for the United Esports. Although I love though how Mirmooo Esports has been playing, because you saw their game 1. They're hyper aggressive, especially XDXP. In game 2, they keep on visiting the mid lane. So I think when it comes down to technique, when it comes down to what they want to do, it's there. But the execution was a bit iffy because the United Esports is also countering those movements coming in from Mirmooo Esports.
Well, counter for counter, I would have to agree with that. And I like how you pointed a lot of things that happened in game number 2. And honestly, that is very much true. I agree with those. But to top those off, let's just take a look into the draft in order. So again, these two teams, they just have intense and very surprising first picks. Camille was open, but looks like the blue side opted to getting Ari, which answered the red team picking up Camille as well as the Lulu. They want to get the supports in first, and they want to secure a single target lockdown jungle, which opened Xin Zhao as well as Kaisa for the blue team. Kaisa, of course, queen of the late game. Even though her win rate is not that high anymore, she is still pretty much in the meta. Xin Zhao, with the Gragas not available, he is arguably the second best champion for this engage. Now, Olaf, we talked about the possibility of Olaf being shown the moment Lulu got locked in, and that is going to be, again, the unkillable comp. On top of that, they have Corki that can shred the life bars at the backline, which happened in the last clash, by the way. Corki was very much safe in the backline, so row 1 had no problem at all because Olaf was humongous. Olaf was a problem. And now at the very least, Mirmooo, they thought, okay, why not try and get Darius? Try to go up against a very mobile, very problematic Camille. Just apprehend her, make sure she will not be able to get away. And again, the Lux pick, light binding, final spark, the usual shenanigans. Last pick though for the red side is going to be a Fizz, most likely because this champion can evade the charms, can evade the orbs very quickly with the trickster, and he can even jump in with the re-engage with the Gem of the Water.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned about the Fizz though. Yeah, missed because of the jumps. Although there's one mistake that he did a while ago, but it's so super nitpicky. When he jumped onto face check onto the bush, wherein they already know that the enemy team was there, so that was just a little bit of a question mark there. But overall, it's really just a well played out situation for Leonite Esports. The winning conditions was there in the early game that they brought into the mid game, late game fights. And now I'm curious, what else can these teams provide for us for this game 3? Because we're now on to the last game to decide who will be onto the third standing. Because both these teams, for the viewers watching at home that has currently just joined in recently, that both of their standing is 1 win, 2 lost in a series basis. So who wins this series will dictate who will be coming up on top.
This is definitely the tiebreaker for these two teams, which is why they are going all in. And again, we talked about this in game number 1. The bans have not changed. They just want to eliminate the champions that were problematic the last time they faced each other off. I actually expect Diana to not even see the light of day. But Gragas is a usual ban. Galio, I guess, was just an adjustment ban that the team did jumping into game number 2 from game number 1. Rengar, no cute kitty in the rift apparently. I feel like even in game number 3, J4, the J4 ban made sense because again, the Cataclysm is a soft counter to Olaf. Yeah, you have Ragnarok, but you can't move when you're in my terrain. So that's basically the logic behind it. Right. And Seraphine still gonna be a respect ban for Mirmooo. And to be fair, the Encore is a very good initiate as well as the beat drop can just root your opponents down. The high notes can be a huge problem too if you are not able to evade it perfectly. Could even force you to use your flash.
Mm-hmm. I guess they were really planning on to going for this Corki type situation, and leaving Seraphine open is really just a devastating situation at level 1 to level 4, because you have Seraphine having a longer range when it comes to typing aggression up against this dual laner for Leonite Esports. So yeah, I do agree. The bans are expected or more or less reasonable coming into game number 2. It now depends on game 3 because now I'm expecting Mermo Esports to go for the red side selection if it's open. Right, because they've won in this side and they're really just comfortable going for the counter attacks and also picking up 2 immediately into the red side instead of going for the blue side, wherein it's just a little bit iffy currently because you have a lot of choices open, but you have to be decisive on what you want because one wrong pick can decide to a loss into succeeding peaks for your composition.
You have to be decisive on what you want. Infinity 2021 talking about the draft, but that I would have to agree. And yeah, let's see what kind of adjustments will the teams do. You know, I always ask my partner this: would you prefer to be the blue side or at the red side?
It depends actually. It depends on who's my enemy, right? Who's my enemy team? Because when you're fighting against Mermo Esports, more likely you want to go to the red side because Mermo Esports is known to go for the unkillable composition, is known for sort of a huge dual synergy type of setup. So going for the red side selection is much more favorable. When you're up against Leonite Esports, I think it's really just flexible at this point because Leonite has provided a different game 1 and game 2 atmosphere. Where in game 2 they picked up the Olaf and the Lulu, which was unexpected. We were expecting Kaisa, and Mermo actually reacted very, very positive there, stealing away the Kaisa. But Leonites, we're gonna pick up the Olaf instead. So I think it's really just up to this point wherein we're sort of a standstill on what side selection we're gonna do. But if you're really gonna ask me on what side I want, more or less I'm gonna go for the red side selection because it's much more freer when it comes to picking up those synergies and also countering sort of the first picks of the enemy team for the blue side selection.
You know what? I think you're my first caster that I have to agree with your answer because I do like the red side too. I mean, of course, when you're the blue side, you get to have all the champions in the world, but you can only choose one. At the very least, even though you have the best possible champion, if you're at the red side, you can get a counter, and then also pick up something you're comfortable with. And looking back into the blue side, as you can see, the trend here in the pro scene for the SEA region is you usually see flex picks from the blue side. Surprisingly, in this series, we don't. These are clear cut on what the roles will be. So maybe we can also see a sneak peek of what Mirmooo or Leonites even want with just seeing their first one or first two picks.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, so right now it's really just up to Leonite Esports if they want to stick into the red side selection, or if Mermo wants to go for the red side now. It depends on them, right? And as you stated, it's really just the counterplay. It's really just a pros and cons for the blue side and pros and cons for the red side. And the pros on the blue side is flexibility into the first pick. If Leonite Esports is so comfortable onto a certain champion, you can seal it away for yourself, right? So I think that is the advantage for blue side selection. As we see right now, as we dive into the draft here, Mermo Esports versus Leonite Esports, very last game to determine the winner of the series. And the first ban will be hovered onto the Fizz.
Are we going to be seeing a Fizz ban? Looks like that's what Mirmooo Esports is opting, and that is going to be the Fizz ban. Okay, for the side of Leonites, I still think they're going to ban out the Rengar and maybe even the J4, Shinjao if they want to. Gragas will be banned out too. They are still going to leave Akali and Camille open since both teams, they do not want to get their hands on that. Seraphine will be banned by Leonites again.
Yeah, they have that massive respect onto the Seraphine. Removes the potential for Mirmooo Esports to go for the unkillable composition, funneling onto Kaisa, which they did in the past. So now we have Mermo though banning away the Diana. Leonite is also known for this one in their first week in the fall season icon series in the second week for the group stage. So banning it away is a respect with follow through. Jarvan 4 banned away Leonite Esports.
All right, so that was a good call for the side of Leonites, but I think that could mean that they want to pick up Olaf for themselves, given that Mirmooo even first picked Camille here. Ari, these two teams, they love this beautiful nine-tailed fox, so maybe that's something Leonites could pick up too. And right on cue, J4 bat equals the unkillable comp. Lulu and Olaf will be their first two picks from the red side. Mirmooo, they just need a champion that has a very good AoE CC. They banned out Diana. At the very least, they could pick up Kha'Zix. I mean, whenever Kha'Zix is gonna jump onto Lulu at the back line, she can pretty much die.
XDXP picking on the Kha'Zix for himself is a good type of playstyle of a hyper-aggressive player. Now to follow through though is going to be Ari from Mirmooo Esports to go into the mid lane to try and match it up against Galio. So this might be an interesting take here with Vayne now going in. Potential hover here for Leonite Esports. But you know what? It's just a bait. We're going for Corki instead.
It's a prank. They want to get Corki. But yeah, the Corki and Galio combination is stronger, but not as strong as the Power of Love by Saya and Rakan, which will go over to Mirmooo Esports. Okay, so I love the Dragon Lane matchup. That is going to be a last pick Riven for Leonites, just to make sure that whenever Camille will hook shot or tactical sweep her way in, no, you're gonna get stunned. And the Broken Wings is also a very powerful combo, just to make sure that you can finish off the kill.
Yeah, I do agree. And I think right now, there's no clear cut on who can take this one, but we can talk about the pros and cons of this certain compositions. Right now, we can start with Mirmooo Esports. What do you think, Tuko?
Okay, honestly, you said there's no clear cut, right, with the drafts. If we are gonna look at the draft, I'm honestly gonna give it already to Leonites. But if Mirmooo Esports will be able to execute this, again, the Saya Rakan combo is a ticking time bomb, and once it explodes to your opponent, there's no turning back. Again, that's why it's a bomb. But yeah, they just need to protect Mirmooo, and as well as let Ari scale. Kha'Zix, he needs to be very proactive in the early game, which is good because usually in the early game, Olaf is nowhere to be found. In the earlier parts of the laning phase, he will just lurk into the map, try and give vision to his team, but not actually commit.
Now, you changed my mind a little bit, but not completely exactly, because we've seen in game 1 how Wura played the Rakan. And it's very, very great with the quickness and also the grand entrance in synergy with the jungle. And XDXP going for the Kazakhs, I think this will be a great synergy for Mermo Esports. So it's now up to them on what they want to do. It's Mermo Esports up against Leonite Esports for the very last game for the series of a best of 3. As now, it's a standstill.
Still a standstill indeed. Well, again, it's barely a minute in. Cutting off a snap, but you know what? That is going to be Mirmo and Rakan and Wura being very aggressive with the dragon lane, but no actual commitments just yet. They're barely in their level 3s. At the very least, Saya can just root Corki, maybe even Lulu, and then Rakan can jump in. That's a possible combo that's in my mind right now.
Yeah, it's a question in my mind as well. So I think it's really just gonna be difficult, but I think what Mermo Esports can do actually is to punish Andy69 this early game, because then Olaf is not really that great at level 3, at level 4. If you punish him at that specific level, especially with having a Camille in top side of the map and also having the Kazakhs, can actually impact how Olaf wants to do this. But you have Leonite Esports though going very, very aggressive. With the ward there, Yaohan has information that Olaf is just hovering around.
See, I told you, whenever Yaohan is gonna jump in, he will just get eaten by the stuns, but here comes Ari.
Oh, the charm with a flash coming in, actually connected down to Andy69, will not get a kill down, no follow-up. Jash will be low at HP, but you just push them back away, then go for the wrist cutler.
And I think that was a win for Mirmo Esports. The fact that they will be able to push the Dragon Laner back under 2 minutes in. And the fact that even if Leonites will try to force that fight, it's not going to be in their favor because adaptive defense is procced at the right time, which gives Camille the shield that she needs to be able to sustain herself. And it's just a trade that Leonites do not want to risk on.
Did you see Andy69?
I did.
It was just going for like a model walk into the wrist cutter, goes for the smite, went back away. He went in for like a model show in that riverbed, going for the steal there onto the wrist cutter, which was just a tad bit amazing coming in. But right now, it's an even trade when it comes to the wrist cutter. So Mermo Esports has that information into the top side river, and Leonite Esports has the bottom side river, which I think Leonite Esports can utilize much more, because this can like remove the information game from Mirmooo Esports into the bottom side of the map. And I think that is what Leonite Esports wants, especially when you're fighting against a Syra Khan, which is very, very dominant as a dual laner, up against a Lulu and a Corki in this early game.
He burst will connect on to Yaohan, but no actual commitments just yet. Camille would just want to wait for the other members from Mirmooo to jump into the Baron lane. He does have Hexic Ultimatum though, but again, Blade of the Exile can hurt a lot, and he would not want to have that risk. Galio will place into the mid lane, but the charm is not going to come through. Galio can be very, very tanky as well, so I don't think Emperor will have the best time of his life under like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah. So 20 seconds remaining. Rift Herald and Cloud Dragon will come up once again. A potential source for a team clash for these two teams, as currently there is no first blood in this game. And Kazakhs is just hovering into the mid lane, a potential gank into Sean. And you have Olaf went in for the recall to then go for the right quadrant onto the jungle. But here onto the top side is a different story. You have Jash, just went for the face check, went back away to safety.
Just one leap from XTXP was enough to push Jash back. To show how well farmed Kazakhs is, but now that is the first trick in the hands of Leonites. You have Mirmooo into the side, but I don't think he is gonna go in with the commit. And I like how Mirmooo Esports is prioritizing Rift Herald this time around. They learned from their mistake in game number 2.
Yeah, and I echo your thoughts, because Leonite Esports went for the Cloud Dragon, now Mermo Esports went for the Rift Herald, which is something that they did not do in game number 2. So they solved that mistake, and now they're still at a gold lead, because Rift Herald gives you immediate 300 gold, and on top of all that, it gives you a little bit of an extra pressure here for later on. Star First Blood is also available for anyone in this game, so I think that is something that Mermo Esports can take down. They could produce it into the mid lane to be able to get that map control, but a little bit more risky to place down or top lane or bot lane to get that tower's first blood as an immediate boost when it comes to the gold accumulation.
Roa is now being picked up by Galio, just show that he has a bit of a more damage in there. But looking to the Dragon side, you have the Poke duo, Lulu and of course Corki being able to just keep Yaohan at the side.
Ultimatum for a one. Now the charm will follow through. Lulu will go for the one throw down to Corki. Corki will go for the flash. That's the first blood from Mermo Esports. Now Olaf goes for the flash as well. Tries to engage with the Ragnarok, but he does not have enough damage to bring down one more to go for the trade. Heroes entrance will now be forced as well into the bot lane. Now the flash, the taunt will connect. That will put down Emperor, melts his HP. That will be the 1-for-1 even trade, but Leonite Esports will gain one more out of that, putting down XP.
But it looks like Mirmooo Esports will be able to get the trade into the Brown lane turret here. Rowan will try to defend as much as he can, but at the very least, they were able to put some damage in the Brown lane turret. Looking back into the fight at the Dragon lane side, it was just Mirmooo trying to make something work, and the fact that Emperor jumped in, was able to connect the charm, but they forgot. There is still an Olaf lurking to the side, even though Emperor flashes out. You have a Olaf yelling Demasha, and he does flash in, not being able to get much kills though, but at the very least they were able to get some gold in because they got one turret down. Scuttler is already up, and you have XP being able to get that more gold, more XP going over to his side. And again, that Jash is still looking for the next possible target, hook that onto the wall, but both teams again going back to what's stable for them.
Yeah, and as you stated a while ago, this is an interesting case. I think Mermo Esports was not able really to utilize their Herald to a maximum because yes, he got the first blood, but Leonite Esports was able to take one more down. Now Mermo Esports though is now going for the gank into the bottom lane, go for the grand entrance with a quickness down. That's gonna be Charm in. Hexic ultimate will follow through. Galio will fall. And now it's Corki going for the Valkyrie, tries to get the reach down onto the distance game. And there will be another one that will fall down. Wura to follow through. That's gonna be a double kill for Anti-69. And Leonite Esports is wreaking havoc into the bot lane.
What did I tell you? This draft is gonna work wonders. The only problem I had with Mirmooo Esports in that fight was, never mind, Undertow.
Ooh, Emperor goes for the Twin Shadows, goes down. Yondu, but you have the Ribbon though coming into fray, goes for the knock-up. Charm will connect, but that will not be enough because the Olaf will bring one more down. Leonite will take the lead.
Keepers being able to burst Ari down. That is going to be another win going over to Leonite. As I was saying, Mirmooo Esports, they committed 2 ultimates onto Sean, onto a very tanky champion, which just gave Leonite, the other members of Leonite's time to re-engage, to be able to go where their teammate is. And that's why they were able to be the cleanup crew in that small fight. Red Dragon is going to be up in 12 more seconds. Both teams would want to get their hands on this juicy objective. Mirmooo Esports, just a few face checks here and there. Ultimates are available except for the Blade of the Exile, but now this is a Mountain Drake, which honestly Mirmooo Esports should be able to get.
It's a tad bit too late for Mirmooo Esports, as Leonite Esports will now go for the start onto the Mountain Dragon. You have Yaohan going to full for the contest, even hovering into the silence. Now it's going to go for the engage for Olaf coming in. Heroes entrance, go for the knockup as well. That's going to put down Mermo, and now Leonite is just following through. Yaohan will fall, Wura will fall, and that will be the triple kill for Leonite Esports as they baited Mermo Esports, as now they're going for the 3-4-0 trade once again.
Andy 6'9" was at the front line, and Wild Growth was up. That was already a red flag for Mirmooo Esports, but apparently they still did not jump away. With the knockups connecting and the other layer of Cs being sent out, the Unites, they pretty much secured that fight, that win in that skirmish. It was a nail on the coffin for Mirmooo Esports, and now Leonites, the team in the red side, they're the ones comfortably roaming around the map, was able to get 3 turrets and 2 dragons.
Now, yeah, the 2 dragons is really massive. Let's talk about the information game. And top of all that, Mermo Esports has gone on the 13th to the mid lane. So pretty much when you're talking about information, you have a warp for Leonite Esports into bot side river, top side river onto the Baron's pit, and also one into the left side quadrant onto the jungle. So that's really massive when it comes to information. Now, though, Mermo Esports just wreaked havoc. It's a 5v1. And Leonite has lost another member. Now, Baron Nashor will be alive as XTXP hovers top lane.
Well, most members from Leonites is down at Dragon Lane. You only have Corky the Baron Lane.
Oh, Grand Entrance with a quickness down. Goes for the CC chain. Sean tries to go for Con, will actually do connect, but will not go through. Ragnarok with a flash in, that's gonna do the wild growth, go for the knockup as well. Heroes Entrance zoning away the enemy team as the Camille will go back as he can't handle the damage output from the Olaf. That's gonna be the double kill. 2 for 2.
That was a good win for Saya, but the problem is how will you be able to answer ND69 on this Olaf at the mid lane though? Flash in.
He jumps in, the charm will connect, but Rowan's damage is just too much. Raw damage, double kill for Rowan. And now it's Josh, 1v1 against a Camille. They back away.
Row 1 with the row damage, but looks like that is gonna be Josh holding this round in the mid lane, but I don't think Mirmooo Esports is gonna commit. So I like how Leonites was able to just separate or time these different fights. The moment Olaf won, if I may say, that fight into Dragon Lane, it was the go signal for them at the mid lane. Let's try to take someone off again. Why not try this Ari? And now that Barret is up, they will have first dibs, but of course Mirmooo Esports will still try to contest. Charm, quickness is still available.
Yeah, Twin Shadows gives information from Mermo Esports that Pixie though delays the quickness coming in from Rakan, and Leonite Esports will get the Baron Nashor as he now try to go for the counter engage. Mermo Esports will scour away into enemy territory as now Olaf just jumping in, gets the kill down. Kha'Zix will fall, Mermo will fall, Wara will fall. It's the only one remaining Emperor alive for Mermo Esports to defend the base, but Leonite is all alive and now they're going for a push.
That is gonna be a 4-0 in favor of Leonites, plus a Baron buff to beat. Now they were able to take out all of the outer tiers in the mid lane. Looks like Leonites, they were able to pull off the draft perfectly. And I said this earlier, when it comes to the draft, I kind of favor Leonites. And on top of that, they were able to check their win conditions. Mirmooo, their insurance is the late game. Problem is, will it even reach that point? Because again, they do not have answer for ND69 just yet. They could try and pick Olaf off, but when is that possible? Most of the time, Olaf is with Corky, is with Lulu. 2v1 though.
Oh, yeah, but how to take note, Riven currently is just so tanky. So it's not gonna go through, but now the charm will connect into row 1. Stacy's Enchant will be there. That's gonna be special delivery. Hexic Ultimatum will fly throughout the air, but Valkyrie having Drew for Corky will just remove down Mermo Esports into heaven as now it's the Knights Esports dominating the game, and Mermo needs to think on what they want to do because currently it's just so dominant for the Knights Esports as they take one more out of that.
Man, Inferno is gonna be up in 2 seconds, but I don't think Leonites is gonna take a look at the Dragon just yet because they have their eyes on the turret.
Flash Taunt, Feather Storm goes back away. Defensive play. Leonite Esports will get an inhibitor turret. As now the base is now going to be open. The minions will still push through. Siege minion will be there. 200 HP. 100! And Leonite Esports will take the series away from Mermo Esports as now they're ahead when it comes to the standings.
They are now able to win that series, and again, they were able to be the team on top if compared up against Mirmooo Esports. And need I tell you, one word, draft. The moment Leonite was able to get that very well thought draft, I guess it was just a problem that Mirmooo Esports was not able to answer. I was expecting a bit of a early aggro from Camille, maybe even from Ari, but I did not see most of that. In retrospect, though, you can see that Olaf was rotating, and the fact that Corky was just very powerful in the early game, it was a huge problem for them. Sean, of course, is is a good matchup up against Ari because Ari, whenever the charm is going to connect, of course, you have no other choice but to eat the taunts, and Emperor does not want that. Even though there was one time that Mirmooo did shine, was able to get 1 kill, at that point, it was just ND69 with a very dominating KDA, like 9-0 and 5 after that game number 3. Josh, though, you mentioned this. He was very, very tanky. And the fact that Riven even has a lot of CCs plus the Broken Wing, she can just do whatever she wants. Row 1, he did not have that much of a presence in the early game, but again, towards the late game, the missile barrage, the Gatling gun, even the Valkyrie was a problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's just killing. The mid game, late game definitely will go to the Leonite Esports side because you have Rowan as a core key, you have Andy69 in the Olaf, you even have Lulu, and once again, you need to emphasize that these champions are mid game, late game champions that power spikes when it comes to those team fights. And Mermo Esports shines out onto ganks, onto skirmish because they have the Hexic Ultimatum with the Camille and also a stun coming in from the cables. XDXP is also a lone wolf hunter. When it comes to finding those single targets, he deals more damage to that, right? But the problem is Leonite Esports at the 8-minute mark was already forcing out team fights, and Mirmooo Esports has to respond to this because if not, Leonites was just dominant when it comes to turrets. So I think that was just the start of their downfall, wherein Leonites was forcing out games, was forcing out team fights. Mirmooo cannot do anything with this composition in mind, wherein they're dependent on their AoE CC onto Wara.
I'm looking at the draft right now and it made me realize something. Ask me what it is.
What it is? What is it?
Nice, thank you. Okay, looking into the different lanes of these two teams, now my voice cracked there. Whatever champion Mirmooo Esports has, of course, the side of Leonite has a counter. Look at this. I mentioned the Camille and Riven matchup. Whenever Camille will hook shot her way in, will even use Hexic Ultimatum, Riven can just stun her. And if ever Riven will try to go with the chase, you have the Broken Wing. For the side of XDXP and Andy69, the only leeway that Kha'Zix has was the early game. And that he was not able to go online, was not able to get the kills that he needed, whereas Olaf was able to get the farm that he wanted. Ari, Galio, Charm, Tom, in the fact that Galio has a bit of a range advantage compared to Ari, and he also has Hero's Entrance to disengage or maybe even re-engage. It was just a problem for Mirmooo Esports side. And for the Dragon Lane duo, Corky. Whenever Sayo will try to use a Feather Storm or try to root someone, Corky can just use Valkyrie and chase this Saya down. Match of the match is going to be Andy69 on this Olaf.
Once again, he was just so impactful in that game, and I think he's just roaming a lot. He was reacting to the plays of Mirmooo Esports that enables him to be able to get this KDA, to be able to put in some of the funnel onto his ADC. And I think he's just the showmaker of this specific team to be able to show something against Mirmooo Esports for his teammates to follow through with the CC, to follow through with the damage, to follow through with the responses. And really, it's just how great that Andy69 has played through that game.
And again, the fact that Leonites, they already showed their cards, their hands, their main duo in the early it's the first pick rotation rather. I was expecting Mirmooo to do something about it. I mean, yeah, Sayercon is still a good combo, but how are you gonna try and stop a raging Olaf with Ragnarok plus possible wild growth that's just gonna come at you? The Kha'Zix pickup made sense. Again, I was expecting him to just jump into the front line, maybe even get Lulu at some point. Galio, no, maybe not that much. Riven in the late game, no as well. It's just a matter of fact that Mirmooo was, again, overall, they were just not able to hit those online times, those peak of power, and instead Leonites was the one that got the pickoffs, so was the ones that getting all of these wins in the ganks or fights. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Leonites was able to get the Baron and the Dragons, which translated into the late game. It was just them playing the music and Mirmooo Esports forced to dance with them.
Yeah, and Mermo Esports has got a Rift Herald, but not really been able to utilize to the maximum. However, we're gonna have much more of that later on, as we're gonna ask the panelist desk giving us more insights on what they think happened in this Series 3 for Mermo Esports against Leonite Esports. All right. Woo!
Thanks Thanks so much, casters. Leonite Esports, they get the third match of the day, 2-1 against Mirmooo Esports. They add 75,000 Globe Cup points more to their winnings. And guys, it's another Game 3 today. I mean, I knew we were in for a long day, but wow. Let's jump into our series highlights right now for that match because you know what? I feel like Mermo Esports, they were on to something at some point. But it's just that Leonite Esports, they knew that they could steamroll Mermo Esports. So they weren't playing over aggressively, but more like they were just waiting for Mermo to play into their favor until it was too late for Mermo.
Yeah, and as for game 1, we saw that Leonites drafted a Twisted Fate and a Vibe, which is you wanted to go for the picks. You wanted to go for those Destiny plays. You already have the sure single target lockdown, so you can layer it down. But the thing is, Mirmooo Esports loves to group up. So if you're running a Destiny and a single target lockdowns, you're going to have a hard time answering those. But that's for game 2 transition, especially game 3. They drafted really well that they fight fire with fire. They were able to look for the teamfight prowess type of lineups, and then from there on, they're taking those teamfights head on. So yeah, Autolus, can we break down the other parts?
Yeah, game number 2 and game number 3, the main character of this story is Olaf, right? And Leonite just knows and understands how to play Olaf. When you're playing Olaf, he doesn't have to starve, right? You have to give him some lane minions, experience, and gold, because this is what Olaf can give you, the advantage in skirmishes. We can see right on game number 2 and game number 3 even, in where Andy69 just bamboozled, bulldozed everyone here on his path. And this is the MVP-esque performance I'm expecting out of the jungler of Leonite Esports. Case in point, he was actually part of our Globe Peak player clash, and in this particular matchup against XDXP, although XDXP bagged the match, master of the match during game number 1, game number 2 and game number 3 is Andy69's.
Yeah, and you know, he was basically unstoppable. He was unstoppable, you know, once he got the ball rolling, unstoppable. And row 1 as well, the damage was just insane. And Sean as well, you know, using the hero's entrance to zone out everybody. It was just, it played so much into Leonite Esports' favor. It was a little bit rocky at the beginning, and we thought that at any point, you know, it could go either way. But then once eventually they unlocked, you know, Andy69 over there, it was just unstoppable. Leonite Esports, they did incredibly well, and they got that leg up the Group C leaderboard too.
Yeah.
So we're going to see if Mermo Esports is able to catch up to them, and you know, hopefully we'll see them contest it. But for now, Leonite Esports take this match and take, of course, 75,000 Globe Cup points and more to their already substantial winnings. And now we have our final match of the day, our final game 3 of the day. Oh no, I cursed it. No, I should not say that. Production's gonna kill me. Production's gonna kill me.
You have to send nuggets now.
I do. We have an ongoing bet, but it appears I owe somebody nuggets. But yes, we do have Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. Now, heading over to Lakan Esports' lineup, first up, there is this, I like that there's this rivalry between these two teams. They're currently tied at the top of Group C with their Globe Cup points, not to mention both of these teams can be very aggressive in their own ways. And Lakan's only loss here has been to Fennel Adversity, I believe. So do you guys think that they can change this time around?
Oh, definitely. Again, when we're talking about Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity, feels like that they are 1A and 1B of Group C, right? Both of them are poised to really reach the playoffs as the top 2 of their squad. And mainly, Lakan Esports' improvement had something to do with Dante. I believe that Dante was the reason, is the biggest reason why the former Execration members is finding some new light here in the fall split. Dante on his Riven demands, you know, attention, because if he's given free reins on that champion, man, oh man, he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is not just the usual Riven that we are seeing 1 versus 1 or outplay. He is the one who's going for the setup for the kills. But on the other side of the map, I wanted to give the player spotlight, of course, the solo player highlight to Ison, which is their Dragon laner. And he's playing insanely well with all of those his objective trading in terms of the rotations. He is proactively roaming around the map once the team needed him the most. And that's the effect, getting the kill participation of 84% and a KDA of 6.77, delivering good enough from the damage department with a damage per minute of 1,126. And Lucian, Corky, and Ezreal. So this time around, we are on to the last game of the day, and I am expecting Ison also might go for an Akshan maybe. So something different for Lakan.
Well, we did get that, little tease a while ago. I believe it was from, was it from Leonite Esports or was it from Mermo Esports? We did get, a little bit of that, but we haven't seen Akshan head into the CI Icon series just yet. We did get a Thresh earlier, but didn't work out, too well. Still needs a little bit of refining. We're gonna see if we can get those new champions in, I guess, by the end of the group stages. But yes, I definitely agree. Ison, he was amazing during the first week of groups C and D. We know how much power this guy can pack. So it's going to be really interesting indeed to see what they can bring into the Rift. But of course, they will be going up against Fennel Adversity. Currently, yes, in a tie with Lakan. So this match is really, really important to these guys. They're known for being a ticking time bomb of sorts with their controlled aggression. But with Lakan catching up to them, how do you guys think they can, they can level up?
I believe they have already leveled up this fall split. Although their record currently is 2-1, their lane swaps, I believe, is one of their own, right? They're the only ones to pull off lane swaps. And whenever you are against this team, you have to really diversify and expect a lot of things going in the first 2 minutes of the game, right? Expect them to go for the late invade on the red buff because that's how Fennel Adversity rolls. If they get a lead in the early game, they can transition them well onto the mid game and use it to have a successful late game.
Yeah, and we are talking about the Fennel Adversity shenanigans with how well proactively Doming is trying to deny the opposing jungler, but with the help of Rafi and Danny, they were able to answer those buff trading because of the lane swap, as what Autolus told us. Of course, for the solo player highlight, I wanted to put it into the light of Danny is the dragon laner for Fennel Adversity, and this guy also keeps on delivering pain with a damage per minute of 1,414 and a KDA of 6.64 and a kill participation, of course, with 84%. Fairly high from someone who's sitting on the dragon lane, the most used champions, Ezreal, Kaisa, and Corky, which is highly mobile. And it seems that you may think that he is a Corky main for most using it a lot, but you didn't know that this guy is being feared mostly from a Kaisa.
And you know what's unique about this, I guess, is that the stats for these two dragon laners actually don't differ that much.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be really interesting to see their showdown. But of course, what would our dragon laners be without the supports backing them up? What do you guys think of this globe key player clash over here? Looks like somebody wants to get in on the action quite a lot.
9.10. That's the KDA that I didn't expect Arjun has right now. And 5.21 is actually fairly high as well, right? If we're talking about KDA, if it's at around 5, you could say that he's having a good performance. But on the other side, Arjuk with 9.1, I believe he's, the heart and soul of Lakan Esports for the good reason. 87% to 89% kill participation. This is a very tough matchup to call here, Osiris. But what do you think?
I mean, you can clearly see that he is fairly high on the KDA because Lakan is running on a hyper-aggressive early game and carrying it to mid-game, trying to finish it off with most kills. But Fennel Adversity, they are the controlled, and that's the best reason why you are seeing Rafi on a 5.21 because he is on the middle. He is on the average. But in terms of kill participation, that's only 2% gap. And both of them doing their respective roles fairly well. It's just that, of course, it seems that the answer for the wins is coming in from their respective partners from the Dragon lane.
You know what? With these stats, it's kind of like we have a little teaser of the kind of matchup we're going to see. We're gonna see a lot of aggression. I mean, when your supports have stats like these, you know that each and every one of the members over here are out for
And
blood
Mika,
feed.
it feels like Rafi is someone who uses Master because the sekreto ng mga guwapo, how well Rafi is one of the handsome boys here at Icon
Also Arjo.
Series. I mean, I must say because everyone.
Hey! Arjuk is also handsome.
Arjo, of course, also. But, you know, we got Morita Boy, we got the handsome people because of Master. So if you wanted to be like Arjuk and Rafi, you gotta use Master.
Okay, I'm gonna give that to you, Osiris. I'm gonna give that to you. What I just have to say. Man, yeah. Okay. I'm not exactly sure how to proceed from that, I gotta admit. But you guys can let me know what retort you should have for Osiris promoting Master that way, and our very handsome supports. Actually, who do you think is the most handsome support in the Icon series right now? Let us know. Head on over to Twitter and use the hashtags #DominateTheRift and #CIconSeriesPH. I feel like this is the weirdest poll ever, but why not? Why not? We have some good-looking players over here, right?
Master.
Do let us know. Yes, do let us know. Of course, if we're sponsored by Master, we gotta get good-looking players in here.
Yep.
And join us as well in the PPGL community Discord server. Maybe we can debate that over there. Maybe we can discuss who exactly the best-looking players over here in the Icon series are. But for now, it is the final match of the day, and it's bound to be an explosive one. This is Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity Casters. Over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
It's indeed going to be explosive, Mika, from the panelist desk, as this is going to be the top seeds for this group stage. And I'm excited to see on who will be on top, as this is once again going to be a tiebreaker. I'm Infinity, and joined with me is Yuko. It's a pleasure once again to be casting alongside with her for this last series of the day.
You know what? I'm actually much more interested with the poll that's ongoing. Who do you think is actually the best looking player here in Icon series? Also, hey, the players are good looking, but the talents, well, not me, but you guys are at a different level. You guys are handsome as well. Mika is beautiful. Yasu, Berting, and the other casters are good looking as well. But yeah, I just had to say that. Anyway, jumping into the last year today, possibly another, I don't want to say it, 3-2-1, though we will still be seeing three games, possibly. I mean, okay, let's look at it this way. Fennel Adversity, they are all about this controlled aggression. Lakan, looking at their performance in the previous week, or before we hop into our current week, they improved a lot. And we had a 3 weeks rest, which I believe, of course, is time for our teams to adjust the meta, get new picks in. Will we see a Thresh? I don't know. Will we see an Action? I don't think so, too.
Yeah, I don't know, because it depends on the teams, if they're comfortable picking it up. Are they using it in the ranked games? Is it an active practice champion pool for any of these teams to actually play this through in professional league, especially with the stakes that are currently ongoing for Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity? It's really going to be a question mark for now, as we're jumping into the draft a little bit later, as we are moments away from this game number 1. And you know what? I think it's going to be very, very interesting on what would happen in this particular case, because in the past, Fennel Adversity has 2-1 Lakan Esports. Can they replicate that once again? Or is Lakan Esports already on the Super Saiyan evolution to defeat Fennel Adversity.
I mean, that is a possibility. Again, they had a lot of break. They have a lot of time to make up a different plan. They have something up their sleeves. But again, Final Adversity will be a very tough wall to conquer. Again, looking into the Baron lane at least, Power is definitely one of the most respected Baron laners here in their groups. And I am actually expecting a Kaisa for the side of Lakan, but I'm not sure if Fennel will try to take the champion. So again, it's just them most probably playing to their comfort, because when you are comfortable with your lineup, you can just play even with your eyes closed. And let's not forget that 4 or 5 man Tom Arjuk was able to get on that Galio. Will we see another of those plays? Hopefully.
And on top of that, I think Lakan Esports has one of the most flexible picks currently in this specific group. Because you just have to look at their ADC onto Danny, which has picked Saya, has picked Corki, and even Ezreal at this point. So he is actually quite flexible when it comes to the pickings, and even when it comes to Fennel Adversity as well. Right? You have the Corki, you have Ezreal, you have the Kaisa, pretty much a very, very similar composition. Now, what will you target? In this particular case, will you target onto the ADC, or will you target an else or an other role in this particular matchup? Because it's actually quite confusing in what you want to target.
Honestly, if I were to answer that question, I would want to focus on ADC. ISO in the late game is honestly a huge problem. I mean, Lakan, they just make these drafts that centers ADC, but let's not forget Boy J as well. He was this player that was able to steal, I think, the Dragon or a Baron with just the skills of his Lee Sin. So let's see if they're going to be seeing more of that. But yeah, just all the possibilities being set at the table, and I'm curious to see what the bans will be. I mean, will Camille still be banned? Will we see a Darius ban? Power loves his Fiora, loves his duelist champion. So let's see if we're gonna be seeing more of that in this series.
Yeah, the Darius, the Riven, the Akali, right? Some of the champions that Power has chosen in the past, and even Cinch as well, potentially for this game. As can we see a Cinch Senna? A Nasus Senna? Because we haven't seen Senna for quite some time. Maybe once, twice, a while ago in the prior group.
We
Question
only
mark?
question mark indeed. We only ever saw the Nasus Senna earlier today, and yes, that did work, but it's more of a hit and miss, and I don't think our teams would want to risk that. But these are the faces of the players in this series. We have Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity.
They're looking poised and ready for this game, Yuko. You're gonna ask me, I think I see dominance in their eyes. I see fearness in their reactions, their emotions, right? And you as well, you're doing it. I think you're ready for the series, and I'm ready as well. And I'm excited on how Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity is gonna match this up individually. Because I think these are very, very close teams. These are very, very strong champions, or not players rather. They're very, very strong players, and I think they're equally matched. And I think it boils down into what their composition is and what their execution might potentially happen later on.
Actually made me think who will get their hands on Ari. I mean, Ari is definitely a famous pick for the day, and I guess there's also a fight that's gonna happen in the jungle. These jungle matchup is just gonna be a fight on whoever will be more aggressive, who will be able to gank the lanes more, who will be able to get first blood or actually have a double kill in the early game. Are we gonna be seeing Lee Sin? Yes, no, maybe, but I think both teams they want to just focus on these initiate centered junglers. when I use that term, I'm usually thinking about J4, Shinjao, Olaf. At some point, I mean, Olaf is a good initiator. He can just slow your opponents and then just cut their heads off with the undertow. But that's a possibility. And yeah, really, again, looking forward to seeing the Baron Lane matchup. Now we're gonna hop into the pick and ban phase. Of course, thank you so much to Riot Go for making this possible.
Yeah, it's a champ select. I was shocked a while ago. I thought there was like instant draft in a split of a second.
No analysis whatsoever.
No analysis. We're jumping into the game, but now we're going back. The first ban is going to be Kaisa for Lakan Esports, and Fennel Adversity is hovering onto the Senna. actually removes the potential for the Senna Cinch, the Senna Nasus combo that Lakan Esports might potentially bring up.
Yeah, and well, the Nasus and a combo is actually very famous in the Chinese region. I was about to say they were gonna ban out the Akali, but they're gonna go back to what works, which is take Camille out, no hextech ultimatum, no slows, no hook shots, no surprise takedowns or ganks, which leads to an adversity banning the Akali out. Remember, Renekton is still open. You still have Fiora, you have Irelia, you also have Riven that could most likely go over to Tante. Rengar will also be banned by Lakan. This kitty cat will not be seen right today. And the last ban from the side of an adversity will be the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, the kitty cat and also the cockroach has been banned. They don't want to fight onto these hunt champions or hunter champions assassinations for Lakan Esports and Fennel University. However, they left the Gragas open for Lakan Esports to pick up, and now it's gonna be locked in immediately for Lakan Esports.
Yeah, could be flex either way. Could go to the Baron lane, mid lane, or even at a support at some point. And this opens Fiora for power immediately. He loves this champion, and they have a Xinjiao. Gragas for disengage. We also have Xinjiao for disengage, plus a very hefty auto attack that has hurt a lot with the spear. And now you have Olaf being picked up by Lakan Esports, plus a Corki. Corki most likely going over to the Dragon lane. They could pick up Seraphine, Lulu, Nami, even Braum if they want to. Now Final University has their hands on this Rakan. Of course, will be utilized with either a Saya or a Ziggs.
Ooh. I think it's favorable to go for the Ziggs instead, because when you're already locked in onto Rakan, yes, and Lakan Esports went in for the Corki, it already states that Lakan is going for a Corki ADC more or less, so it gives more free ability for Fennel University to now go for a Ziggs instead of for a Sai. So that is a clever move from them. Now Lakan Esports now forces out the Ari and the Riven for the last two picks.
So this is gonna be a Iris gonna go over to the mid lane. You have Baron lane for the River. Oh, but anyway, last pick for the side of an adversity is gonna be a Saya, and I was right. Ziggs will go over to the mid lane, and yes, it is going to be a Gragas support. The shock on Infinity's face is very much seen right now as we complete the draft for the last series in game number 1. But yes, it is a Gragas support. It makes sense. But the question is, will Arjuk be able to do the initiates properly? Because if the barrel misses, he is going to be met with a very punishing, problematic, and intense charm.
Yeah, and the reason why I was shocked is because we really don't have much information onto a Gragas support. Maybe I've last seen it in the past few weeks, in the past few months, but not currently. So I think this is going to be new for Lakan Esports, but considering you have a Syra Khan as duo for Fennel University, I think this is where Lakan Esports wants to go as a route to match up against this dominant duo.
Now you have the Dene just saying goodbye to that Ziggs. Shaw will be very comfortable in this early game champion. Final adversity, if they'll be able to get the first 3 or 4 kills, I guess that's everything that Shaw will ever need. They will be able to burst down threats very quickly because of the satchel charge.
Yeah, it's just a clear wave. Lakan Esports, you've seen this through and through. You have the Baron laner going for the mid lane to be able to clear very, very quickly. For the mid lane to be able to try to get information, to try to be able to impact onto the jungle. But here into the bot lane, we have Rafi just going in for the aggression, and Ison will force out the flash. Better good trade for Fennel Adversity.
Yes, early game, we did not want to get the roots from Saya to connect. And the fact that Ison is very vulnerable on this Corki. Corki is very, of course, slow and weak in the early parts of the match. You also do not have the explosive cast just yet. I would recommend the Dragon Lane duo for Lakan to just survive the early game. Be conservative. Don't let the lovebirds taunt you.
And this is the problem with a Gragas support, right? You don't have sustainability. You don't have level 1 aggression, as typically a support does in the form of Braum, a Rakan, a Janna, right? So Gragas is a different case, wherein I think as a support, he shines out mid-game, late game. So I think this enables Danny and Rafi to now be able to go for the hyper aggression and not even risking too much up against a Gragas support and a Corki in this early phase.
Now Chinese just had a quick hi hello there, but Power will just be a-okay. He is sitting at the level 4, already used Ignite, Taunty already used his barrier. So at the very least, Baron laners still have their flashes available.
Just a
Good
little bit of a
repost.
trade. Just the damage output coming in from those Baron laners, just traditional Baron lanes, just having a cat fight, right? But a difference maker here is Chinese
Sword
one.
fight.
Here into the Tribush. Might actually go for the response. Flash away from Tante. And that will be a great aggression from Power.
Yeah, Chinese was right there. He does have the smite and the flash, but I don't think he do not want to commit just yet. Also, the fact that he does not have the Ragnarok. Now that is CBS actually coming through under 2.
But they don't want to fight. It's really risky for a level 5 Olaf to dive under the turret. Yes, he has a Ragnarok. But when it comes to that level, his base HP is not as huge and his defense is not as huge to tank out damage from the turret. So just going back away is much more clever than going for the hyper aggression.
And the hyper aggression they definitely should have. Well, maybe in the 4 or 5 minute mark, or when they get the Infernal Drake, if that ever happens, or if that is going to be the first Drake of the game. But so far, both teams are holding out just fine. The Explosive Mindfoot has been placed just to make sure that Dene will have no other choice but to stay in the mid lane. Ward has been placed a bit near into the Dragon's Pit, just so Shaw will know if someone is going to say hello.
I was so much scared for Shaw's life. That charm was connecting, and you know Ari when it comes to the game with Foxfire and also that Orb of Deception, absolutely phenomenal when it comes to the damage output. So I think it was amazing for Shaw to be alive in that fight. However, I think it's just the Dene respecting the timers currently available into the game, because 12 seconds and you have Infernal Dragon and Rift Arrow that will come up, and those are so much valuable as an objective.
Lakan Esports still not pulling the trigger anytime soon. Rift Herald, hey, my call was right. Infernal Drake is up. It will be the first dragon for the game. You have the very slight goal in favor of an adversity, and looks like Fennel, they just want to get the Rift Herald. They want to play the Drake game, which leaves the Infernal Drake vulnerable for Lakan. They could get it, and they could also try to steal the Rift Herald.
Though this is sort of on a fringe edge, if the Rift Herald is much more valuable than go for the Rift Herald, because that's the Infernal Dragon that you're trading away, that 6% damage bonus, and now Lakan Esports has it, and when it comes to the late game, now they have much more. Although Fennel University tries to go for the Tapper's Blood, Rift Herald summons on top lane for Blood coming through. That's getting Fennel University taking its dominance into the top lane. The Dene tries to go away, forcing out the ultimate. Now the Tapper's Blood as well goes for Fennel University.
That is not a fight that Tante could have picked. That was a 2v3. And the fact that Power still had Grand Challenge. On top of that, you still have ways to disengage, and the Rift Herald is lurking and taking down your turret, which could leave you and your teammate vulnerable. So I really was not in favor of the broken wing or the stun that Tante tried.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. You're trying to contest the Rift Herald alongside with 3 members. Then you're going in the path of a Rift Herald, then you're gonna get knocked up. So I think that was just a bit of a bad positioning from Lakan Esports. Even if you're trying to go for the defense, I respect it. I see the reason for it, because if you give the Tapper's Blood for University, they will have a bit of a goal to utilize later on. So I respect that, but I think it was just the positioning that changed everything. But now Fennel University, though, is now going for the pressure into Tier 1 turret into the bot lane. Ari comes down into the fray. Ziggs will meet down onto one. Olaf will go for the 1v1. Ragnarok will now be forced. Flash away over the wall. Tries to go in, but Shaw will have his teammates on his back, and Fennel University will be safe. In the mid lane is a different story. His Power will also come into the fray.
Flashes have been burned, and the ultimate, the Ragnarok, is already down. Shaw only ever used the Satchel Charge, but he still has the Mega Inferno Bomb. It was the right call for Chinese to just fall back, given that when adversity is coming back, but no. Disengage from Shaw.
Yeah. It's a bit of a pick and play for Dene and also Shaw into the mid lane, similar to what they did a while ago. They're just giving a little bit of damage, retreating back. It's like cat and dog fight, wherein you don't want to go all in because you don't know who's gonna win. But it looks like Lakan Esports has its strong-sided map into the bot side because they went for the 4-man roam. But considering you also don't have any much more minions to utilize under the turret, they're going back, which is more clever to fight against Fennel adversity.
Yeah, and the 1-4 setup is gonna work well for them because Tante will be able to farm and defend his lane. But the problem here though is Power already has the teleport, so he will have the map presence that Fennel Adversity wants. He will be able to jump into team fights whenever he wishes, and on top of that, you still have the Mega Inferno Bomb that can just scale and can just be thrown out everywhere, especially now that Shaw is stationed at the mid lane. Still waiting for Danny to go online, still has a flash and that heal. So for an adversity, they just want to take their time, wait for the items to jump in, and then maybe try to make something happen. The bomb did diminish the 1 bar for Chinese as well as Arjuk, and you still have. Look at the discipline from Power though. The minion wave is consistently being pushed into the side of Tante.
It's just a push around playstyle from Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity, as you stated. But Mountain Dragon will come up 20 seconds left. So I think that will be sort of an objective that both these teams want, especially Fennel Adversity, considering we already have the Infernal Dragon for Lakan Esports, which when you have the Mountain Dragon, at the very least, will equalize rather onto the damage of Lakan with the defensive capabilities of Fennel Adversity.
I was honestly worried because I sent recall the moment the Mountain Drake spawned up. But now I guess for the adversity, they backed away, and now these are the two teams jumping in with the Dragon Dance. Charm is not going to connect, but what will happen next?
The Mountain Dragon is now being taken up by Lakan Esports. You have Fiora into the sidelines, going for the 1v1 against Arjo. Grand Challenge will now be forced away. 1 HP, that's going to be reposed, going in, that's dead. For Gragas, Arjo will fall. It's now going to be the 5v4. Fennel Adversity has the edge when it comes to the numbers game, the numbers battle. And the Mountain Dragon will go to the side of Fennel Adversity. Very low HP for everyone in Lakan Esports, but Fennel doesn't want to go and commit. The charm will connect though. Feather Storm will now be forced away to save Saya's life. Dedenne wants to go for the flash. That's going to be the Foxfire. Root onto Dedenne once again. Still going to be safe. No one will be harmed.
Actually, Danny got bursted down there, and the kill went over to the Dene. So the Flash and the Foxfire, all the resources that he used, it was so worth it. But looking back into that skirmish, it was a win to Fennel's side in the early part because Power was able to catch one champion. He just penetrated the back line. Now that is going to be Olaf trying to chase him down, but no other minions. They have to clean this out first. Power jumping in with a recall, and Lakan, they could get turret, they could get Baron, but I believe they could just get the tower or maybe get a pick off.
Or the Baron Dasher. It's 3 seconds up. It is available. It's going to be very risky though. So I think that's an option for them. However, I think it's not the most ideal option for them to take. And as you stated, the turret is going to be much more important because I think Fennel Adversity having those 2 turrets is already so massive that the Lakan Esports is now falling down behind. They need to be able to take down turrets to balance the map control against Fennel Adversity. If they don't, Fennel can and should just be dominating this game.
Will they though? That is going to be the question now. That is going to be Rafi being spotted out by the Dene. Masaya Nurkon is now up top at the Baron lane. Baron is up. I think what Fennel Adversity wants to do here though, is they get the kill, if they win the fight, they could just rotate over to Baron quickly. Blue team though, turret has been taken down.
Oh, explosive cast will disengage. Fennel Adversity will be safe. The Ragnarok will be forced as well. But look here into the bot lane. It's Sean Power going for the aggression. Riven tries to go for the stun up. Repose will go for the block down. Tante will try to go for the advanced reach onto Fennel Adversity. The Twin Shadows will slow him down though. The Power wants to go for this 1v1. Will he
Repose? Let's see if Tante will commit.
Would. Grand Challenge is now going to be forced down. Fennel Adversity tries to go in. Sinja will come in, go for the knock-up down. Grand Challenge, one more hit. Sinja will go for the ultimate as well. With the damage, will bring down Tante into the mid lane. It's Rafi going for the quickness, going for the grand entrance, but will now cool down, will reset. Lakan Esports will not be able to defend, and Fennel Adversity will take home a turret and a kill.
You know what? That was an overextend from Tante, but I cannot blame him. He knows Repose is already down, and Power, Fiora, is pretty much vulnerable. That's why the moment the stuns connect, Tante went all in. He did not have Ignite, and he had Barrier, but he forgot that Domeng is lurking in the sides, because of that, just became another gold, another kill that went up in Fennel Alberti's board.
Yeah, right. Currently, Baron Nashor is still alive. As you've stated, it's just a trade that Fennel Adversity has won against Lakan Esports. But when I'm looking at the predictions here that will happen later on, with Cloud Dragon now coming up, I'm expecting Fennel Adversity to force this out, bait Lakan Esports to go for the contest. And with the ultimates up and running for pretty much everyone, I think Lakan is going to go all in. Explosive cast onto the Dragon Spit disengage and to try and gain that lead back with their 4K gold deficit.
See the 4K gold deficit, but Dito in the initiate.
Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb will not connect though, but zones out the enemy team. Look up here into the sidelines with the flank. Fiora will try to get the kill, but Olaf will push through and kill Power instead. And this is what I'm saying. Fennel University will force out the Dragon. They're gonna bait out Lakan Esports, but the thing here is counter-engage for Lakan was absolutely phenomenal. And now they get the numbers advantage. Now going to Gragas, going in for the body slam, go for the knockout, special delivery, goes in and has the engagement down. But Conte into the sidelines, went in for the flank. He was in a bad positioning, and Fennel Adversity's damage is gonna be there. And he will push through, detonate the only one to arrive alongside with Shani's one. But Fennel made it back.
That was a very good initiate from Arjuk, but the problem was Fennel. The moment they knew that there was no explosive cast available, that was their go time. That was their green light to re-engage. And the moment they did, Shaw did not have the Mega Inferno Bomb just yet, but Domeng jumping in with the ultimate was just a huge problem. On top of that, Danny was well protected in the back line. Flashes has been committed, but at the very least, they were able to secure the kills.
Yeah. And that, I think, pushed up Lakan Esports into a very, very bad deficit, because a while ago it was only just 4K. And now it's 5K alongside with a Mountain Dragon. So that gives you extra sustainability for Fennel Adversity to sustain themselves in this latter part of this game. But now it's going to be Power jumping over the wall. That's going to Mega Inferno Bomb. Ooh, the bomb dead in a half HP. And Fennel Adversity still pushing top lane.
That Mega Inferno Bomb just forces Detonate to jump back, or he is gonna meet his death, which is in favor of an Adversity. Now we have 4 and 6 on the scoreboard, 14 minutes in, a lot of advantages in an Adversity side. That is gonna be Chinese forced to pop Ragnarok. Fennel, they now know one important ultimate is down.
That was well worth it. Domin just jumped in onto Chinese as a dash, but Chinese already used the Ragnarok, so that, I think, was a very trade for Fennel Adversity. That was a common skill for the ultimate against Lakan Esports. And look at that. It's going to be quickness and grand entrance. No Ragnarok to save himself. And now he's going to die. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage coming through. You have the flank coming in from the Fiora. But a grand challenge bringing down Gragas. It's now going to be 5v3. And Fennel Adversity is going back for the Baron Nashor.
That was a problem because the first champion to actually get taken down was the jungler. And right after that, Fennel Adversity, they knew they should force it. Lakan Esports, they did try to fall back, but at the expense of their very own support's life.
Yeah, and Fennel Adversity just takes the Baron Nashor easy. There's no jungler available for Lakan Esports. There's no disengager, Arjuk, and even if he was, there was no ultimate that he could utilize because he already used it up. So Fennel Adversity at that well-baited ultimates, well-killed plans for Fennel Adversity as they were thinking ahead of the curve against Lakan Esports. And I think that was just that. Baiting out those ultimates are going to be very important, as we've stated in the series prior. Your ultimates into using it up at the very best moment, because if it is baited out and you don't have your ultimate in an all-in team fight, you're in a huge deficit in that 5v5.
And speaking of 5v5, looks like Fennel, they just want to group together. 3v3, let's see who will win. You also have Power Split pushing at the Baron lane side. Now Fennel slowly but surely nearing the base of Lakan Esports. If you're gonna see, there's a lot of burst items already available for the Dene, but they still need to wait for the opportunity. The cast already being used. Fennel is now storming the base that is making Fennel Bomb being chased out, but still, they still respect the possible comeback from Lakan Esports. There is still a lot of CCs they need to survive.
Yeah, and Gragas used up his ultimate, which was suspicious on what do you want to do, because they just used one of their most valuable ultimates up against Fennel Adversity to just zone them out and clear out the siege minions. I don't know if that's going to be worth it, because now Fennel Adversity could just pressure in, as Fiora is doing right now, into the top lane, forcing out the flash once again. Now Fiora, though, going to die in the hands of the Olaf, but in trade, that's 2 inhibitor turrets going to the side of Fennel Adversity.
I think that was worth it. Charm isn't the connect, but Rafi, will he say goodbye?
I don't think so. It's just too mobile for Rakan to die at that specific point. They have the Baron buff to be able to recall at quick seconds. So I think that was just easy for Fennel Adversity to go back away.
And looks like now Lakan, they want to get the Elder Dragon Final. They still have the resource available. You have the bomb being thrown out.
Oh yeah, Rafi going for the quickness, going for the grand entrance as well, zoning out the enemy team, charms up the jungler for Lakan Esports, but look at Corky, he's here onto the sideline. Yeah, Lakan taking down the Ocean Elder Dragon, and this might be it. This might be the key to comeback here for Lakan Esports, but the problem is, they lost 2 members and trade of 1, and Fennel Adversity still has Ziggs in their composition that can bring down the inhibitor turret that remains into the mid lane, and it opens up the base all open against Lakan Esports.
And Fennel, they're still forcing this. They know that if they keep up the pressure, Lakan Esports' Nexus will fall down. In the very least, you have very good wave clear from the side of Lakan. You have the barrels, you also have the orb, but a lot of minions jumping in from the Baron lane side. Power is still there, the bomb connecting.
Oh, the body Sam onto the Fiora actually puts himself down as Corky went in for the follow-through, but Gragas is actually being melted, and quickness and grand entrance charms everyone up. Lakan Esports are losing everyone down against Fennel Adversity. It's now going to be 3v4 as now everyone comes alive. That's going to be the flash away for Ziggs to come up on top into a safety play. It's Fennel, clever move into forcing away a retreat because Baron Nashor now alive, but Lakan wants to go for more bloodshed and he goes into the flank as Rafi actually seems is down. Is he going for it?
Chinese one is there too. He's gonna start the Baron. They don't care. Taunting there decides to. Now you have Power with the GA. Teleports are gonna come in. This could possibly be the opening that Lakan Esports need.
Yeah, they need this. They want this. The Charm though will connect onto Rafi, goes for the Grand Entrance, tries to go for the knockup, but Olaf is onto Ragnarok, gets the Baron Nashor, and now they're just happy with it. They have 4 members, 3 members with the Baron buff, but the minions still will be in favor for Fennel Adversity, but in hope to delay the fight. Lakan Esports has the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff. Sinjao actually tries to go for the retreat, forcing out the ultimate. Detonate actually tries to go for the damage output, but Daming will still be alive at 1 HP.
That was actually a very good cast from Arjuk. It just so happened that the angle was not quite there. Also, the orb did not reach did not reach Domeng rather. Also, the teleport boot stat Power picked up. It's a huge problem. Lakan Esports, they need to constantly look at their base this time around. On top of that, Fiora already has the GA. So if ever Power will survey his way in and he gets taken down, you will have another Fiora just poking right at your face, which means Tante, he needs to really land the stunts. Maybe commit a whole set of combos to Power. But problem is, Tante's level 14. Power's already level 15. So the gap on their levels as well as their itemizations is already being seen.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that's just stark difference between a Gragas support and a Rakan support, or maybe other sports, right? And even Tante with a Power as well, because I think Tante was always consistently going into the ROMs, into other parts of the map to try and help up his team. But now it's gonna be a different story as just the level disadvantage is affecting so much. But However, Lakan Esports do still take note. They have the Ocean Elder Dragon, they have the Infernal Dragon, and they still have the Baron buff that they're currently trying to push into the mid lane.
And speaking of pushing, Lakan Esports is just pushing here at the mid lane. Isen will be able to take the mid lane turret. Now you have Chinese alone in the Dragon lane side, 2v1, who will win, maybe even 3v1. But Chinese will be able to jump away. Power is alone at the Brown lane side. This is the opening for Lakan Esports. Problem is they have to make sure that no one will die if ever they want to commit with that pickoff.
Yeah, it's just impossible to kill Chinese when he has his ultimate up, and also the Baron buff. It's just impossible, and Fennel Adversity just went in for 2 members. So I think they were just going for the lane clear so that it doesn't come up onto the inhibitor turret, because the Fennel Adversity's advantage is now diminishing as time goes by. Only 2k gold difference right now for the Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. And so the inhibitor turrets is everything that they're depending on. If that is lost to Lakan Esports, this might be looking for a huge comeback for Lakan in this game 1.
It's still possible. They just need one. Okay, they just need to get that one ace. But how can they do that with a shot having so much damage? Well, I guess that's also the good part. If you know there's no longer Mega Inferno Bomb, you could try and commit. Another problem they need to face is this power. This PR is just constantly pushing the minion waves in, so you have to commit Tante to wherever power is, which just leaves the fight in a full-on 4v4. You do not have the main source of stuns in your lineup.
With Baron Nashor though coming up at 5 seconds, this might be the end gaming objective. Whoever gets the Baron buff and actually have that minions or buffs active for your team might be able to end the game, especially when you're looking at power. Split pushing consistently, getting that lane control in favor for Fennel Adversity, so you don't see Lakan Esports having a wave pushing further than the mid part of each and every lane. Fennel Adversity is just doing that into the top lane, forcing out the Ragnarok onto the Olaf, and now they could start onto the Baron buff because Olaf doesn't have his ultimate up. They could just CC chain on this champion.
Yes, they can indeed. But he does have GA at the very least, and this will be the undertow being thrown out. Chinese still wants to hold his ground. Now you have Arjuk and Isen in the sides as well. With that in mind, Fennel Adversity will not push through with the Baron. Nice misdirection, but charms.
Quickness, Grand Entrance. Actually charms out Lakan Esports, but the damage is no longer there. Where's the damage coming from? Fennel Adversity is lacking towards that aspect and category of this game. And look at that, Senjao gonna force out onto the Sterox gauge, and he's dead. He's dead. Now Fennel Adversity is now locking onto the jungle for this game, and even if Ari dies, Lakan Esports has the advantage of getting the jungle and getting that Baron buff to finish this game. And that is a huge disadvantage that Fennel Adversity has now brought down. The TPs are now coming up. That's going to be Mega Inferno Bomb, giving the information to Fennel Adversity as Lakan Esports will get the Baron Nashor in their favor. And this might be over, but the TPs are now coming through. This might be the back door. Revive, the GA gonna be popped here by Fiora, and this is gonna be the game end as Fennel Adversity juked out Lakan Esports to win the game 1 of this series.
That was so close, but honestly, a lot of things happened in the Rift at the same time. We have the pickups coming through from Dedenne, was able to take out the jungler, so Doming was nowhere to be found. On top of that, they were also able to get the Baron. It just so happened that their base was vulnerable, the Nexus was vulnerable, and even though a lot of things happened, even though there were skirmishes, Power was just committing himself to the split push. They knew that if the Nexus life was low enough, they can just teleport in, have some minions in to support them, and just wreck the Nexus.
And that was an amazing series, or that was an amazing game to start the series off. I wasn't actually expecting Fennel Adversity to win that one, because you already have the Baron buff for Lakan Esports, but I think it's just a matter of losing all your inhibitor turrets, then enabled Power as a split pushing champion as a 4-1 setup composition for Fennel Adversity that gives them that edge when it comes to trying to go for the backdoor to finish that game. So
that was close.
Yeah, an amazing close series so far.
You mean game? Because we still have game number 2. So yeah,
No, I
if
mean
we're gonna
series.
look, all right, you're
series.
calling it. You want the series? All right then.
I'm
But yeah,
calling it. I'm calling it.
if we're gonna look at the post-game stats, not much skills, honestly, and that's something I felt in the game. They just want to play the objective game. Few pickups, few fights in ganks, yeah, sure, but overall, they just want to get the buffs, and then that's it. Master of the match is gonna be Domeng in this Xinjiao.
Yeah, and I think Doming was just the impactor for that game. He was the one who was able to really just go for those initial setups alongside with his teammates that I think actually forces out Olaf consistently with his Ragnarok, right? And you look at his kill participation, KDE is not that much because he keeps on dying, because he is always the focus target of his enemy team to reach those objectives, as you saw a while ago, to the side of Lakan Esports, pretty much getting every single objective, maybe aside from the Mountain Dragon that Fennel University has at their Soul Dragon for this team. So I think it's just Doming impacting in that aspect as the engager, the initiator, and also sort of the objective disruptor for Lakan Esports.
I actually feel like overall, when you're gonna look at the drafts at this point, Lakan Esports draft was very good. Fennel, it was good as well. But I have my eye on Power. Are we still gonna let him have this Fiora? Are we gonna have it banned out? Or does Tante even use Fiora? So it's a lot of these questions that is in our minds right now. But overall, I do agree. It's still gonna fall down to the jungler fight. Chinese was very good in the early game. Again, we saw him rotating from time to time. But the problem here was most of the time he's alone. And I can't blame them. Because again, Fennel was able to get the turret takedowns, and the Tante was just forced to stay into the base to make sure that the minion waves will not touch their nexus. And with the 4v4 setup that they have, I would have to give the advantage to Fennel because their skill set or their the way they layer their CC is much better compared to Lakan.
Yeah, it was just an early game playstyle for Fennel University. Lakan Esports is just waiting for the late game. So I think that was just the difference in the contrast between these two teams and that game number 1. Although I commend both of these teams' plays. Even though we saw a lot of negatives, even though there are some of the few points that you've noted down for Lakan Esports and Fennel University, I do commend how Lakan Esports in that mid-game, late game was really able to pressure down Fennel University and take those objectives down. They got 2 Baron buffs in that latter part of the game. They got the Elder Dragon that Fennel University had that clear lead in that engagement. So that was the one thing that I loved the most about Lakan Esports was their strength, their foundation on building up onto that mid-game, late game. And Fennel University, what I love about them is their early game playstyle. Hyper aggressive, their controlled aggression was featured once again in that game 1.
Yeah, really deserving their title, the controlled aggression here in the Icon series. But you mentioned about the strength of Lakan. I would like to commend their patience. They were able to just push the game back. At some point, they were almost at the 90k gold with these two teams. That's how long the game was. But again, overall, when it comes to turret takedown, it just went over to the side of Fennel Adversity. Now, let's take a look at the draft. My personal favorite part of the game. So, Gragas was available. You would want a solid disengager. But the question is, where will he go? Honestly, I thought he was gonna go over to the mid lane or to the Baron lane. Him being in the support role, wow, but it kind of makes sense too. We did say that Gragas is one of the most flexible picks here in the meta, and Fennel, seeing that Lakan already has the Gragas, they picked up Fiora and they Xinjiao. 1v2, 5v5, he is going to be a-okay. Plus power, he really loves this duelist. Now, Lakan, they saw the importance of the Olaf, the unkillable comp that got killed in game number 1, but they picked up Olaf and then a Corki to beat. Corki can reposition himself if ever, let's say, power will target him down. You have the Valkyrie, you have the Gatling gun to shred the life bars of Fiora, looking into the Second rotation pick for our red side, Rakan and Ziggs. Ziggs has been open for quite some time now, even in series number 3, but he just was not picked up. Finally, we get to see this very powerful and bursty champion. The damage he had in the late game was nutty. The Mega Inferno Bond was able to have the health bars of Ari and Rakan. You mentioned this, Rafi. There was one play that he just used his quickness to jump in. Lakan got charmed literally by this champion, and they had another choice. That was when Fennel Adversity was able to get and win the fight. And looking back into Lakan Esports, we already have the Olaf, which makes sense for the Lulu. However, there was not much game-changing wild growth of so far for the side. And Tante, of course, I said this earlier, Tante will most likely have his hands on Riven, which up against a Fiora, even though Fiora did not have repost, he really struggled. And for the last pick for the red side, you have a Saya that will complement well with her Khan, and Saya just really scaled in that game number 1. She was well protected. The roots are connecting. Feather Storm was used at the perfect time that no one could even catch her. The CCs did not connect, and the power just being able to pull off the split push. If I'm allowed to say it, that was arguably one of the most perfect split push plays I've seen so far in the Icon series. He was consistently in the mid lane and then Dragon lane. He can hold his ground in the Dragon lane and then maybe get some kills here and there, poke Tomte, but even though his team will jump back, he will not get away. He will not back away from the lane.
Yeah, and I do agree with that statement. I think Power was just a split pusher havoc of a player to play against, because I think if Power went in a second later, they won't be able to make it down, right? Because the TPs are going to be much further. Right? The J is going to be popped. So I think that is bought time for Fennel Adversity to now go back for a recall since they have the Baron buff. So I think Power took down at the very exact second that he needs to jump in with the TPs available for his teammate to follow through with that split push to be able to take down the Nexus base for the win onto game 1 for Fennel Adversity. So I do agree with that statement. And yeah, I pretty much agree with your statements. You probably just summarized every single thing in this draft that has been currently picked down. And the Kragus is still something that I'm looking at. As a support role, I'm thinking what would happen on this one. And I think we already have stated, right? We already have stated the disadvantage of having a Gragas support is, yes, you have a very great mid game, late game, but when it comes to the early game, you don't have any sustainability for your ADC to be alive much longer. That prolonged game time into the dual lane is going to be important at the lane phase, right? And top of all that, you don't really have any much engage at level 1, because at level 1, Gragas can only pick up one. Is it the Body Sam? Is it going to be the Barrel? Which I believe that Barrel has been prioritized by Gragas. So I think it's just sort of a fringe edge on whether it's a top tier pick as a support role right now for Fennel Adversity. But rather just they reflected their picks down. They reflected onto their composition, playing out the late game with Corki, with Lulu, with Olaf, and also the Gragas for this team. I think at the very least, they were able to bring this down to around 25 minutes.
And that's actually a very long game, honestly. Them being able to just stretch out that game goes to show how close the game was, or game number 1 was. So for Fennel, I feel like they will just draft something similar into game number 2. So expect the similar bans that they had in game number 1, or maybe if they don't want to see a Corki, they could just ban that out or get it for themselves. And for the side of Fennel, for the side rather of Lakan, again, I said this earlier, not much for the draft tweaks, but more on the execution. Maybe put Arjuk back on the support Galio or support Braum, because he really excels in this initiator, CC dependent, and just the champion that can knock everyone up and then surprise your opponents.
Right. So that surprise factor is something that we need to expect later on for Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. If they can bring that up into the graph once again for this game number 2, that would be absolutely phenomenal. But the question is, Fennel Adversity, we saw their controlled aggression in the early game. If they do that same thing, though, they're losing a lot of objectives, right? So now is the question: will they pick up the dragon rather than go for the turrets? Now that they've seen this late game potential of having all three dragons, including the Elder Dragon, and the Baron buff that has been secured by Lakan Esports, considering this buffs in that late game.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking forward to seeing what kind of tactical these or what kind of mindset will they have as we jump into game number 2. Are there any specific champions you want to see in the hands of Fennel or in the hands of Lakan? I mean, I already said my piece. I kind of want to see Corky on Fennel, and I want to see Galio back on Lakan.
To be honest, there is something in a part of me that wants to see a Jax because of some of the changes in the patch 2.4a. No, actually, not Jax, rather, but maybe the Master Yi. That is something that I want to see because the base set has been increased. You also have damage increase for pretty much every single skill for Master Yi. So there's a little bit of a part of me that wants to see a Master Yi come into pro play once again for maybe Lakan Esports or Fennel University. But of course, it's not going to be as a top tier jungler. It's not going to be as a top tier champion. Right, because a Master Yi is a unique champion that really just farms in the first 10 minutes of the game, but after that, he wreaks havoc. But in this fast-paced gameplays in the professional leagues, that's not really going to be the case because the jungle will need to affect the mid lane or even other lanes to get that early advantage.
I feel like 10 minutes is a bit of an overstretch. I'd say 6 or 7 minutes at most. But yeah, to be fair, T1 did pick up Master Yi in their match. Barely they were not able to pull off that composition. But hey, a lot of things can happen. I mean, we see Lakan almost jumping with a comeback. Maybe we're going to be seeing a Master Yi in the latter part of the Icon series. But so far for the pool of jungle, Shinjao, J4, Olaf, sometimes even Gragas, they are still pretty much the top picks for this meta. Lee Sin actually falling off a bit. He neither gets banned nor gets picked up.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's just based on the draft, I guess, I suppose. Because you have to look at Lee Sin, very, very strong, actually, as a champion. But he falls out in late game. At level 3, he's absolutely a beast to battle against. So if you're going in for a jungle that actually shines early game, but doesn't actually get any kills because of like the safe play and everything, something similar, when it comes to those Baron picks in the late game, it's going to be very difficult because you can just be picked up. You're very, very squishy as a champion. Even if you pick up GA and also the Yumu's Ghost Blade, you're just jumping in. Corky, Kaisa, Saya will just burst you down.
I did not know why, but it made me think I kind of want to see Yasuo. I don't know. I mean, you mentioned about jumping up and all that stuff. I kind of missed the wind wall and the 0-10 power spike of that champion. Another character, I guess, that we did not see so far into the Icon series. But anyway, we're going to hop into the pick and ban phase for game number 2. Again, this is the last series, Lakan Esports versus Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, I think Yasuo is just like a double-edged sword. You can be very, very phenomenal on this champion, but also when you're lacking in the early game and mid game, you're just gonna continuously fall down. And it's an exponential decrease for this champion pickup. So it's really just gonna be an iffy champion to play with. So it's a question mark. Though Fennel University now banning away the Senna, now banning away the Akali, it means Lakan Esports does not have that option to pick up. And Gragas and Camille also banned away.
That is true. Let's see what kind of draft will we see anytime soon. Kazik's still gonna be banned out. Kaisa. Okay, I mentioned Aizen is very good on the Kaisa, but apparently Lakan wants to ban out this champion again. Do not want to give Kaisa in the hands of Danny. Fiora is open. Yagas got banned out. You have Galio available too, J4 and Rengar. How can I forget? Rengar is finally open for the taking, and Lakan Esports, they have Galio, they have Corky. You could even have a different solid ADC. I guess if you want to get your hands on Varus, but I don't think so. Maybe opt with a Corky just so that you have this insurance against Rengar that can just jump at your face.
Oh, but the Riven gonna be priority for Tante. They want to have this comfortable pick for Lakan Esports for the Baron lane. So I guess that would be it. Ari now being locked in for Lakan Esports into the mid lane as well. Opens up the ADC spot for Fennel Adversity and the dual lane overall. So Nami and Cormi gotta be locked in for Fennel up against Lakan Esports.
Yeah, and to just backtrack a bit in game number 1, if ever Aizen actually used the package at the top lane before he used teleport at the Baron, maybe the minions could not have reached their base. That's a small possibility that played in my mind. But anyway, while I was talking, that is Con and Saya being locked in by Lakan will be up against Corki and Nami. Unless you want to try something crazy, Ziggs is still open though for Final Adversity, and you have Renekton going over to the Baron lane, and Oriana. Fennel, they want to fight. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the message in their draft right now.
Definitely, they really want to fight because I think they're going for the wombo combo. Nami and Oriana has AoE CCs. Renekton and Rengar has single targeted CCs. So I think this could complement each other, and Corki will be onto the backside, dealing so much damage. So I think that is what Fennel Adversity wants to do. However, one loophole that I'm looking at for Fennel Adversity is a lack towards the tank role. Yes, Renekton can tank out, but when it comes to the 5v5, the backline axis is open for Lakan Esports to take in, especially if they have Rakan, if they have Riven, if they have Darius up against Fennel Adversity's composition.
I'm actually looking at the jungle Riven now. I'm not sure if Riven will be able to catch Rengar, but at the very least, you have the usual Darius and Riven combo, the stun, and then the Nakshan Guillotine. So which means Lakan needs to stretch the game again. You have to make sure the Dene will be online and go in with the pickoffs. You have to make sure Aizen will be able to just shred the life bars of Corki, maybe even Renekton at some point. And you really have to put a lot of win conditions on Arjuk's shoulders, because he is the one that is gonna start the possible fights or possible pickoffs. But overall, Fun Adversity, they are all about that damage, all about that mid to late game power.
Yeah, look at the respect here for Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. I think they're smelling the killing intent for power, and Tante going for the mid lane first. So I think it's just an even trade, pretty much very, very standstill for both Fennel Adversity and Lakan Esports for now. But Yuko, Cloud Dragon first objective, what do you think will happen later on?
I feel like we are gonna see a possible first blood or maybe even 2 kills going over to one of these teams. But again, Fun Adversity is up on 1 game. Now looking into the Baron lane side, you have Power will be of course up against Tante. Yet again, Apprentice is gonna connect, but I don't think they are gonna commit unless Tante wants to get that first blood.
Right. Now, what I think onto the Cloud Dragon is I think Fennel Adversity is gonna run it back into the first game. Go to the Rift Herald, leave the Cloud Dragon open for Lakan Esports to take in, because when you're looking at value, this is not like the Infernal Dragon first Dragon objective that we saw from game number 1. This is just a mere Cloud Dragon. Yes, it gives you extra mobility for the roaming game in this mid phase of this game number 2, but the Rift Herald getting that tower first blood is going to be much more important, and that, I think, is what Fennel Adversity is going to do.
Danny and Rafi being able to just utilize the early game power that their composition has. They have no other choice but just push Rakan and Saya back. Now you have also Domain being able to get the first Rift Scuttler. The moment he reaches level 5, I feel like Ari as well as Saya needs to constantly check their backs.
Oh, and speaking of which, you have Rengar already going for an aggressive play into the bot side jungle, but Power is now fighting up against stream members for Lakan Esports. That will be the first blood going for the side Lakan.
Goodness me, that is going to be the start that Lakan Esports needed. Overall, Power just had no other choice but to accept his fate. That was a 1v3 under turret, and Lakan Esports could still dive.
So currently, Lakan Esports with the lead. Fennel Adversity now needs to think, what are their options? Because it is Chinese 1. Was able to take that kill, means that jungler has more gold, so this may increase the jungle difference, but Flash will be forced by Shaw because of the charm from Dedenne into the mid lane.
I actually thought that the Dene was gonna get that kill there, but eventually Shaw used his flash. So now Lakan they can try and visit this Oriana into the lane, but looking back into the Brown lane side, ultimate is available. Also have the flash, but there is no more barrier for Tante.
But I think he can still sustain himself. You have to remember, Power is already on a death deficit against Tante, which means Power has lost 1 to 2 minion waves already. Tante is on a lead when it comes to the gold accumulation up against the same Baron laner. So even if the barrier is not going to be available, I think he can still match it up against Power into the Baron lane in a 1v1. Although things may change as 30 seconds left, and these two objectives are now going to come up.
You now have Lakan Esports pacing themselves or making their way down into the Dragon. I thought they were gonna hold their ground into the Repel, but they want blood.
Oh, the charm! Once again connects onto Shaw, follow through with the shockwave to try and save himself, but he will fall in the hands of 3 for Lakan Esports.
I think I jinxed it. Now you have Lakan with the early game power. And again, this is what they want. This is a scaling composition. If they're able to scale, they'll be able to make a run for it. However, for an adversity, they are still holding their ground. But that is going to be the Drake going over to Lakan, non-contested. Fennel, they could just play the game that they did in game number 1, which is the objective game.
Yeah, this is as expected for Fennel adversity. They have to prioritize onto Rift Herald because Tower First Blood is still available for this game. And it's only just a Cloud Dragon for the very first dragon available in the game. So I think it's not just so high priority in the list for Fennel adversity to try and contest it against Lakan Esports.
Man, that's gonna be another kill. Going over to Lakan, Shaw say goodbye. But the first blood threat going over to Fennel. 0 and 3 on the scoreboard right now. You have a 1k gold lead in favor of Fennel.
Well, I guess it's no longer right that because 200 is now going to be the standing difference for Fennel adversity up against Lakan Esports. But we might potentially go there because right now, Fennel adversity still having that Rift Herald safely in their pockets might be used later on for the next dragon or get immediately the next turret to gain that 1k gold lead.
Now, Fennel adversity still very close with their gold compared to Lakan, and Power still just ramping up on that damage as well as the armor. Tante, again, I guess both Baron laners are just playing this one conservatively. Tante, though, does have a slight level lead. Now you have the Dragon Lane duo into the mid lane. The swap has come through. I'm not sure if Lakan will try to do the 1-3-1, but looks like they're gonna go with the 1-2-2. Ari, and of course this Riven is down at the lower part of the map. Domeng looking for his next possible target, but Lakan is not showing their positioning just yet.
They're hiding it. And when it comes to the information game, it also reflects their statement on how Lakan Esports is able to remove the vision game for Fennel adversity in their very own jungle. So this is what Lakan Esports needs to do. The vision game is something that they need to be ahead of Fennel adversity because in the game 1, it was a difference wherein Fennel adversity had that constant vision on where Lakan Esports is. The Chinese one though is now gonna be Trills the Hunt, putting him away. That's gonna be the first kill for Fennel adversity in this game.
And immediately they summon the Rift Herald because as you can see, Lakan Esports, most of them are into the mid lane. You have Power and you also have Shaw holding them off guard, and that is going to be another turret going over to Fennel. Lakan Esports will not be able to defend that, but at the very least, they can pick a fight, get the pickups, or maybe trade one mid lane turret, but I don't think that's possible because they want to get the kill.
Oh, but Chinese one wants to actually try to catch up onto Domeng, but Domeng's just too quick, just too mobile. Gets that mobility up to go to the turret and is now safe. Currently, the gold lead is towards the Fennel adversity at 1k gold, as you were predicting a while ago for Fennel adversity in this state of the game, but still on a deficit onto the Dragon objective in this game.
Looks like now Fennel would just want to keep the minion waves pushing in like what they did in game number 1, but now Lakan they're clumped together. That is gonna be their go signal.
Oh, Grand Entrance with a quickness and go for the double man knock. Lakan Esports though will be hindered down by the Aqua Prison. from Nami. So
What
that
a
itself,
good bubble.
yeah, did not get any kill, but you have Dedenne though. Ninja.
Okay.
But he's
Ninja.
afraid.
I thought he was actually gonna commit there, but at the very least, I guess he just did not want to play a under turret pick-off fight, even though because he doesn't have flash available, he do not want to risk using that spirit rush. So now it's gonna be back to the drawing board for these two teams. Next dragon is gonna be up in 13 seconds. There is a ward placed from the side of Lakan though, into up here in the barreling side. Now Lakan, they want to get the pick off.
Oh, Dedenne with a charm. Actually connects onto Rafi. Rafi still gonna be alive. Dedenne ultimate's out. Aqua Prison in. That's gonna be half HP for Ari. But Dedenne will still be alive. You have Rengar goes for Drill of the Hunt. Goes for the flash. Actually kills down Dedenne. And now they're at a numbers advantage for Fennel Adversity as they can take down Renekton. Going for the flank. Goes for the stun. 1 HP for Rakan. And now Guillotine will kill off one. The reset will come through for the ultimate, kills off the double. Oriana will fall. And now it's Sante gonna be knocked up with Tidal Wave Rengar to finish it all off. And Fennel will get the trade with a 2-for-2.
Yeah, that is going to be a 2-for-2 in favor of no one. But can I just say that the communication from Fennel is definitely on point. Lakan, if you can recall, the shield that Arjuk did was enough to heal and at least sustain or protect his teammate. It just so happened that the moment this Rengar and this Corki decided to join the party, they just could not stand the damage gun entrance in, but Arjuk jumps out.
Ooh, look at the damage from Dameng. Puts down Lakan in a huge damage down, but you have Lakan Esports going for the contest. Though Twin Shadows actually slows down one. Quickness with the brand entrance. Lakan Esports has stolen the Ocean Dragon, and that will be the 1 kill trade that Fennel Adversity has gotten at the very least. Tidal Wave, Rengar jumps in, tries to get the kill down. Corki with a missile barrage, and Tauntay will fall. And Lakan Esports makes it even against Fennel Adversity at a 5-5. Yeah, 3K gold lead already for Fennel Adversity. Which means, when it comes to the item advantage, they have it. Baron Nashor also now alive when it comes to the vision game. Lakan Esports has the edge. He has the vision onto the top side, bot side river, and also that dragon pit. So that gives information for Lakan Esports on what they want to do in this game. Because when you're looking at Fennel Adversity, they have none so far.
Is going to be Fennel Adversity. They want to get the next possible target. Maybe Dedenne, but I don't know. At this point, I think Lakan should try to group together. But again, it begs the question, who will take care of power? I guess Renekton could try and join the fight now, Dominus.
Power with a stun, Rengar with the Drill of the Hunt, goes for the flash. Dante wants to go for the retreat, but he can't against two Fed champions. And Fennel Adversity once again takes down 2 or 1.
That burst from Sean though, but the charm.
Grand entrance, Tidal Wave actually zones them away. That was a phenomenal ultimate coming in from Rafi that enables Fennel Adversity to be able to go for the counter engage. And now Lakan Esports is on the edge of what they need to do, because now Fennel Adversity is getting that driver's seat in this game.
Fennel Adversity, hello? What was that power? What was that damage? Apparently forcing Lakan Esports to jump back. Here is the problem. With Tauntay not in the picture, who will be your frontliner? Riven? Yeah, sure. But you have Corki, you have Shaw, you also have Domeng. These champions just spit out damage faster than Eminem just spitting the bars. But here the mid lane don't knock off, and it will be power saying goodbye.
Massive charm coming in from Ari, coming from Dedenne, alongside with Ardruk to be able to go for the grand entrance as well. Phenomenal playstyle from Lakan Esports, but still, You have the Baron buff for Fennel Adversity onto more or less 4 players or 4 members of this team, so they can actually pressure down. But Lakan Esports actually going for the counter engage, goes for the grand entrance in, tidal wave disengage, and Oriana getting the kill onto Rakan with a double kill with the power attack. And Lakan Esports is down 2 members. Good response from Fennel Adversity.
Good response. Actually, that was a good try from Arjuk. It just so happened that you still have Danny with the package, was able to just use special delivery to not die. And the moment Nami popped in, Rafi popped in with the tidal wave, plus that shockwave, it just bursted down the life bars of Lakan. They had no answer to the firepower that Fennel is dishing out right now.
Now, Fennel Adversity goes for the recall. That was a clever move. Why? They got an ability turret. That is what they want. The Infernal Dragon is coming up at 10 seconds. So if they go for the recall, they have time to make it into the Dragon's Pit to be able to get that objective. And as we all know, Infernal Dragon is so much of a huge priority in this game as a dragon. So now, Fennel Adversity having that dominance on the Dragon's Pit forces Lakan Esports on what they need to do as a response onto Fennel Adversity now taking it down.
Look at how fast they got the Infernal Drake, and look at how fast Power will say goodbye.
It's a worth trade. Fennel Adversity got the Infernal Dragon for that one death. Now the tidal wave though actually zones out the enemy team. Tante 1 HP. The flash will now gonna be burned by Rafi over the wall. Grand entrance to go for the knock-up. Shockwave will come through as well. That I think Lakan Esports took the win because they got the kill, they got a turret. So they got a lot of gold out of that, but Fennel Adversity still had that stuck with that Infernal Dragon to be able to impact in the next 3 minutes to come.
Whenever these two teams fight, I feel like it's almost always a low kill count because again, they just want to play the chess game. Power will be up in 3 seconds, so the Fennel Adversity could just go back to what works. But if we're gonna look at the turret takedowns, Fennel being able to get 6 turrets while Lakan only got 1. The goal lead also ballooned in favor of Fennel. To top things off, they have the Infernal Dragon buff. Lakan, yes, they do have 2 dragons, but they are behind in the other aspects. What they could do though is play the pick-off game. But who will they pick off? Rengar? I don't think so. Shaw with Oriana, but he's always accompanied by Power. Are we gonna settle with Danny and Rafi? No, because most of their damage, like 40-45% of damage from Fennel Adversity is coming out from these two.
Look at Renekton, look at Power. Actually going for the mid lane push. This might be Lakan Esports trying or needing to go back because now it's 2 lanes being pressured in by Fennel Adversity. Might be able to go down into lane control towards the inhibitor turret. So Fennel Adversity having that lane pushing down onto the top side. Lakan Esports going for the recalls. They're now able to go for the Baron Nashor and force it away. Lakan Esports needs to do something. Tidal Wave will zone away Rakan, and that quickness and Grand Entrance will now be disabled and rendered useless. And Fennel Adversity once again gets the Baron Nashor.
At the very least, no one did die. Arjuk almost got bursted down there. Power already has GA. So again, Fennel being able to get the Baron, which means the push from the minion is going to be intense. And if you are going to look at the gold right now in our head-to-head, let's look at the Baron laners first. It is pretty much close, but you have the small lead in favor of Tante. But now if we are going to look at the ADC, Saya is actually very much behind. 2K behind this core game. That's not something you'd want. I mean, yeah, she has IE. She also has a Solari. But will it be enough? Because you already have 2 or 3 items done for Corki, Tidal Wave. No follow-up. Okay, that was too close. Too close for comfort.
Yeah, too close for comfort indeed. If Shaw dies in that, they lose a Baron buff. And on top of all that, they lose one of their major damage category players for Fennel Adversity. But now it's going to be Power, going to be picked up and down. Lakan Esports is doing everything that they can to bring down this champion, but Riven falls down. Dante will follow through and detonate 1 HP. It's going to be Fennel Adversity once again dominating those fights, and TPs are not coming through to go for the back door. This might be the end gaming push that Fennel Adversity wants. The charm will connect onto Shaw. Shaw will go for the Stasis Enchant to live a little bit longer, but the Nexus base will be towards the hands of Fennel Adversity. Finishes game with a sweep 2-0.
The first 2-0 of our day number 1 going over to Fennel Adversity. That was them just asserting dominance into the series, even though Lakan did have a good draft. And you see the logic behind it. It just so happened that they lacked the frontliner. With Tante not in the picture, who else will actually soak up on the damage? Also, Danny was left unchecked, and the tidal waves coming in from Rafi. Now I see why Osiris highlighted this player. The plays on this Nami was so good. The bubble, as well as the way the tidal wave literally made waves, made an impact in favor of their team. On top of that, Power always just has this attention and the spotlight on him. That just makes Lakan constantly low behind them. And again, Domeng being able to get his hands on this Rengar could just jump onto anyone. We saw this earlier. The Dene, right after Domeng jumped onto Ari, the 50% of the health already being bursted down, which forced the Dene to jump back. I did not see much of Ison going online too. There are good routes here and there, but apparently there's no follow-up. Same goes to Arjuk. There's a lot of the quickness, good grand entrance, but the communication from Lakan just was not there.
I can't see this game no other way without Rafi on the Nami of this game. Aqua Presence, Tidal Wave, phenomenal usage and utilization of the skills, as you stated, and I just want to emphasize that much better, because Lakan Esports, time and time, Arjuk may have that potential to be able to steal a lot of those Baron Nashers that Fennel Adversity wants, but because of the tidal wave of Rafi and because of the Aqua Presence, it was there. And I think it reflected onto the ADC of Rafi, which is Danny with the Corki, which will be the master of the match for this game.
Yes, this is the secret of the handsome people or the handsome guys. Apparently, if you use Corki, you will automatically be handsome. That is the KD of 12.00.
I'll change.
Kill participation 92%, and the goal per minute 922. He farmed a lot in that game. And again, the missile barrage was just too much. The Gatling gun was a problem. The armors just get shredded down, and the fact that he has the Valkyrie or special delivery plus a flash in his pocket, he can just reposition anytime he wishes, which made him difficult to be taken down or be targeted by Lakan.
You know what? I'll change my role now. I'll be a Corki main from now on forward. Yeah, I'll be a Corki main, right? I'll be a Corki main.
You want to be good looking?
Yeah, Cyrus can look at me. Boy, master. Secret na mga guwapo, right? So anyways, going back, jokes aside, I think Danny was just phenomenally in synergy with his teammates. He was going for the responses with the Nami playstyle with Rafi there as well. Utilization of Valkyrie and the special delivery was top-notch in that game. So I think it was Danny having that MVP, but I think the honorable mention for me was absolutely hands down Rafi with the Nami. So
actually, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Right? We have the same thoughts now coming down. But you know what? Who else have more thoughts coming down into the series? It's gonna be the panelist desk having more insights on this series number 4 and how Fennel Adversity to all of Lakan Esports.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Where Fennel Adversity have just taken the final win of the day with a 2-0, the only 2-0 of the day as well. And that is 75,000 Globe Cup points more to Fennel Adversity. Now we have a special guest joining us a little later on, but let's jump first into our series highlights. And I have to say, guys, Danny is insane. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I just have to, I know that we're jumping into the series highlights, but I have to jump into that final clash where I believe there was a 3 versus 5 and Danny just basically demolished everybody over there. But yeah, let me know your thoughts over here. We already know that the version of the double Ds over here on the side of Fennel Adversity can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's really different on game 1 that we saw. Mostly, we are looking at Danny giving him most of the resources, but we saw the first objective trading that Danny died, but then Power was able to rack up so many kills, and even he's being left out onto some split push duties, and even those 1 versus 1s against Tante's Riven. And mind you, they didn't ban the Riven. So it means that they are that confident in taking game 1 without even thinking about the strengths of the Baron laner. And at that point, it was Power and Shaw, who is fairly finished the Nexus on game 1, which is really, really close game. I mean, somehow close, but if not thinking about the towers being taken, it was really close for Lakan, but they are convincingly really good right now.
Yeah, exciting times to be Fennel Adversity fan, basically, right? This is, game number 2 highlights in where Doming was just ravaging almost everyone. As Mika said, Danny and also Shaw, even Rafi, look at this tidal wave, denying entry points coming from Lakan. Every single one of them, even Power, really made, a good showing and showed Fennel Adversity's newfound strengths. And I'm just excited for them overall, not just for the rest of Group C, but also for the playoffs, because I think they're, just want this close, very, very close in securing that playoff berth.
Yep.
I agree. And you know what? Looking at the Fennel Adversity that we saw, for example, during the summer season, coming into the fall, there's just so much development. We already knew that they were very good. we already knew that
Yeah.
that they had a lot of potential. But to see them now in this form where they are so confident, they know exactly,
Yes.
they know exactly how to fulfill their roles. It really is quite amazing and a testament to their journey as well. Lakan Esports, though, we know that they're capable as well of amazing things, and we hope they bounce back, especially since we're heading over into our last 2 days of the group stage. In the meantime, though, congratulations to Fennel Adversity, and we are very lucky indeed that we do have a special guest joining us for our post show, and we can resolve some unfinished business over here on the panel side as we bring on, I believe we have Rafi from Fennel Adversity joining us. Rafi, thank you so much, and congratulations, of course, to Fennel Adversity. Now, I'm going to hand this over to Osiris first and foremost. I believe he has a very important question for you.
I mean, of course, we saw, of course, all the pictures we saw. We know that everyone is handsome in their own ways, but Rafi, just want to ask, what is your skincare?
Oh, my skincare is Master.
Oh,
Very.
the
I don't
secret,
know what
the
you guys-
secret of the handsome is out there.
Secret
so-
ako ng mga pogi.
Yes, and I agree with that, Rafi. We kind of share the face of Master, so thank you for that.
Audience, I don't know what you were expecting, but that wasn't scripted. Yeah, that played really well. Yeah, you gotta believe me. You gotta believe me. That's true. That's true. Rafi, I have to ask now. We were just talking about how well Fennel Adversity did during the summer season, and now you guys look so amazing coming into the fall. What changes or what adjustments did the team make?
First of all po, yung pag-practice po ng full-time, pag-grind ng scrims araw-araw, at lalo na po yung dedication ng team para manalo po. Parang lahat po kasi nag-e-effort. Kaya ayun po, nagpe-pay off na din.
Oh, and it definitely does show that, I guess, that daily grind and, of course, the full dedication of all of Fennel Adversity is really paying off over here in the fall season. Adelise, what about you? Do you have questions for our master of the match?
Yeah. Hi, Rafi, Adelise here. Just wanted to ask, what was the thought process behind the epic game 1, right? 3 and hubs down, but Lakan really refused to give up, and it came to a point that it came down to a backdoor play. So talk us through as to who did the shot call, and were you involved personally in this?
Yung nangyari po kasi nung game 1, after po namin masira yung 3 towers nila, naisip po ng team na kaya na po siguro i-end to, ganun ganyan. Pero ang galing po kasi talaga ng Lakan magdepensa. Kaya umabot po sa point na napapatagal nila yung laro. Tsaka ayun po, unti-unti sila nakabawi.
Well, thank you. But who did the shot call as to, the backdoor play, the teleport play? Who was the main voice behind that?
Yung nagko-call po talaga ng backdoor play ay si Sho at saka si Doming. Silang dalawa po talaga yung nag-call ng backdoor play namin since alam po nila yung mga nangyayari dun sa clash at saka sila po yung nasa harapan.
Thank you. Well, have fun again. Good luck, and congratulations on getting that win.
Yes, congratulations indeed. Yes, you'd like to give some shout-outs maybe to all of the supporters that you have out there.
Yes po. May gusto ko lang po muna mag-thank you sa PPGL, sa Riot, at lalo sa amin SK para po sa opportunity. Maraming salamat po. Pwede po ba ako bigay ng shoutouts?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
First of all po, thank you to our supportive Fennel management from Japan, Sir Reiji, Sir Endo, and Sir Max. Lalo na po dun sa namin, friends and family na laging nakasupport at salamat sa inyo. Love you guys! Shoutout kay Domeng, kay Danny, kay Coach Patrick, kay Sho, kay Gon, kay Ate Ellie, kay... Ayan, lahat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafi, and congratulations once again to Fennel Adversity. We will see you guys tomorrow for your following matches.
Thank you. Keep supporting Fennel, guys. Love you. Let's go.
There you go. Much love from our our very, very handsome master of the match over there, as dubbed, of course, by
Not
Osiris.
scripted.
Not,
Not scripted.
not scripted, guys. Not scripted.
telling
You
you.
can't make this up. You can't make this up. But yeah, it was nice to hear that Fennel Adversity really gave, their full-time dedication. And, it really does show, calls like that what we saw, the backdoor teleport and everything, that only comes with, of course, a full coordination of the team. And it's great to see the team that's grown so much, a little bit of potential in the summer season, and exploding now into the fall season. Now let's take a look at our standings as they are on the final week of the Group C and D. And right now, you can see our results over here. Of course, congratulations to DR Esports, to Chasing Dreams, to Leonite's Esports, and to Fennel Adversity. Now, of course, as we enter our final days of our group stages, you're going to see these standings shift quite a lot. And, of course, we're taking only the top 2 per group into our playoffs. This is going to be exceptionally important, of course, for DR Esports and Omega Esports, currently on top of their respective group, and then Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. We're gonna see if the other 4 teams can move some things around within the last 2 days. Let's actually check out our Globe Cup point leaderboard right now and see if any movement is at all possible. I mean, guys, what do you think? What are your thoughts on the standings so far?
Group C still is, it still remains a puzzle to be solved because Lakan Esports and Leonite Esports are now tied for second. Now, after the showing of Leonites earlier, I believe that they can one-up Lakan Esports. We won't know what happened. Meanwhile, on Group D, DR Esports and Omega Esports feels like they're very, very much safe.
Yeah, and knowing that Leonites really showed a lot of potentials. As for Lakan Esports, yes, Fennel Adversity is really somehow a tall order for them, but it feels like Leonite is getting close with how well Lakan Esports will grow here at Icon Series. And Mirmooo has yet to learn more from there. As for, of course, Group D was still the same.
That's right. And you know what? I feel like for the underdog teams that we have, this was probably, it's only going to get harder for them towards as we close out the weekend. And for the teams that are on top of their respective groups, it should be smooth sailing for these guys. So, unless something weird happens, unless something, and I'm saying this with a smile because, again, after the previous week of groups A and B, you really can't tell what's going to happen. There are going to be some impossible situations that end up playing themselves out over here at the Icon Series PH. So you never know indeed. And we're going to find out tomorrow as to whether these standings change or if maybe, just maybe, something's gonna happen. A miracle could possibly happen. And these underdog teams could possibly have the last say as to who goes into the playoffs. And of course, we are found on all of the official channels of PPGL on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok. And as usual, you can let your thoughts and your voices be heard as well on Twitter simply by using hashtag Dominate the Rift and hashtag #CIconSeriesPH. We have our matches coming up for tomorrow, and I think this is going to be, again, really interesting. The underdog teams are going to have quite a uphill battle as we see over here. For example, match number 1, we have Jamie's Esports versus DR Esports. Guys, what do you think of the matches that we have for tomorrow?
Chili Dragon, let's go. Match number 1. I just want to see Jamie's Esports go against DR Esports.
Yeah, I just want to go with the match 3, as this is also the true test of Leonite's Esports. They are going up against Lakan.
Yeah, and the final match, Mermo Esports and Fennel Adversity. I would say Fennel Adversity looking pretty scary right now. Mermo Esports, though, I don't know what they're going to possibly pull out of their hats, but if they have any secrets, tomorrow would probably be a good time to show. And of course, you can catch up to all of the Icon Series news on www.wildrifticonseries.ph. Again, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the Philippines. And of course, thank you so much to Mineski Philippines, to Riot Games, and to Globe Telecom for organizing this event. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for one day. Or why not all day, every day, right? And of course, thank you so much to Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch full HD AMOLED screen display, and 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, ang sikretong alam na ng lahat dahil sa mga gwapong players at casters dito sa Icon Series. Ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers, kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang nag-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you, Master. All-in-one clay face wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Also, there is another secret that has already been revealed. Help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive padded pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
And we also have Riot Go. You can own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And that is it for day one of our final week for the group stages. Time is running out for Group C and D here as the mad scramble for those Globe Cup points continues tomorrow. Same time and same virtual place. My name is Mika Fabs with Audalus and Osiris, our very, very guapo masters over here. And on behalf of the whole production, that is not going away. We're keeping that forever. On behalf of the whole production, stay safe, stay healthy, mask up everybody, and we will see you in the Rift.